The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. There were turnarounds and upsets galore at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Sure wins turned to inexplicable losses that upset the standings. Ian Nepomniachtchi won a crazy back-and-forth game against Aronian to join a three-way tie for first. Wesley So's costly blunder in a one game gave Alejandro Firouzja more than just a win and a co-lead, but also a coveted place in pole position of the GCT standings. There's only one round remaining. Can anyone stop the young Frenchman from winning it all? Round 9 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 9 of the Sinquefield Cup. This is it, the championship round, the round where a victor will be crowned. We start the day in front of the statue of Stan the Man Musial. Who's going to be the man at the Sinquefield Cup? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
From the home of chess in America, welcome to the Sinquefield Cup, the centerpiece of the St. Louis chess season, and the very last day of the last stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me, as ever, is Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, it's been great, but all good things must come to an end.
Absolutely.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our show for this, the final championship round. It's been a memorable event, to say the least. My goodness. But there are some serious scenarios of a possible playoff. Peter, please do the honors and tell us our current standings.
Absolutely, and the playoff scenarios are yet to come. This will be a separate segment because they're many and varied. But for the time being, we have two leaders there up top. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja are on 4.5 out of 7, importantly out of 7. Mm-hmm. And as you can see there, Fabiano Caruana also has 4.5 points, but his tournament is done. And he is going to be an interested observer today, and potentially maybe even more than that. But we'll see about additional details on that score. Wesley So is the person who could very much get into the mix with a win in particular, but even in some scenarios with a draw today. And then we have Dominguez, interestingly the only person on 50%. At one point, I think we had like 6 people on 50% in this tournament. He's the only one standing now. And then we have people in the minus, Aronian not having a great event, Hans Niemann now, after his stellar start, back on -1, and Mamedyarov and MVL really
suffering.
Wishing by this point for this tournament to end, I think.
Well, just tell us about our Grand Chess Tour standings.
Yeah, and this is where it becomes interesting. Prior to the tournament starting, MVL was leading the GCT with 26.5 points, and he needed a good result in this event to I think, more or less guarantee himself a top 3 finish and some prize money in the overall standings. But as you've seen on the previous graphic, he is tied for dead last, and it's difficult to imagine him, even with a win, getting into the mix. Although, you know, all kinds of permutations are possible, but I think that's a mathematical miracle there that he needs to be hoping for. Alireza Firouzja, on the other hand, is currently tied for first and is in clear second place in the GCT. So most scenarios today involve him at least getting into the playoff of the GCT standing.
And just remind our viewers our format.
Yeah, the format is a 9-player round robin with an hour and a half for the first 40 and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with an increment starting from move 1, a 30-second increment. Draw offers are being frowned upon here.
Yes.
And the classical scoring system is being used.
And we are very fortunate to have Alejandro in studio to break down some of those various playoff scenarios. Potentially. Alejandro, Good to see you.
Good to see you, Yasser. Good to see you, Peter. Great afternoon here in St. Louis, and a little saddened that this is coming to the end. It's not just the end of the Sinquefield Cup, but the entire tour. The Grand Chess Tour finishes today, potentially tomorrow in case of a playoff in the GCT. We haven't found the numbers for that to happen just yet, but let's take a look at some scenarios that might happen today. As, of course, we have our leaders, Alireza, Firouzja, and Nepomniachtchi. They can be caught. This is one of the many scenarios. If both of them draw today and Wesley So wins, we have a three-way tie for first, and that means that we have a playoff for the Sinquefield Cup today, but Alireza Firouzja takes the Grand Chess Tour. If Alireza Firouzja and Nepo both win, that's pretty easy. It's a two-way tie for first. Playoff today for the Sinquefield Cup. Alireza Firouzja wins the GCT as well. Now we have another scenario for you guys. If Firouzja and Nepo both lose and So wins, Wesley So wins not only the Sinquefield Cup, but he passes Alireza in the GCT standings and actually clinches the GCT for himself. Now there's even one more scenario. If Alireza Firouzja loses and So wins, but Nepo draws, Nepo and Wesley tied for the first place. We have a playoff today, and because of the way the distribution of points works, Wesley So would win the GCT. If you do the math, that's because Alireza would be sharing some of his GCT points with Fabiano Caruana, who, remember, is also on 4.5 points. So a lot of math being done. We expect all of this to be correct. There still could be surprises. We'll see what today's round has in store. But certainly an exciting finish, not only to this tournament, but the entire tour, where there are still scenarios where different people can take home the crown, and it's a lot of money at stake. Of course, it's been a fascinating tournament off the board as well as on the board, but for some of those off the board reports, let's go to our social media specialist, WGM Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for clarification. I mean, it was really complicated what will happen in which case. I just would like to remind our viewers that we still, of course, following this drama which happened after round 3 of Sinquefield Cup. A long time ago, it seems to be. So Magnus Carlsen withdrew from the tournament, and then we had all this storm in the social media, and we still follow, of course, this case. Yesterday, the chief arbiter of the tournament, Chris Bird, came out with a statement. I think we can take a look on the screen, and he mentioned that and confirmed that currently has no any indication that any player has been playing unfairly in Sinquefield Cup. Of course, there were many comments in social media and Twitter accounts. People were discussing the statement, but now I think it's very clear for everyone what's happening. And yesterday, of course, we also followed fans of Hans Niemann, who showed up in St. Louis Chess Club. We made a short interview with them, and you can check it in YouTube channel if you haven't done it yet. I would like to mention that all chess media still, of course, follows Sinquefield Cup, but lately everyone was focused mainly on the event itself, on the games, because we came to the last round of the tournament. So, mainly this is what's happening right now. This is the main topic. Probably it's also happening because Magnus Carlsen still didn't say anything after his withdrawal. And then, of course, I would like to say to everybody, please follow our Grand Chess Tour official website, as well as Grand Chess Tour Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook accounts. You can also follow St. Louis Chess Club accounts as well. So the players are coming. I think it's time to give a floor to Peter and Yasser.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and for everything you do. There we see our co-tournament leader, Alireza, getting wanded as the players come into the playing hall, getting ready for this 9th and final round, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. This has become a very familiar picture for us. They've been doing it from round 1 onwards, and every show basically starts with this view. Yes. But the games will start soon enough. But for now,
tell us about those games. In fact, what are the pairings, and what can our viewers expect, Peter?
Absolutely. As you can see there at the bottom, Fabiano Caruana, as we already mentioned a couple of times, is done in the tournament.
Right.
He would have played Magnus today, but that is, alas, not to be. But in terms of pairings, the 3 people we are watching are mainly Wesley, Alireza, and Nepomniachtchi in some order, probably maybe not that order, but some order. in that respect, Wesley's playing white against Linier. Dominguez. Linier is a very, very solid player.
Absolutely.
But Wesley, as we've seen on Alejandro's screen a few moments ago, generally speaking, should be playing very, very aggressively for a win today if he wants to. If he wants to be in the mix to win both the Sinquefield Cup and the GCT. We'll see what approach he brings, because he also, I think, has a tendency of playing somewhat safer after losses. So it remains to be seen which approach he chooses. MVL versus Firouzja is a very, very interesting matchup. MVL is having a proper nightmare of a classical tournament. I don't believe I've seen that from him for a very, very long time. I think he's been extremely solid and very, very consistent. This is not a good event. But they obviously have a lot of personal history. MVL, I think, was instrumental in Alirez's move to France. They are on very, very good terms. It will be an interesting matchup for sure. And of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing against Carlsen and Niemann, which is a game unto itself.
Exactly. I'm expecting a very, very big fighting round. And what are they fighting for, Peter?
And there at the top as well is a game between Shahriar Mamedyarov and Aronian, which did not get mentioned too much because it's of the 4 games, perhaps the one less relevant for the standings. Yeah. As for the prize fund, as per usual, we'll get to
in a second.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Here we just again it started around 9. Some last-minute announcements by the arbiters.
If you want to be involved with that, please be in the playing hall by 6:20. 6:20. You will have to go through
I think it was
the
tomorrow.
playoff.
No, I think it's the playoffs. Yeah, I think it's regarding the playoffs. Yeah.
Thank you,
We'll
Alejandro.
keep the 15-minute delay to the broadcast in effect for all playoff games.
Right.
So there was an announcement that the playoffs will start at 6:30 sharp, assuming there is no, rook and bishop against rook, and then things could get moved, or a queen ending, God forbid. The arbiters are asking the players who are involved in the playoffs to be there 10 minutes early for
6:20.
security measures and what have you.
Exactly.
In that case, tournament play will start tomorrow at 1 p.m. and we'll do a drawing of lots, etc. as needed, approximately
also drawing of
10-15
lots.
minutes before that round starts.
All of this makes sense, of course. Yeah. And I think in general 6:30 is reasonably safe. We've had some long rounds in this tournament, but I think none have run further than maybe 6 sharp.
No, I think 6 was the longest we played.
Yeah, I think pretty much every single round, including the queen ending ones.
Which queen ending?
Which queen?
No, the
Shaq?
the Fabi versus MVL. That one was quite long. Yeah.
By the way, that was Chris Bird, of course, our international arbiter, making those announcements as play is underway. And once again, Peter, fighting chess. Take your move back. Let me.
What happened there?
I wanna make sure the clock is properly set. Chris.
That's
now.
and then make a different one would be.
Making a different move
Yeah.
and messing up the score sheet, that would have been bad.
Yeah, but
Now, what are they fighting for, Peter? I know it's lots of money, but break it down.
yeah, the prize money here is $350,000 total for the Sinquefield Cup. With 100,000 going to the winner. And actually, once more, a bit of a clarification about that GCT points number at the top there. Right. If you win the tournament outright, you get 13. But if you get into the tiebreak, it's not that the winner of the tiebreak gets 12.
Yes.
The 12 goes into the pool.
A communal pool.
And the pool, as I understand it at least, just gets shared among the people playing in the playoffs.
2 people tie for first.
Both get 11.
Exactly.
Both get 11. 3 people.
22 points.
Yeah. If 3 people tie for first, that's difficult. Yeah, that's 9 and a third, right?
Wait, what? If
9
3 people?
what?
If 3 people is just 10.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Good morning, St. Louis.
And on top of this, we've got work to do, guys. Check it out. We've got to get Anastasiya in on this as well.
We got to start talking about this, guys.
Right?
Yeah.
The brilliancy, Peter.
There's an additional $5,000 prize there donated by Brian Priester of Key West, Florida. The second year running that Brian is generously providing this additional prize for the best game of the tournament. And we are going to be judging that, and we had this conversation yesterday, I think, on the topic of how long the shortlist is, and I tried kind of not necessarily arguing with you, but I sort of disagreed with the idea that it's only really one game in the running. And then I went through the games of the tournament, and it's, it's slight spoilers there, but currently we do have a very, very clear favorite, I think.
Exactly.
Unless something spectacular happens specifically today.
Right.
I think there's a pretty clear winner for that prize.
And the play is underway. I have MVL versus Firouzja, Berlin opening. They're going straight into this Berlin ending. First essay, by the way, I think, here at the Sinquefield Cup in 2013 between Nakamura was on the white side, went knight f5, knight e7 check, took the bishop versus Magnus.
Possibly, yeah. But bishop e7 played instead of bishop c7, which I think has become the norm. Also, I think they played this in either the Rapid or the Blitz. There's definitely been at least one game in the summer of chess that we've been following that went exactly like this, d4, d5, cd5, bishop b4.
Right.
I can't remember exactly who played this, but this is very, very heavily theoretical, and I think by this point pretty much analyzed to be a draw.
Right.
If you don't make any mistakes.
And
Which is not really
the move bishop b4.
Yeah,
That's a very important inclusion.
Yes, and the reason for that, let's explain this to our viewers. You can of course recapture on d5 straight away by knight g5, knight g5, but then you cannot take with the queen because your bishop on a7 is hanging. So you have to take with the pawn, and then after, let's say, queen b3.
Yeah.
It's not much, but it's a little bit awkward for black because black is currently...
White is faster in a symmetrical position.
Yeah, the bishop on c8 doesn't get to be developed very easily because b7 is hanging.
Conversely, if you get in bishop b4 right here, right now...
And all of this is already on the board. Bishop d2, they're going through it at great pace.
Right. You tickle the rook, you get your bishop out of hock on the e7 square, and as you say, they're on it.
And then you can take with the queen. This is obviously the huge big difference here, that queen takes d5 becomes a move.
No bishop hanging on e7.
And if you give black one more tempo to play bishop e6 here, black is actually better. But because you can play rook e5 and follow it up with bishop c4 next move, the bishop doesn't get to e6. And people have lost this position with black once or twice. And the average rating of people playing this position in the database will be extremely high. I feel like it's probably above 2,700 because it's very, very popular in extreme top-level chess.
And when you said once or twice, that was no exaggeration. It's exactly twice.
Really?
Out of 45 games, blacks won once, whites won twice.
And the rest are draws.
The rest are draws.
The rest are draws.
The speed at which they're playing, Peter, is indicative to me what you said at the opening of the show. For MVL, it's time to say bon voyage. I'd like to return home to Paris as soon as possible.
True, but, right? If MVL wins and somehow some miraculous math happens, he still can get third in the GCT.
That's worth 25,000.
That's a lot of money.
That's never on our graphic, but yeah, the GST prize money, the specific GST prize money is 100,000 for first, 50 for second, and 25 for third. So there's definitely things at stake in that respect.
Right.
But I think really for MVL, considering how fast this is going, considering, and there we can actually see it on our screen.
175,000 in bonus prize money awarded to the top 3 finishers of the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, and it's definitely something very much to to fight for. But MVL has had such a lackluster tournament, and I did mention that they're on very good terms, and MVL has been involved with Alireza's new life in France very much.
Right.
It doesn't always mean that. People who have this particular type of relationship aren't really playing against each other very much. But it sometimes does happen that it kind of dampens the excitement of trying to beat somebody you consider a friend.
Exactly.
And coupled with a very, very, sad tournament for MVL.
It has been indeed. And again, Queen C3, Alejandro, they're blitzing through all of these moves. Like, this is all prep from both sides. And again, everything's theory, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Seems like it, right? There's a bunch of well, not a bunch, there's a few correspondence games. I think this game of Valentin Yotov should not be a correspondence game. I think that's an actual game. All games so far that have gotten into this position have, of course, ended in draws. You can see that white keeps a little bit of pressure. This rook on e5 is annoying. The rook might come to e1 someday.
Right.
Actually, the move bishop d7, a3 is rather rare. Almost everybody plays rook e1, which is the more normal move. MVL himself has played this against Fabi all the way back in 2016. This can't be a surprise. Wesley has tried it with white. Hikaru's tried it with white. P. Svidler tried it against Topalov in 2016. So certainly a known position. But the move a3 is a little bit of a wrinkle. Doesn't seem to catch Alireza by surprise. And now after queen c3, the Engines want to play g6, which I guess makes sense, right? To put the king on g7, and then one day hint at the move
and
f6.
Then perhaps even, the idea has to be like g6, g7, and specifically f6, just to... because if you take on e5 and allow d takes e5, there is not a lot of material left on the board. It's not going to be horrible. But this is sort of the absolute dream for white. This is maybe the most you can get in these types of structures. The queen goes to e7, we go rook d1, we've occupied the one open file on the board. Exactly. We have a bit of a pull. Like this position, you still expect this to be holdable reasonably comfortably for black because of, once again, only two heavy pieces left on the board.
Right.
But you can't get more than this in these types of positions. And for black...
You don't even want to let him do that.
Yeah. For black, I think it makes perfect sense to see if maybe it can be stopped altogether. And this plan of g6, king g7, and then f7, f6, I think does a very good job of just stopping all of that if that happens. Because any other square on the e file, we are trading very, very happily.
Rook e3, for
example. Rook e3, we're not worried about f2 takes e3 at all.
No.
So
the isolated pawn turning into a potential passer. By the way, I understand this is all... They've played this variation, this position, even before in the Blitz game.
Okay, so
they are very familiar.
Maybe even this year? I have a feeling this is the game I was talking about. I think this is what the game I was trying to remember that we covered during the Rapid and Blitz, but I'm not 100% sure, and our database on the screen is.
But I've been holding myself in complete anticipation. How did you do with Veselin?
I actually wasn't aware this was a thing at all. That
wasn't what our viewers were expecting, Peter. Yeah. I crushed him.
It was a very, very boring draw. But the sad part for me in that game was that tournament, Veselin, he had a nightmare. But like for the first half of the tournament, he played fighting openings in every single game, which is what you expect from Veselin. He is, arguably one of the most combative and most principled players of the last, 30 years.
Right.
And in particular, at some point, he lost a game to Karekin in a Sicilian that me and my team have also looked at specifically for that tournament. And I was watching that like with tears in my eyes because for a tournament, this was a candidate's.
Because you're opening preparation.
This is a candidate's tournament, so you really want to get an important bit of prep in.
Right.
And then I played e4 against him, and that tournament I think I was playing the English mostly. Actually, I was like 1c4 was my main weapon for that candidate. And I played e4 against Veselin to try and get a Sicilian. He plays the Berlin against me, and it was just so heartbreaking. And of course, I knew nothing whatsoever, so it was just.
I can only imagine.
It wasn't great.
Oh my goodness, Alejandro, where is the action in this final round?
Oh, if anything is action, that's actually probably the game that not the most relevant for the standings. But you can expect it from these two players. Mamedyarov against Levon Aronian. Still in theory is this position, but you can see it will be chaotic because these kings, they still haven't castled, and getting them to safety it's still going to take some time. If you castle kingside, of course, this rook on h1 is already opened. Shouldn't have done that. You can't really castle queenside. So you're going to have to play with the king in the center for some time. What is your compensation? This king's also in the center, and you do have the pair of bishops as black. White's slightly better developed, and here is where the fun starts. Now, this position was reached from a Nimzo-Indian that has become quite common with bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. And this idea of playing c5 takes g5, bishop g3, and knight e4. Now, you throw in the move c5 because in many scenarios, queen f6 is possible because breaking the center in general is a good idea. Yes, you leave yourself an isolated pawn, but it's not so easy to exploit considering there's a lot of tactics in the position for the time being. Now, e3 is the main line. Bishop takes b8 is also a line. Queen a5, rook c1. Now, rook c1 is not the main line in this position. Most people do play the move knight e2 right away, securing the knight on c3 with the other knight. Bishop f5 has been seen in many, many games, and the game just kind of goes on. There's a lot of theory here. Rook c1 is another twist. I've noticed that most people actually capture on a2, taking advantage of the pin of the bishop on b4 on this knight on c3 and this king on e1. So that is actually perfectly possible. Queen a2 is one of the main lines of the position, but Levon had no interest in that. Instead, he develops this knight to c6. White needs to continue their development as well. Now, finally threading the knight on e4. This knight has to move. Might as well take this pawn. Knight takes c5 is also a possibility. H takes g3, d4, opening up the position. If you just stay still here and play something like queen takes c5, I don't know, trying to regain your pawn a little naively, then after knight f3, you start not liking your position. g5 is actually hanging in many situations because d4 can be met with knight ge4. Remember, there is a pin on the h file here, so this pawn is actually weak. If you decide to push it, your structure is kind of bad. White can even sacrifice a pawn here just to get rid of a couple of knights and accelerate the development. Just castle in this position, saying that yes, you're up a pawn, but you haven't developed anything. Anything coming to d1 will probably regain the pawn on d5 anyway, and the king is pretty weak. So none of that. d4 played instead. Pawn takes d4. Knight takes d4. Now the queen has many options. Queen d1 has been played most often. Queen b1 is one move as well, and queen d2 was the one chosen in the game. Bishop takes c5, and this is how we got to this position. I expect Mamed to develop the knight. I think knight ge2 is the most natural move in this position, and it does come with a little bit of a threat. I think knight takes d4 and bishop b5 check is the main one. So Levon still has some problems to solve. We'll see how this one goes. I like this open positions. Of course, in many cases, a couple of simplifications away from being a symmetrical structure, but with the king still on the center of the board, anything can happen.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. Quite the opening lesson there. And I do remember in the Garry Kasparov-Nigel Short World Championship match, they were really discussing this variation at great lengths. You were explaining to me, Peter, that Wesley, he should be taking an outsized risk. Risk-reward ratio certainly favors him to go all out, and no.
No. I did preface it by saying that we've seen Wesley take. Wesley in general is a very, very strange kind of a combination of sort of two players combined into one. Yeah. An incredibly risk-averse and also an unbelievably strong chess player.
Right.
I think those two are not that often combined into one, because I think when you're as good as he is,
right,
I think at some point you realize, you have an edge, so why not play for a win?
Right.
But Wesley really is like a stunningly good chess player. But in his in his league, I don't think anybody else plays as safely as he does. I think I don't think I'm being unfair to him in that description. And today, and the thing about this is that yes, this is a very dry position. But this is still Wesley playing white.
Exactly.
You make a mistake somewhere, you will suffer.
Exactly.
But yeah,
he has a slight pull.
Yeah.
I mean, it is from visually 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, a rather dry position. But you can be outplayed.
Yeah, absolutely. This is still a position that can definitely go wrong for black if you allow, I don't know, something like knight a4, bishop a7, and then the bishop goes away from c4 and the knight lands on c5, and this somehow, let's say, costs you one of your two bishops.
Exactly.
Those positions start looking less than ideal. Yeah, bishop d3 is actually very clever. I like your bishop d3. Because otherwise, yeah, exactly, in this position after bishop c5.
Right.
Yasser is just doing the entirety of the job.
Well, the idea is that I'm getting to the position that you were about to elucidate. You've got the two bishops.
This is not nice. This is not nice at all.
You just milk the position for a long, long, long time to come.
Absolutely. And
so that is how things could go wrong for a linear.
Having said all that, I'm pretty sure that in that line there has to be ways to avoid landing into that precise situation. For instance, if bishop d3 is played, knight b4 looks like it probably just equalizes on the spot. Maybe, I don't know. Takes b3.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I blundered the okay. I really do need to wake up today for some reason.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yes.
That's all it takes. No knight b4.
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Is it? I suppose it is actually somehow
Yeah, we can go rook a8 and bishop c. But then, okay, the bishop on d3 is actually...
Exactly. Now I regret that I put my bishop on d3. I wanted to play knight takes c5.
So I
Knight
guess we
takes
go
a6.
bishop b1, because if it goes back to f1, then takes knight e4 will be back on the menu. But now that black has a tempo here, you feel like
Right.
there has to be a way to avoid any trouble.
Maybe just go...
Knight e7, I thought maybe rook d6, rook fd8 could be made an argument for.
Pardon me, bishop d1,
Should we run rook d6? Just
That
stopping
looks
knight takes a6 and also preparing to double on the g file. Doubling on the g file can rarely be a mistake, I think, in these
Exactly.
types of positions.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's not much, but...
you know, my sole threat, knight takes a6. You stopped it with rook d6. I liked Nepo yesterday coming in. Well, he has a threat to play knight g5. I played h6. It can't be bad. Rook d6 stops the threat.
I mean, we should probably take a look at some other positions.
Sure.
I will just finish with here. I
Please.
think maybe rook d6 is not that precise, because particularly here, knight c5, e4, I feel like maybe we haven't actually equalized.
e4 in this
No,
moment?
knight c5, e4.
Knight c5, e4.
Yeah, because I think it pretty much forces the capture.
Right.
And then after bishop takes e4, it becomes awkward.
Once more.
Yeah, because, I mean, maybe rook fd8 is still fine. You generally don't like allowing bishop takes e6, but maybe because of the pin along the g file, it's not that horrible. Yeah,
Right.
And then e5, f6, maybe this is fine.
Okay.
But I think, we've had enough about it. Actually, let's take a look at the MVL Alireza game, because I think that game is over.
The game? What
Yeah,
game?
I think we can watch the handshake right there.
And they have, after bishop e6, they got, as you said, kind of to a maximum for white, but it's not.
It's not very much.
It's
It's
not
not
the
very
great
much.
maximum.
And now there's going to be a repetition, and we're down to 3.
With this draw,
Alireza.
does that secure, because Nepo could win,
Yeah.
and then Alireza would only take 10 points.
But I think Alireza has won the GCT.
That was my question.
Yeah, I think so too, right?
Yeah, I think Alireza with this draw has won the GCT. So he might not win the Sinquefield Cup if results go against him, or if the tiebreak goes against him. But I think he did secure the $100,000 first prize in the GCT count.
Fantastic. Well, our hearty congratulations on his Grand Chess Tour victory. His first time on the Grand Chess Tour, guys. 19 years old, and he wins it. I mean, that's
Very well played.
applause,
Yeah.
applause. Well done, well done.
Not the most exciting game today, but
No, it was yesterday.
yeah. But I mean, we can definitely appreciate a bit of pragmatism there by Alireza when securing after all, this is also a sport.
Exactly.
And first prize matters. And,
Yeah,
and he has won.
100,000.
He has won the tour at the first time of asking. This is his first ever participation as a full tour player.
Right.
And he's won the tour at the age of 19 against this field. Very, very impressive result by the young Frenchman.
And he did it, by the way. He came to St. Louis. People kind of, I didn't say write him off, but what he did in the Rapid and Blitz was simply remarkable.
That was
Winning-
mind-blowing, yeah.
Yeah,
It
winning
was just
the
mind-blowing.
Rapid and Blitz with 4 rounds to go. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. And his result, Alejandro, it speaks for itself. What can you say?
Breathtaking when you think about where he was after the first half of Zagreb, where he had an okay Rapid. But he comes back with a ton of victories in the Blitz, comes to the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, destroys the field, and then comes to the Sinquefield Cup, takes risks, and gets enough points to clinch with this draw.
Yeah, and
Spectacular.
yeah, especially if you consider that Bucharest really did not go well.
well
for
for
him.
him at all.
Did not go well for him at all, and Zagreb also wasn't really going well at all either. So yeah, an incredibly impressive comeback there from Alireza, who seems to have put his troubles, which if you take the Bucharest through Madrid, through maybe the first half of Zagreb.
Right.
That was very firmly put behind.
Yeah.
He is
Yeah.
clearly no longer dwelling on those results. And yeah, I mean, he's just an incredibly exciting player, and we're going to be watching him for quite some time yet.
Now, for Nepo, he's come on the show and he said, I've had 5 buys, as he's called it. He said that his opening preparation in 4, maybe 5 games, I may have exaggerated, was such that he didn't even feel like he really played the game. The opening really kind of transitioned right through the ending. And in a very quiet way, he's put himself in a position to win maybe his first Sinquefield Cup. Just a second. I mean, I recall him losing to MBL.
I think he played here once previously. I can't remember the exact year.
So,
I think he played here once before.
With a victory today, he just could win the Sinquefield Cup.
He wins the tournament outright. If he draws, he ties for first.
Exactly.
And I think also, as a kind of a, I mean, it's maybe a bit early, but considering what Wesley has just done with his position, it will be if there's a tie for first, it will be a 2-way tie, not a 3-way tie, because Wesley just very, very quietly and very, very calmly just allowed the entirety of the position to get traded off.
Right.
So yeah, this is a kind of a quirky English. I don't think I've seen this particular variation very much.
Nepo versus Hans Niemann game. Again, a game that if Nepo wins, as you say, he'll win the Sinquefield Cup. If he draws, he will
tie for first with Alireza, but not Wesley, I'm pretty sure, because on Wesley's board, I think in like 5 moves' time there will be no pieces left. Maybe a pair of bishops will remain.
Vacuum, if you will. What's the theory?
Alejandro should tell me, because I have no idea.
Not theory on it anymore. We have already a novelty. Very early in this game with the move bishop e6, g3, this move was just played, has not been seen before. But the games that have reached this position, they're not top-level GM games either. In general, this variation of knight d5, which we have seen before with the idea of a5, with bishop e7, it's not as common. d4 takes and takes is also really rare. After bishop e7, d4, the main line is to actually keep the position closed with the move d6. So that you take back. Now, whether it's the best move or not, that's up to debate. But this particular position where white just gets the pair of bishops without any real drawback for the time being is supposed to be a little bit better for white. Now, after the move h6, you are evicting this bishop from its powerful square. You don't want to lose a tempo, so you'll probably take. You don't want to double your pawns with the queen still on the board, so you'll probably take. And after, I assume, a move like b3, we'll get an endgame in which white is pressing a little bit. This structure is never going to get any better. But how easy is it to access? I'm not really sure. This really reminds me of those Queen's Gambit variations in which white goes queen f3 and bishop takes f6 and tries to play against these couple of pawns, but it's not so clear how to get to them or how really weak they are. You could play the king on e7 and then try to hold on to that structure somehow. So I'm not entirely sure how much better Nepo is, but it's one of those positions that's play on one goal. White's a little bit better. Black never has an initiative, but might not have that many difficulties defending.
The move g3, Alejandro, the move g3 for me may be a novelty, but when you play the move g3, you're going to give up the 2 bishops. Isn't like e3 more of a kind? Yeah, with the idea of bishop h4, and I don't necessarily have to.
Yeah, the edges don't like this so much. It says that you are down a lot of development.
Can we not take on g5? Knight e5 exists. Yeah.
Yes, let me show that real quick. If you take on g5 here, it looks like this is winning, because you have this pin on the knight, but you have knight e5, which covers from the queen, and if you ever go f4, at the very least I have knight d7 defending the knight, so you just end up down a piece. After h6, you're right that you have to give up the pair of bishops, but the edge says that here you also have to give up the pair of bishops because this particular position after long castle is just bad for white. d5 coming, you haven't developed, and if you castle short, well, you're kind of castling into the attack of h5 and h4. So again, maybe a little pulled, maybe not that much. Take a look at Wesley's game. Yeah, this is not very much at all. It actually has all been played before between 2 members of the Chinese Olympic team of 2018 that won gold, Huang Qian and Shen Yang. I do not believe that this can be very much. That game ended in a draw. I expect this game to also end in a draw.
Honestly, I think he just goes rook c2 here, takes on d2 with the c rook.
And then bishop e8, and then we're professional, right?
Yeah.
Then
this is why I said we will only have like a pair of bishops here, like knight d4, knight c6, takes, and whatever. Yeah, like it feels like this is sort of on his mind today.
It's not very much.
Peter, oftentimes, I mean, you're such an experienced grandmaster in these round robins. Oftentimes, after an exhausting tournament, round 9, the final round, sometimes it's a fizzle because people
could
just
be
run
today.
out of energy.
Yes, we could have. I mean, the way things stand, we are likely, I think, to get a playoff. And yeah, there's the interview there with being queued up, not just yet.
Yeah.
Because I agree with Alejandro's assessment about the Nepo Niemann endgame. I think it will be very, very difficult to break down.
Okay.
So I think it's reasonably likely we get a playoff, and the playoff always will get very, very exciting. But the round itself does feel like it maybe will be. I mean, clearly it won't be as exciting as round whatever it was 7 that we had 3.5 decisive games out of.
Right.
Or it was actually yesterday. I don't know why.
Yesterday, yeah.
Everything kind of blends together.
And it was almost 4 for 4.
Yeah, it could have been 4 for 4 for sure.
But we do have Alejandro in studio, is getting set up with our Grand Chess Tour champion.
Absolutely. And
Just holding on, sorry.
very, very impressively done, and our preliminary congratulations.
Our preliminary
to
congratulations.
Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, where I was going with this was that Nepo, who has played a theoretical duel, theoretical tournament, is quietly positioned himself for potentially winning the event. I mean, it would take a victory, of course, for him to do that.
We'll see how that goes. But for now, let's hear Alejandro talk to Alireza.
Alireza Firouzja, welcome to the studio. Congratulations on the performance on this tournament. Did you see yourself coming to St. Louis, playing in this dream club for you, especially how the GCT had started and coming out with the victory in the Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, it's a really amazing feeling. When I came to St. Louis, I was in almost last place in GCT, so I played very bad in Romania, but okay, I played decent in Croatia. So, but in general, I am happy with how things went. I could have improved my result maybe a bit more. For instance, game against Jan, but okay, he played brilliantly. So I cannot be very sad about that. So I'm in general happy with the play, and yeah, it's really amazing that I could play at. I'm really happy that I could play at my best here.
In St. Louis, you mean?
Right, yeah, it's an amazing city.
Must be one of your favorite places in the world now.
Yeah, it was before I come, so it's really amazing. Whenever I walk around the club, it's really, everything is very high class in this area, and the club is just amazing. So it's really a privilege to be here.
Well, the privilege is ours to see your tournament performances here. Tell us some of the highlights that you remember from this Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, yeah, of course the highlight is here in St. Louis. The other places are not very special, but especially here in St. Louis, I won a very important tournament, the Rapid and Blitz one, and that was a very great boost for me to start things well here. Yeah, in general, the Grand Chess Tour is the toughest tour in the history of chess, I think. So to win it is an amazing feeling, and I cannot be more happy.
It seems that things started clicking you coming here. Did you do any kind of special preparation or something that changed the way that you started to play?
Yeah, for sure I got some experience from the candidates tournament. I played there 14 games, very tough games against very good players, and everybody was motivated. So I took a lot of lessons there and experiences there, and it definitely helped me to be at the top of my game here. So, and in general, I think the Rapid and Blitz portion I played very well, and that really gave me a confidence for the classical, because it's really a boost. So. In general, I think the candidates tournament helped me a lot, of course.
Let's go back to that point. You said that the candidates tournament was a lesson for you. What did you learn? What went wrong over for you in Madrid?
Yeah, there were many things that they were wrong. Okay, it's part of chess related. Some part is not chess related, but there are many things that still I am learning. Still I am going back and thinking about it. Maybe in my team we should have made some different adjustments, but in general, I think for the first time being in the candidates, it really helped me to get experience. If nobody was expecting me to, okay, maybe rating-wise I was one of the favorite, but in general it's a very tough tournament. You need to have a lot of experience. So, for instance, like Fabiano, he had a lot of experience. He won it, I don't know, 2 times, and he still collapsed at the end. So it just shows how difficult it is, the tournament.
Absolutely, a very difficult tournament. You are one of the youngest people here at the top. You've now won the GCT at only 19. You crossed 2,800. What's next?
Yes, for now, I want to improve my rating, of course, and it's really important for me, the rating. I think to go up is very important. To go at least back to 2,800. I lost it because I was not in a good shape. I lost the rating a lot, and now I should go back and train more and see what's coming up next. So.
Yasser, Peter, join the conversation with the GCT winner.
Yeah, just one question for you, Alejandro. First of all, our congratulations. Simply an outstanding performance. Salute. I mean, no question about it.
Thanks.
But your tournament may not be over. Yes. Is a very strong possibility that you would have a playoff against Nepo. First of all, have you been involved in playoffs in the past? And if so, how did you do? And then finally, how about Nepo? Would you like to play a playoff?
Yeah, I have never been in the playoffs. One time I had the chance to go was the World Rapid and Blitz last year, but the rules were not the same as Grand Chess Tour. So I was 3rd place, and 1st and 2nd they played the playoffs. So yeah, there I lost my chance. But yeah, I never played any playoff in my life. So maybe in some strange tournaments 5-6 years ago, but not in a top level tournament. So but I think Jan has a good chance to win today. So
do you like his position? We can take a look.
Yeah, it's a very good position. I think this endgame is known to be better for White. There are some good games that White won, and I think here takes e4, bishop b5. It really.
Can you look at the board real quick?
Yeah, over here.
C takes, bishop takes, e4.
Bishop e6, bishop b5, bishop d7, I guess.
Yeah, I think if you go bishop d7, you're worse. I think he probably should maybe try to castle immediately.
Yes.
And just play, with the shatter structure.
Yeah, if of course White consolidates here, it's much better, but okay, the king will be attacked with f5, right? King
yeah, f5 from d4, rook hd8, yeah.
Something like this, right?
Yeah. I have a feeling maybe Hans knows this position. He's thinking, but I think he analyzed this position maybe. Because it looks very direct, the way he's playing, so. And of course, Jan has to go for this position, because otherwise there's nothing to play for. So it's a very direct position, maybe. It's tricky, of course. I cannot say Jan will win this game for sure, but he has a good chance here, of course.
I wanted to ask you about your opponents in the Grand Chess Tour. Is there anybody in particular that's given you a lot of trouble?
Yes, of course. Wesley is a very good player. Every year he plays. Okay, I never played in Grand Chess Tour. It's my first time, but every year I watch. He plays always very well, and he's always in the top fighting for the first place. So he's very good. I think he was my biggest competitor, of course. But Jan is also a great player, but somehow he didn't perform very well in Grand Chess Tour. So, but he's an amazing player, of course.
And this is a good time for you to pay attention to the monitors, I'm being told. Let's take a look at what they have prepared for you. I guess that's official. Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja, the 2022 GCT champion, comes with an extra $100,000. Not bad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, well played, and I mean, not much to add. I just, for me personally, there was this little mention of, I want to at least get back to 2,800. I'm just sitting here thinking, yeah, small steps, those like little targets. You shouldn't really set yourself too ambitious a target in life. Like just at least get back to 2,800.
Yes, of course, it's very difficult to get to 2,800 because there are not many 2,800s nowadays. So I have to play always with lower rated players, and it's very difficult. But okay, I have to try.
Well, it is a pity when you have to play these lower rated players like Favi and Nepo and Wesley and Dominguez.
No, Nepo is higher than me.
Oh. I like how he knows that very specifically. Alejandro, congratulations. We'll let you watch the rest of the games in case that you need a playoff. And we might see you later today.
Thank you.
Again, our congratulations indeed.
Absolutely.
Just a fantastic, outstanding result. And his first time on tour. Normally, my modus operandi was whenever I went to a new tournament, usually I bombed and I came back. Now that I knew what I was facing, I improved a lot. But coming and immediately winning, impressive.
Yeah, it's very, very good. And here, interestingly, I wanted to ask Alireza, but he's now gone, because Jan chose bishop g2 in this position instead of c takes d5, which was also, specifically I wanted to ask Alireza whether he would, if he had this position with black, is he taking on c4 or is he playing long castles? Those are, I think, your two choices.
Right.
As I say this, I now realize knight b4 might be a move, but it's kind of ugly, and you don't want to do it.
Okay, let's take the bull by the horns ourselves.
And here, the issue for white is, obviously you're playing this to take on c6, otherwise it makes no sense.
Okay.
And now after b takes c6, I think if white had enough time to play like both long castles and knight e4 c3, this is the position I would maybe like to get. But the issue is long castles now, I think, runs into c4, c3. At least you have to calculate b takes, bishop takes a2. This would be, I think, good for black, if not for the fact that maybe c4 wins a piece.
Right, it could. The Bobby Fischer bishop getting...
rook b8, king c2. I think we've actually, we very, very simply run out of squares.
Our bishop.
With rook a1 coming in.
Yes.
So that's one question.
Okay.
And then if c3 is impossible, I will just play knight e4 or, I don't know, knight b1 if you play a5 here.
Yeah, just to be
and then we have to discuss this. Yeah, knight e4, bishop b5 actually here. So let's go knight b1.
Knight b1.
Let's actually seriously go knight b1.
Exactly.
And then I wanted to ask you, for Yasser, like, this is a kind of a, this makes my eyes bleed structure from black, right? It's a,
but
do we win this with white?
Borderline winning.
You think?
Oh yeah. If 4 rooks off the board, I think it's won. I just think it's winning.
My question was, as we sort of know about, we've been talking about this in a very different context, in the context of, let's say, the 4 against 3 on the king side, that f7, f6, h6 actually takes away so many squares that it's not such a best structure defensively.
Right.
So let's say we imagine, let's just actually put this on the board. We take on d1, go rook d8. It's horrible, nobody does this.
Of course.
Just for demonstration.
Exactly.
Rook d8, we take those off the board, we go knight c3, the king comes to d6. You play, I don't know.
I was gonna go king d2.
You just maybe you're in time to pick this one up, yeah.
King d2.
King C.
This is why
okay,
I thought it was borderline.
let's assume that the black king gets to c5. No, in this position.
Yeah.
Obviously, maybe he doesn't, but...
King d1, king d7, king d2, king d6.
c3, c5, knight d2, let's say f6, f5.
Right.
I mean, I understand it's ugly as sin, but are we winning this? Maybe we are, but
maybe we are.
I think it's a question. I think it's
it's
possible to ask this question, because in order to start collecting those pawns, you will have to start opening up the board for potential king incursions, and the bishop will become slightly better, and so on.
I put my knight on some very terrific square.
I think I actually kind of get in Zugzwangs here.
That's what I'm thinking too. Some terrific square, and if I ever get my knight, I don't know, to the g8 square, you're going to have to play
And actually,
h5.
d takes c4, I think, has been played, because I was wondering, I think I, as black, would have chosen long castles.
That was
move
the
14.
Yeah, that was the question I really wanted to ask you. If you are, bishop g2, if you are terrified by this ending, what did you think
definitely
of
play
castles?
Yeah, and this was the question for me, because now that the whole line that Alireza was showing with e4 and bishop b5 is completely unplayable. There's no bishop on f1, and there's no king on e8.
Right.
So I'm guessing Jan was planning just to maybe castle long here.
And try to transpose?
And try to, say that you still have nothing smarter than d takes c4, so we will play the same position anyway. And we can play rook h8, we can play knight e5, we can play a number of moves here which might not be all that stupid.
Right. Other than
d takes c4.
In the game.
And honestly, I think I probably would have preferred that. Because this, like, if as black we misevaluate this,
Right.
we've
Dead.
lost. We've lost the game.
You're really dead. The crazy part is the computers tend to give the bishop such a great value. They may not see this as that big an advantage. We have this ability to just say, okay, this pattern, 20 moves down the road, we've got an h6 issue.
And since this is likely to actually be happening at some point, actually all of this has been, up to long castles has been played.
Exactly.
I want to, just for our viewers, to indicate that, let's say after knight b1 here.
Yes.
So the setup for black, as I understand it, would be to play rook d6.
Or, yes.
Knight c3, let's say, and to play f6, f5. And
Just
to keep that rook on d6, saying that, let's say...
Anytime you want to trade, be my guest.
Please, untriple my pawns.
Right, right.
And it might actually be a bit difficult for white to make significant progress because you would like your king to be on a 4 or somewhere, right?
Precisely so.
But crossing the g file
Not
might
easy.
turn out to be a challenging proposition. And if you have to vacate the c3 square by the knight, black might develop some counterplay.
If we go back, Peter, if you don't mind me for just a moment, going back here to this moment, when you see the g3, the novel move by Nepo, and this, I want to say, very, very natural progression of the game. How much of this, oops, that was bishop g2, how much of this do you think Nepo has prepared?
He's playing really quickly today,
Right.
but this is Nepo. So with him, this isn't necessarily a sign of anything.
Yeah, there's no tell in that.
Yeah, we've seen him play exceptionally quickly in positions. He then confesses during the interview here that he knew nothing about.
Right.
So I don't know how much you can read into this, but
would he have prepared this specific ending that we're getting on the board?
I don't think so. I think
that's
too
much.
I mean, in particular, the speed with which he played knight d2.
Yeah.
Because if we go back to move 12 there for a second, this
was d2 wasn't obvious.
Yeah, this was the first moment in the game where I thought, okay, he may have looked at this, because I think you kind of think I should be playing b3 here. But he just
quickly
played very, very quickly. He chose knight d2. I think specifically with the idea of bishop g2.
And
it's
here
hard
we
to
go.
say. It's hard to say.
Okay, let's bring in the engine. And Alejandro, what do the computers think of Nepo's novelty and the position he's got?
Doesn't think it's very much, but that it's not zero. Couple of ways to try to equalize. I find it still a bit uncomfortable to play this with black. Now, castles is one of the main moves in this position. You guys were mentioning rook b1, knight b1. And you were discussing this endgame with rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook d8. Of course, a theoretical practice to see if white was actually winning that one. Even with the engine, I wasn't entirely sure. At no point did the engine cross 1. So it seemed like it was better, but it didn't find a clear way to win it. It does say that, of course, that's way too helpful. You might as well just play rook h d8. You can never take on d8 because pawn takes d6 just fixes my structure. And then how do you make progress from this position? Because I go rook d2, I just put this rook on d8. And the moment that you play rook, for example, here to d1, then I just start bringing things in. I go king b7. And how do you make progress here? As long as the rooks are on the board, your king can go up. That's clear. And if you ever take on d6, I snap take with the pawn. And at that point, you're actually just worse because you're down a pawn.
Right.
So it's not clear that this is going to help you so much. Actually, after castle, the engine doesn't want to go to b1. It wants to go to e4, probably to take away the square d6 from the rook. Of course, this runs into bishop d5, which is a pin on the knight and the rook. The knight can't move. You have to play f3. And you might stop looking at this just right away because it looks so ugly. But then you realize that if you take, it's not just these two ugly pawns. It's these 3 ugly pawns here. There's 2 ugly pawns there. That one's isolated. So even though white's still down a pawn in this position and I've doubled the e pawns, perhaps this can be playable for the white side. We have none of that. Actually, c3 was played by Hans, which the engines do not particularly like. They don't think it's a terrible move, but they do think that white's slightly better here. I'm trying to figure out the point of this move. Take on c3, king e7 was already played. He just wants to shatter the structure on c3. I don't think it was quite necessary to do so. Of course, he cannot take on a2. Let's not Bobby Fischer this, because after c4, you just get your bishop trapped in the corner. King c2 will be played against, for example, rook b8. I don't think I need to rush with this. Just king c2 and rook a1 is going to trap. And if you play rook b4, I always have king c3 to reinforce that pawn on c4. I think I had a better move, but whatever.
Rook a1 was even stronger, yeah, but king c3 is also good. Yeah.
Good enough. King e7, I expect the move king c2 to come up. And it feels like a nagging advantage for a very long time because this structure is just so bad. I don't think that you have a path to equality anymore. I like white from this position. It's a free roll.
Yeah, he won the pawn back after this move to c3. I'm not quite sure about that Bobby Fischer. I mean, one of the greatest players in the world, being known for blundering a bishop. I mean,
yeah,
bishop takes
would be a bit unfair to suggest that this is his claim to fame.
Right, exactly. Once more, everybody, we have our first result of the final round, and a very telling one it was, as MVL and Ali Reza played a very theoretical duel that finished in a draw, which was the perfect thing from Ali Reza's point of view, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. MVL really not having a great tournament, just decides to, get it over with. Yeah, that game was a very, very quiet affair, but it does give Ali Reza an unassailable lead in the GCT standings. He could still play a playoff today if Jan doesn't win, and he will actually finish and clear second if Jan, actually maybe not even clear second, because Wesley could win. Potentially, yeah. But the GCT title is safe with that draw.
It's sealed and delivered. Our congratulations to 19-year-old phenom. That's not, yeah, I think that's fair. Phenom.
Yes, I think that's
19
a good word. Yeah.
19 years old, just incredible. Our congratulations as he wins his first Grandchester at his first outing. And again, we were mentioning Wesley So could still get himself somewhere. Is he
I
able
feel
to
like,
do that?
as is often the case, I kind of slandered him there a little bit, because Wesley is playing safe, but he's also not the kind of a person to go rook c2, rook c takes d2.
No.
He is still playing this game. Yeah, this knight goes to either c4, b6, or b3, c5. Yeah.
More activity right now, at least. This rook is active, this rook is not. So this bishop on e2 has the potential of being far more active than this fellow, which is likely to drop back to e8. And this knight is ready on a good day to jump into two very delectable squares, Peter.
Or e4, c5, b3, c5 are also potentially good squares. I think c5 is generally maybe the best square on the board for that knight, because it puts so much pressure on the b7 pawn.
As well
due
as
to due to specifically the fact that the pawn is on a6. Basically, I think in this position, if you imagine this very same position with the pawn on back on a7 instead of a6, it's just immediately completely equal. Because a7 b6 will be such a solid pawn structure on the queen side. There will never be a single nibble for white.
Spoken like a Grunfeld lover. I mean, a real Grunfeld lover. You know your Grunfelds, Peter. Everybody get Peter's chess base course on the Grunfeld. It'll do you well.
We'll go with
Chessbase is conducting their legal representation.
Did I get it wrong? Hate that. As we prepare to go to break, Peter, tell our audience what they can get at a Q Boutique special.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the
specials
today.
What am I missing? Do I get any specimens? Let's see what we've got.
I'm sure you do if you ask. And there it is on your screen, the Sinquefield Cup polo, a cotton polyester spandex blend polo, features the Sinquefield Cup logo on the front, and available, of course, is in both men's and women's styles, and it also has a St. Louis Chess Club logo on the sleeve. So, as with everything else, available at qboutique.stl.com, a veritable bonanza of things chess-related that you can deck yourself out in.
3 words. Fabulous. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back to the final round of the Sinquefield Cup, the final event of the Grand Chess Tour. With the Grand Chess Tour, there's still some intrigue in terms of the second and third place in the tour, but the first place has been allocated, shall we say, with the young Frenchman Yasser Firouzja clinching it, as far as we understand, with a very, very comfortable early draw in this round, which is the only result so far today.
A slow start to the final round of the Sinquefield Cup, Peter. Just kind of across the board, I see a lot of balanced positions. But when we left this particular game between Shaq and Levon, it was quite the theoretical dispute. And after knight f3, the players have reached this position, and rather quickly, castles came. Talk about the position, because I myself would find the move bishop b5 check rather attractive, and I kind of want to keep my rook on the h file, even if I had to play king f1.
Yeah, king f1 g2 would be a point, yeah. But on the other hand, like, it's interesting that you mentioned king f1 g2 sort of coupled with the idea of bishop b5 check, because I think I'm not playing bishop b5 check almost ever in this position, because we're making it easier to play king f8, king g7.
Black echoes the sentiment of just kind of fianchettoing his king.
Yes.
Okay,
I
that's
think
fair.
I think if there's no follow-up after bishop b5, king f8, and I don't see any forced follow-up, then we're just making black's life easier by kind of driving the king towards one of the better squares on the board can be on, and also opening up the d file so that, let's say, rook a8, d8 comes with a tempo. So I think bishop b5 check wasn't really all that topical. The choice for me would have been between, I think, king f1 and castles. And I think it's difficult to make an argument against connecting the rook straight away. I think we are most likely, considering how open the position is, we're not going to get mated on the king side with something like h5, h4. I don't think black ever has time enough to start this kind of a direct attack on the king side. So we might as well castle, connect the king side and the queen side rook, and go from there.
Okay. And then break down from black's point of view. Black might like to put his king on b8, but it's not open castling. Open castling would allow you to go king to a8 and rook to e8, and you could take your choice of the b8 square or the c8 square.
I wasn't aware of that rule.
Yeah, open castling. But the problem here maybe is it runs into knight e4.
Not really. I think it's playable right now, specifically because of the tactical issue that the bishop on d3 is hanging. We just take on d2 here. We do lose the c5 bishop with a check, but we just go king b8 and recapture on d3.
Okay.
This is completely, in fact, I think it's
suddenly you start to look at A2 as hanging shades of the Niemann game. And okay, so wait a minute, castles is perfectly
castles,
legit.
and then we go king b8 next move. And we've moved away from the potential x-ray on the diagonal. Yeah.
So what could be the
Queen
issue?
e2, yeah, king b8, knight b5 might be something that might worry black a little bit, because also queen e5.
Knight b5, you say?
Maybe like this as well, yeah. But maybe we're not winning here with white, because I think maybe I can even just go bishop b6 and say, you only really have one threat, and as long as I can get that knight off the board the moment it lands on c7, maybe this is just not doing as much as it looks. So yeah, for me the choice for black is between the very, very concrete long castles and potentially still, even in the current position, even without being prompted by bishop b5 check, I still don't hate king f8, king g7, or short castles. Yeah, or short castles. Short castles, I think, maybe is the least favorite option for me here, because let's say we play short castles, I play bishop b1 here.
Bishop b1.
I don't know if it's the best move, but just like
you start
as an illustration.
I'm glad your king's not on b8.
Exactly, yeah. Or alternatively, like if we compare this to king f8, you play bishop b1 there, I go king g7. You know. Please play your queen c2 move, which creates 0 threats.
Yes, you're absolutely no threats at all. The rook is nicely placed in this case.
I think king f8 remains playable. Probably short castles is also playable, but...
By the way, one of the nice things about both king f8 and long castles is you do keep this.
You do preserve this option, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And that is a little worrisome, this 3 pawns. Let's get Alejandro in on this one. Alejandro, we've been looking at this position between Shaq and Levon, and we're kind of trying to make heads or tails out of where black should put his king. Queen side, f8, g7, king side. What say the engines?
I think in general, if you had a choice, you always go queenside. It's just whether do the tactics work. Can I actually get it there without losing too many tempi or too much material? Because the king on g7, even if you get it there, you've mentioned this bishop b1, queen c2 doesn't have a direct threat on the h7 square as long as the rook is there, but it is there latent. And knight e4 is also an idea. You can also consider this diagonal to be weak in certain cases. It really depends on where your piece placement is. But the king on g7 will never be fully safe. If you see the king on b8, it might be fully safe. And then you can start with h5, h4. So this is the reason the engines want to long castle. They don't want to play king f8 as much. It is the second best move. But they start considering that after simple chess like rook fd1, and maybe a move like queen e4, just to prepare knight e4 without the trade of the queens, it might start becoming annoying for black to defend all of his pieces and at the same time safeguard a king that will always need piece protection. So long castle is definitely playable, and it is the top engine move. Now, the top engine move here, you could just play queen e2. There's knight b5 as well. I think you guys were mentioning it. But b4 right away, well, that's not b4. b4 right away might be an idea. What's the point? Just shed the pawn. Just give up the pawn so that you have the b file in so many different scenarios. You don't have anything direct. Rook b1 or something like this doesn't do very much because queen d4. But if you start with a move like queen e2, now I'm threatening knight e4 winning the game. You kind of have to go this way. And now I play knight b5. You have ideas of rook b1. You have ideas of queen e5 check like we were looking at earlier. The queen is no longer defending c7 in many scenarios. So perhaps a couple of new ideas here for the white side. Black is supposed to be completely okay. As usual, the engines give 0-0. Though it doesn't really matter what the position is. But they do prefer long castle over king f8.
Absolutely. Nice point there. Castles. When you're on g7, you're always a little vulnerable.
Yes.
When you're on b8, you have a chance for full safety. It took him 31 very, very long minutes, maybe more. But Lanier finally did make a move. We were talking about Lanier's ability to find ghosts when they're not there, but when they're there, then it can really scare you. Peter, why did he take so long, and did he make the right choice with knight e7?
I think it maybe isn't even that he was so worried about things. I think it's just very, very difficult for Lanier to not be in the mode of looking for the absolutely cleanest solution in every single position, even if it's a position like this one where I think he probably recognizes on some level that most likely the difference between like the top 3 moves in this position is not going to be huge.
Right.
But it's just not how he approaches chess. He, you know, the moment an actual question is being asked of him, he wants to get to the bottom of it. He wants to figure out exactly how to equalize. And he ended up with the move knight e7. I think both king f8 and bishop e8 were also very logical here.
And from Lanier's perspective,
this is the
he's seeing the knight coming to c5. He's seeing the bishop coming to f3. So he's, with the move knight e7, he's taking concrete measures, like to stop that, potentially even, I don't know, knight b3, bishop
Rook c7 worries me.
Rook c7
Rook c7 worries me. Let's start by saying why rook c7 doesn't worry me in the current position.
Okay.
Instead of knight b3, if you go rook c7, it will have to immediately go back after knight d5, because if you take on b7, you just lose an exchange in 2 moves to bishop c6, bishop a4.
That's a shish kebab.
Yeah, it's not a difficult variation, but it's a variation that is important to indicate, because otherwise rook c7 will be very much part of our conversation. b7 is hanging, knight going somewhere, next move will attack, like skewer the entire 7th rank and so on. So but rook c7 is completely unplayable. I think it is knight b3 or knight e4. I don't know which one you prefer.
The immediate bishop f3 will run into bishop c6.
Yeah, we don't want to trade any
more
pieces.
Then it's sort of like, what are we doing anymore? So knight b3.
Let's say it's b3, and then you have to you have to figure out how to approach this. You can place the bishop on c6 and kind of accept that knight a5 probably trades it for the knight. I think in most cases we will have to
allow this trade.
It's still not very much.
Bishop d5.
Or bishop d5. Yeah, I don't know. Either immediately or perhaps.
Now your rook c7.
Rook c7 exists for sure. Yeah, maybe rook c7 is actually kind of awkward here.
Okay, so knight a5 and then maybe I just make a king move?
Play a quiet move here, like king f8, and allow knight c6, bishop f3. And I mean, my assumption is this is still not very much.
We'll
like, I don't know, takes, rook d1, rook c1, so rook d8. Yeah. I mean, it can't really be horrible, but it's possible black has something even cleaner.
Okay.
But I don't know what that is. I was kind of unsure what the reply to knight b3 was here. I think it might actually be bishop c6. And then, I mean, knight c5 is kind of empty here now that we've solved the issue of the b7 pawn in advance.
Is there any potential that I'm not going to take on c6? Is there any potential I can put up a picket fence of the pawns on f3? You know how it goes.
Yes.
The pawns on e4, and suddenly you've got two minor pieces that are kind of, they're not facing oblivion or anything like that, but they're under control.
Yeah, I guess my initial reaction here, having looked at this position for 3 seconds, would be to play king e8 and then just snap on d1, place the second rook on d8,
yeah,
and say that I understand why I might be a little tiny bit worse, but I mean so much is coming off the board with every move.
There's so little firewood
that
remains.
it's very difficult for me to get very excited about White's chances here, if I'm honest with myself.
Very good. Alejandro, are you getting excited about Nepo's chances?
I'm not.
Just asking. Inquiring minds want to know that kind of thing.
Well, we have a new position here in the game between Nepo and Hans, but actually it's saying that, the engines are saying at least, they don't like this move h4 too much, but the way that they wanted to continue was pretty inhuman. Putting the rook on a1, you kind of understand it after a while. It actually wants to squash this rook on a6 by playing a4 and not letting it get out of there, potentially even playing a5. Now, the edges were looking at this, they started to think this might start to be dangerous for the black side after the move a4, even though you're putting a lot of pawns on light squares, which is usually not what we want to do. The move h4 came very quickly by Nepo. I think it's a very understandable move. The idea is that you don't have rook g5, which would allow you to transfer over to the queen side. So it's in some ways locking the rook. The only problem with it is this move f5, which at the beginning I thought was completely weird, because obviously f4 is an idea with the idea of rook g2.
Okay.
But don't you just play e3 and prevent this hard?
Right.
Like you'll never get f4 in. And the edges were saying, play something like c5, lock this pawn on the light square, and if you ever start playing this plan of rook a1 and a4, boom, f4. Just give up the pawn. It's worse than having it for free, because after takes, check is a little uncomfortable. You can't really play you don't want to play the king to the first rank and lock this rook. You play king c3, rook d8 starts becoming uncomfortable. With a suddenly rook d3, suddenly this bishop is good, suddenly this rook is good. Not so clear, right? That being said, f5 looks so counterintuitive, like so counterintuitive. Because if I play e3 and you don't move and I get the knight to f4, just from a visual point of view, from everything you know about chess, that is not good. So understandable that Hans didn't play that. He played another move that's good. Rook a4 looks like a good move to me. It's very direct. It attacks that pawn on c4. I will take it if you give me a chance. If you play king c3, probably just check. Ask the question, how are you going to defend against the simple move?
Right.
If you go king b3, I assume rook b8 is just
Rook
not
b8
very
check
nice.
is good, yeah.
Yeah, rook b8 is not very nice for white. You take, and now you have the problems in the second rank, since that white's okay, but nothing more than that. And yeah, perhaps black just has enough counterplay in this position to make up for this kind of disgusting structure, but every piece that he has is very active.
Absolutely, including the bishop on e6 that is supposed to be your bad minor piece. It's actually fully employed. Sorry, Peter.
No, and this is, I think, the reason why Hans played c4, c3 so early. Because if we compare this just, how to say, in terms of the sort of the spirit of the position, if you castle here and you allow knight b1, knight c3, you might be fine with the rook on d6, as we've been discussing. It would have been difficult for white to make progress.
Sure.
But black is not going to have any moves for the rest of the game, pretty much. It's just we're claiming that this is impossible to break down. Whereas by playing c3 and then bringing the rook over to a6, which I think is the correct approach here, you are playing for active counterplay. And interestingly, I looked briefly, while Alejandro was speaking, I looked briefly through the moves that they played, and weirdly, or maybe not that weirdly, but somewhat weirdly for me, the engines were adamant that rook b1, b2 on move 21.
Rook b1?
Rook b6, c4, rook a6, yeah, here.
And rook b2.
Yeah, the engine, at least on my screen, was absolutely screaming at me that rook a1 is way stronger.
Then rook b2.
Yes, because of the very same plan of playing a4 as early as possible.
Right.
I really don't know how easy it is for a human person to make that move. You're abandoning the open file, placing the rook back on the starting square, seemingly kind of giving up on your queen side, because the second rook can come to b8 here. For instance, like you have to have a reply to rook a b8. If you play rook h b1 after rook takes b1, you have to take with the king. With the king, and then rook a4 maybe wins material. Like none of this is intuitive. None of this is intuitive. But I'm not sure if it's the same at greater depth.
Right.
But at the depth that I briefly looked at while we were watching like the game unfold, the engines were absolutely insistent that rook a1 followed by a4 is maybe the only plan white has to significantly improve on the queen side, and you have to start now. What Alejandro was talking about, the plan of going rook b2 and then rook h1 a1, is slower. So if you can, you have to start along those paths as soon as possible.
Right.
Very understandable that Jan didn't. I really don't think it's a move that maybe even occurs to you, frankly.
Right. The one move actually that did occur to me in this position, which was not chosen, by the way, it was the move a4.
The immediate a4. Also,
because I can imagine that the rook comes to b6. I would like to have a5, and I would like to challenge the b file and tickle the rook along the b file. But in the game, with the move rook b1 and c4, conversely, a moment ago there was a black pawn on c4, which sacrificed itself after c3. Now there's a white pawn, and it's a target.
It is very much a target, yeah. It is. It occupies a lot of white's resources. Yeah, Hans has played rook g8, g4 here. It doesn't actually threaten the pawn on c4. It's a bit of an empty gesture for the time being, because let's say you would play rook c1 here as a kind of a logical follow-up. If you take on c4, you lose material straight away to f2, f3, as Yasser is indicating, because you are running out of squares on the fourth rank.
For the rook and
for the rook on g4. So you're not really threatening very much, but it's just a natural kind of an active move which you make quite happily, just to play something.
Yeah, well, at a certain moment, shouldn't I be playing active moves myself?
Just doesn't do very much, right? Because if all else fails, I can go king d7, c8 or something like
that. Okay, because well, to be clear, Peter, it's sort of like
I was king b3. Yeah.
I was trying to keep, but maybe.
Yeah, rook a6. There is also this. I don't know if it's an issue, but I could meet king b3 with bishop takes. No, I couldn't. I keep on blundering full rooks. Yeah.
It's the rook b6 stuff that gets me down. So, all right, we have rook g4 on the board. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's just jump to the. Whoops, that's the Wesley So game for just a moment.
Jump to what? There are no moves in any other boards.
No moves in any of the other boards.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Levon's stuck.
Yeah,
and Wesley and Lanier are both stuck as well. Okay, well, that continue our discussion.
Yeah, it's clearly. I think the Mamedyarov Aronian game is potentially the more interesting one, but. This is a very, very non-standard endgame. It's just that I think it's very difficult to talk about this endgame kind of sensibly, because it is surprisingly concrete. I think we've described the general themes here. The general theme mainly is, despite the absolutely horrendous pawn structure, all three of Black's pieces are so active that white finds themselves in this situation where it's very, very difficult to figure out what a plan to improve would ever be, because you have to pay attention to the pawn on c4, you have to pay attention to the pawn on a2, and that ties down basically your entire setup to the protection of your weaknesses, which is a very, very uncomfortable place to be. Eventually c6, c5, because I was about to say maybe I can play for like rook a1.
Yep,
and
then, I like that move, by the way.
And then I want to play for a plan of a3 and rook b4.
Makes sense.
But eventually c6, c5 will, I think, get played. And then, once again, how are we challenging any of this stuff?
Exactly.
It's just rock solid, this setup. And as Alejandro was saying, h4 is a very understandable decision, because not allowing rook g5, rook a5 seemed like a very logical thing to do.
Right.
But now the rook on g4, even if it doesn't create an immediate threat, like how are we getting rid of it? We can't play f3.
No, that's for sure.
So we're kind of stuck.
We're
Very stuck.
Okay, but I like rook a1, c5. Could I just play?
What next? I don't know, king d6, c6 here. I mean, king d7. Let's not blunder f3 with f3 knight d4 check. Probably we shouldn't be blundering.
Yeah.
that, right?
Okay. That's that's. How am I gonna?
Yeah, if it gets to c6, like, what are we attacking in this position with white?
It's you.
What are we ever attacking?
You're raising a very important question there. I don't know how to untangle.
It's just so strange. Yeah.
We're gonna take a break, but we're gonna come back with a very special, very special guest to get the perspectives of Sinquefield himself. Don't go anywhere.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you, we are Ascension.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
Welcome back to the final round of the Sinquefield Cup. There are still 3 games in progress, and they are actually quietly becoming interesting. We'll get back to that in a moment. But for now, Alejandro is with the man himself,
Rex Sinquefield.
He needs no introduction. We've been talking about his tournament for about a week and a half. Rex, we've seen it all at previous Sinquefield Cups. We saw Favi 7-0. We saw Magnus take this tournament in this first edition. But this one was a completely different beast. Tell us your thoughts about this one.
Well, it's pretty hard to comment on this. I mean, you know, how do you get that kind of excitement, however nefarious it might be? But we did get it, you know, and it is what it is. But you got to say, the players have rebounded and added a lot of excitement to this event as if nothing happened. You got to give them a lot of credit. Like the game last night between Fabi and Niemann, that was exciting. And I love the commentary, people saying they're going back and forth. Fabi can't make up his mind to go for a win or not. And he said that in the interview. He doesn't know which way it's going. That makes it all pretty exciting for us low-level players, you know. It's actually been a great event in terms of chess, and it's been headlined in different ways by 2 19-year-olds. That's right. How do you feel that Alireza Firouzja has been doing here? He said his dream was to play at the club, but it seemed like the dream was for us to see him play. I think that's absolutely true. It was a dream fulfilled for us. We need more players like him, although I don't think there are many more like him. But he's fabulous. He's a fine young gentleman, and Hans Niemann added a lot of excitement. He's not having the success that Firouzja did, but not many people can. But overall, it's been exciting for all the players, you know. And watching a quick draw this morning with MVL and Firouzja, that was kind of interesting in itself. Joy and I were lucky enough to have coffee with them later. I thought they were just drawing their game just to be with us, you know. Well, that is why we come to the Sinquefield Cup, to hang out with you. Yeah, right. What's impressed you from this tournament, from the last one, from the players that are new perhaps to the tour? I think the fighting spirit of this one. You talk to the players and you see how genuinely excited they are, how happy they are. Despite the way things have gone, they've all bounced back. It's been a really good event, I think, for the entire chess world. And the players, and of course, the 3 greatest commentators in the world, we owe it all to them. There's no question about that. We always appreciate that. Tell us a little bit about that from the PR perspective. We saw this just explode over the internet. Of course, unprecedented news when Magnus Carlsen withdrew. But when were you informed about this? How did you learn about it? Well, I was watching when it happened. But I was talking to Anastasiya last night about it, and I didn't realize how extensive the coverage had been worldwide. She was telling me the hits were between 2 and 3 million every day. I mean, this is stunning, you know. You got to give it. Magnus is a great personality, and his actions brought some attention to this. How do you feel personally as somebody that puts together the best tournament in America, arguably one of the best tournaments in the world every single year? And this one, we always looked forward to having the world champion participate, and boom, he just leaves. Well, you don't want to see something like that happen. You never want to see a top player. You never want to see any player leave under questionable circumstances. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, and I have total respect for all the players involved, and I have no ill will toward any of them. I think they're all great, and they've all tried to do a good job. And they've worked in accordance with their own best conscience. Well, we'll see Magnus back in events. Oh, I'm absolutely sure. He likes being here. He was very public about that, and I've heard him say that himself. A couple of years ago, I was walking out of the club with he and his father, and he looked around and he said, "Dad, this place is really nice. Why don't we move here?" Well, that just filled me with joy. You know? Absolutely. No, Alireza himself said it, how it was spectacular, the high class that surrounded the club, and of course everything inside that club, even though we're in the middle of renovations. Yeah, I know. That is really amazing. You got to hand it to Joy and Tony and all of her staff. I mean, Joy Bray is the greatest. And you know, the problem with my saying that is she's probably listening right now. And she's going to take it all very seriously, you know? So how do I get out of that one? No, but they've done a fabulous job. And you're absolutely right. I mean, this neighborhood is one of the best neighborhoods in the world. Like you, I've been all over the world and I've seen them. And I don't think it's really hard to compare to this one. We're surrounded by culture and beauty and great architecture and tremendous history. And now the chess club just gets better and better.
No, it's one of the best places to have the center of the chess world every year, especially during the Sinquefield Cup. Guys, join the conversation here with the man himself.
You brought it up, Rex, culture. And I know not only are you a man of culture, Bobby Fischer has always been an important part of your awareness of the chess world. And across the street, the World Chess Hall of Fame, arguably one of the greatest exhibitions of Bobby Fischer memorabilia of the 1972 World Championship match. Talk a little bit about that, because I know you have a lot of Bobby Fischer memorabilia.
Well, this is sort of a
yourself.
dream come true. And around here, you know, we've been talking about it for several years. We knew it was coming. And just seeing it realized is amazing. Seeing all the artifacts and the memorabilia is incredible. Seeing that table and those pieces that they actually handled and played is amazing. And I, like Yasser, have had the good fortune at one time to meet Bobby Fischer. I like to tell people I taught him a lot of chess, but they all know better. No, but it's fabulous, and I think it's going to be extremely well attended. It has already. I see people walking out of there waving the posters and the signs that they bought, and it's really a good thing. It's great for the city. It's great for chess.
No, I have to say that the World Chess Hall of Fame exhibit right now of the 50-year anniversary of the match between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky, it's just spectacular. They have so many different things I didn't even know existed. There's so many booklets that Fischer used, seeing the boards themselves, the pieces themselves, the fact that they played Game 3 on the pieces that we have on display, that wonderful Knight H5 that Fischer played in the Benoni. I mean, having that set, you taught him, you know, of course, doubling your pawns. I mean, come on. Rex, I'm going to ask you something. Outside of Bobby Fischer, you can invite a player that was at his peak to participate in one of the Sinquefield Cups. Who'd you choose?
Boris Spassky.
Boom. Boom.
Now, you know, we thought, going back 5, 6, 7 weeks, we thought this was all under wraps. You know, we were working hard to prepare it. Nobody knew about it. And out of the blue, I mean, truly out of the blue, Joy Bray gets a phone call from France. It's from Boris Spassky Jr. Now, you talk about a secret not well kept. That is it, you know. And he was gracious and wonderful. We sent 3 people over. He had loads of memorabilia. He said, my father has lots of memorabilia he would like to loan to your tournament. What a wonderful gesture from a wonderful man, Boris Spassky. You know, that's just so typical of him.
No, I have to say, if you have the chance to check out this exhibit, like, for sure. Sinquefield Cup is great to watch, and it makes it even more worthwhile to go in front and check out what we have at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Yeah. You're right. Thank you very much.
No,
Absolutely
Rex,
right.
thank you for letting everything that happens here in the Central West End is definitely thanks to you.
Well,
we have the tournament. It's been fantastic. We've had such drama, but the games, I mean, the games have been amazing.
They are amazing. And they're even made better by Yasser and Peter. I mean, can you imagine that? You know? It's like having 3 Harry Careys in one room.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Rex, thank you very much for all you do for chess. We are very, very grateful indeed. Peter, any?
I've been agreeing, kind of sitting here nodding in agreement. But one thing that's always struck me when I speak with Rex is how deeply he cares about this being sort of a continuation of St. Louis, specifically St. Louis chess history, and his knowledge about his knowledge of the St. Louis history, and it's just wonderful to see you know, a person care about sort of legacy and continuity and continuing to preserve those traditions. So yeah, thank you very much for everything you're doing here. It's
thank you, Peter. That's very kind.
It's wonderful to be part of it.
Thank you.
Once again, Rex, gracious thanks. Gracious thanks.
Thank you.
Jumping back into the games, Jan has just been presented twice an opportunity, Peter, to get in the move A2, A4, and he didn't do it on both occasions. Right back here.
It's.
I mean, right here. This was a golden opportunity, I thought, right, to get in this move, and you try to just take away the squares of the rooks.
Yeah, you're trying to make that rook much less active, and I think the fact that Jan keeps on passing on these opportunities, because he is basically, there was this moment, and then was, I think after rook c5 as well, the engine was very, very much adamant that a2, a4 is a very good thing to try and work in at some point. And yeah, bishop takes e2, bishop takes e4, I think just gets completely destroyed by the move king b2, and then rook hc1, and black will be forced to shed a lot of material here.
Exactly.
Actually,
exactly.
bishop d5 here is sort of semi-playable, right? I've been calculating this. Bishop
my
d5
goodness, you're absolutely right.
saves material for the time being, at least. Rook c5, bishop h1. But
I mean, it looks a little strange to have the bishop on h1.
But maybe rook a5 here maybe actually just preserves the advantage because a7 is falling.
Right.
But what I wanted to say in more general terms is that Jan is actually a very good endgame technician. You know, it's probably not something you associate with him first and foremost, but he is a very good endgame player. And he's been passing on a2, a4 for a while now, which I think is just a very fair indication of just how non-obvious it is that this is what you need to do, because it feels like maybe, like in general, when you're pushing pawns forward on the flank where it's not clear that you are the side, you know, attacking, you're generally presenting targets. So I think in your mind, it is not at all obvious that you need to provide black. Like, you move the pawn from a2 where it's very well protected to a4, where you can imagine some scenarios. Let's say, you know, the rook goes to a5, black goes c5, bishop d7. The other rook maybe gets to b4.
Right.
You might lose this pawn. You pretty much never lose it on a2.
Right.
You can imagine a scenario where it gets lost on a4. And
you
all of those
a good one.
Yeah, and all of those patterns in your brain, they tell you, don't touch it. Like it's
don't
there.
do it.
Yeah, like keep it where it's protected. Don't really commit to anything.
But the reasons for having it there are very clear. That you could eventually start taking squares yourself, and if on a good day you could play moves like king a3, rook b2, rook b7.
Absolutely.
Now, instead of being defensively oriented, the white's pieces, that is to say, they're active, and this rook could
also get freed up to do things. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's just such a confusing endgame.
But will it produce an advantage? And if so, is it a big advantage? Oh, great, we get an a4. How pleased are we?
Well, I have to defer to the engine because really, to me, I absolutely I'm in agreement with Jan. It is very, very non-obvious to me that this is strong. He hasn't played a4 here, by the way. He could, but he hasn't.
Putting some moves on the board for a moment.
And at no point during this game, like at all of those inflection points where the engine says, play for now or else, kind of things, you know, at no point did it really feel to me that I would, for instance, maybe even consider that move during the game, let alone definitely play it. So I have to kind of go back and rely on engine evaluations, and move 25, let's say, after king b3, rook a5.
Yeah.
Rook a5 dropped the evaluation from almost equal to, I think, almost +1 after a2, a4.
+1.
Yeah, still absolutely no guarantee that you win from here. But it was a very significant drop in the evaluation for black, because you do start taking away very important squares. But as I keep on saying, like, none of this is obvious. This is an extremely non-standard endgame with a structure you probably will never see in your life again, and will never have seen in your life prior to today.
Jumping over to you, Alejandro, we've been kind of thumping the drums of this ending between Jan and Hans, just because it's so important for the standings and a potential playoff later today.
Absolutely. And the last move that Hans played, huge mistake. Rook g8, the engines hate this move. The reason? This move. Knight b3. a4 is also good, as it's always been, but knight b3 I think is really strong. It's a very findable move, because you do want to improve the knight. And it looks like it blunders the pawn because rook takes g3. Look at this beautiful pin. But if I play knight d4, your rook runs out of squares on the f-file. So you just lose material. Now, if rook h3 takes, bishop, rook d2 or whatever, rook h4, you do get 2 pawns for the exchange. But remember which pawns we're talking about, right? These are terrible pawns. And I think that the rook should be good enough to win in this position. I don't guarantee it, but I think that it should be. And if you don't do that, you're kind of forced to play c5. Allowing knight d4, I don't think is really playable. If you stick that rook on c5, this knight on d4 is beautiful and always hits c6, and you're kind of depending on the rook on c5 to protect c6 for pretty much for a long time. I don't think allowing knight d4 is good. But if you play c5, this rook in some ways is on the wrong side because in many cases we needed this counterplay against the a-pawn. So many different scenarios in which we saw the rooks attacking this pawn. It's actually on a4. If you could teleport this rook or this rook to a4, then you're attacking both pawns, right? You're doing what we were supposed to do. But now they're on the wrong side. And the agents are saying just improve the position. Rook e1 I don't really understand, but rook d1 looks kind of human to me. You start playing for a move like king c3, rook d2, even knight a5, and suddenly we start creating threats, and these rooks don't. They just don't create anything. As long as these rooks are on this side of the board, a2 is safe, c4 is much more difficult to attack. You only have so many squares on the 4th rank, and you've already retreated your rook out of it, right? So king c3 will follow very soon. I'm going to start having a real attack. I'm going to start having real threats. Knight a5, knight c6 will be a huge one. Not so easy to deal with because you'll need to put the bishop passively. I can hit that bishop. Things start to become complicated for Hans if Nepo finds the move knight b3. If he doesn't, he can still play a4 like the same as you guys have been talking about. But I think knight b3 specifically at this moment because of tactics might be very strong.
Thank you, Alejandro. The irony is that yesterday Hans has lost an exchange down ending against Fabi. When you get to this position, as Alejandro was saying, one of the worst endings I would ever want to find myself in if I was Hans is an exchange down ending, right?
Just
after,
specifically because it's the next day. Yeah,
exactly.
After knight b3, it does feel like, in particular, because Hans, his game yesterday did, suggest. I can't really say he just burst onto the scene very recently. I don't have a good handle of exactly what kind of a chess player he is. Right. But I don't think passive defense is his forte from what we've seen in this tournament. So I think he might be tempted to actually take on g3, pick up both the g3 and the h4 pawn, and say that at least I have counterplay. It might not be great, but at least I have counterplay here. After knight f5, bishop f5, let's say we go, I don't know, rook somewhere, let's say d2 or c3, we take on h4. The bishop returns to e6. And then we start pushing the h-pawn, right? We just
Even
go h5, rook somewhere, h4, h3.
As scraggly and as ugly
it's
structure as you've ever had.
Yeah, it's still an outside passer, right?
Right. So I'm just putting some moves on the board. There is
it's
one
very
issue.
Risky. It's very risky for black, I understand.
That the pawn could be vulnerable as well. Just throwing that out there. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. We were saying that Lanier might be seeing ghosts. Is he, Peter?
Not really. I mean, he played knight b3, bishop a4. We thought bishop c6, but bishop a4 was chosen. This is an interesting point for me because after takes, Wesley chose not to play rook c7 here, which I thought must be the only way.
I think that was why we stopped.
Yeah,
actually.
Must be the only way to continue here if you want something out of this game. The point being that if you play rook d7, which appears to just liquidate everything, right? I take on d7.
Okay.
I play knight c5.
Okay.
You go, I think, bishop c6. I play bishop f3.
Okay.
And my issue is maybe knight d5 just protects everything. Because otherwise, I would maybe start becoming a little bit interested here with white. Because you are just one tempo away from playing a5 and b6. But I'm not really giving you this tempo this moment, right?
Right.
And if not for the move knight d5, I think I would be quite interested.
Yeah, any trades of the light square bishops favorable for white. But knight d5 puts you off.
Yeah, and then I thought, it looks like there might be something here for white, but if we don't achieve anything right this moment, the king will come to d6, and it's just very, very level. And okay, what Wesley ended up doing, in particular his final move just now, after he played knight c5 instead of rook c7, allowing that move rook c8. And I thought, a way here to pretend we're playing for a win still, I think, would be to play b2, b4, because b7, b6 is a threat, but now after b6 I will play bishop takes a6. It's very important for us to not immediately lose a piece to rook takes c5, right?
Right.
And then b takes c5, I assume, loses, and if you play rook c7, I'll play knight b3 or knight d3 or whatever. I'm a pawn up here.
You clipped the pawn.
Yes.
I'm very unhappy about this.
Yeah, and if the bishop goes away from a4, if you play something like before bishop e8,
okay,
I can play rook d1 at least. And I'm not
You've kind of got your grippers on.
Exactly.
Oops. By the way, that was rook d1, not my mouse slip rookie. You with the knight on c5, the pawn's here? Ooh, a5.
a5 does exist, yeah. So maybe it's not very much. But that would at least be an attempt, because what Wesley has done instead is play king f1.
Right back here
Yeah,
after
rook
rook
c8.
c8.
He's played king f1 just now. We play b6. Knight d3, we take on c1,
No
we play
choice,
a5.
right?
Yeah. And this is the structure I was talking about.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, like once those pawns reach the dark squares,
I mean,
there's really not very much left to play for.
Yeah,
because you're just not attacking them.
Exactly. They're not weak at all.
Yeah.
All right. So that game really looks like it's heading for the draw. And finally, that leaves us with Shaq and Levon. Levon having, pardon me, castled queenside earlier. And against, I think we reached this position, Peter, and we've tried bishop b6, but with foresight of the game, bishop d6 looks much stronger.
Looks fine, yeah. An interesting point, a somewhat interesting point at least, came after queen e3, rook h8. Because you can play b4 here, and...
b4 here?
Yeah, I guess you're just not better after queen b6, though, right?
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out...
You can't play queen takes b4. That's made in one.
I was actually trying to calculate something very fun. You can play bishop takes b4, knight c7.
Check.
King b8, knight takes e8. And weirdly, I was unable to refute bishop d2 here.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, but maybe after queen c5 we actually preserve some material. But I was trying to calculate this, trying to figure out if this was ever going to be Levon's intention.
Because we
I
get
assume
bishops?
not. Yeah, I don't know. Takes on take on d3.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Something of that nature, right? Or maybe even just takes on d3 right away.
Maybe even straight away.
Right. And this knight is a little high and dry, and the two bishops open board if we don't get a kebab.
Exactly. Yeah. I think if you teleport this bishop from d2 to b6, I'm happy with this with black.
Totally.
But rook d1 bothers me a little bit.
Right.
But I think probably the answer is just much more prosaic. You just play queen b6 here, and you say,
you've done your worst.
Or queen a4.
Or queen a4 even. But queen a4, I thought maybe we've broken the coordination a little bit. I will take on d6, and the pieces maybe are slightly discoordinated.
Looks like it, but
maybe it's nothing very much.
Nothing, yeah.
So in the end, yeah, Shahryar goes takes bishop c4, and now, it just looks very, very dry.
Yeah,
I don't think
coming
anybody
off the board in this one as well.
I don't think anybody's better.
No, it feels like that will be a draw as well. So once again, back to a crucial.
It is a very important game, and it might be the only one left in a moment, actually.
Right.
The way the other two are going, it might be the only one left.
It looks very likely, actually. Right?
Surprisingly enough, once again, okay, I can understand why maybe you don't play a4, but knight b3.
Knight b3 did look attractive, yes.
You know,
did look attractive.
But king c3, it was.
I think the only reasoning I would have is that perhaps you don't believe in your winning chances on the exchange
sacrifice.
I think Jan might also be somewhat interested in the idea of just making moves and sort of continuing to ask small questions, because maybe he feels that he's not making much progress, but he's also not really worsening his position by shuffling around. And, perhaps eventually some inaccuracies will come because...
Right, because we can look at the current position, right? Rook b1 played. The engine's top move is c5. And, allowing c5, rook b5, among others...
Among others, yeah, exactly. Knight b3, also interesting. Very, very many things there have to be...
It's a little sus, this move c5.
Oh, yeah.
But it is a very firm top move in the engine.
Wow.
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah, because knight b3 is a threat currently, I think. If we put it back and we start thinking about what
played.
Okay, so he's already passed on that. Yes. So rook g4. Okay, we can't play knight b3 now, but we can
freezes the knight.
Yeah. We can start invading. We can go rook b7.
I think rook b7 in particular is clever because it does ask the king where it wants to go. And it's not necessarily true it's better on d7. It's closer to the knight in one, if you want to look at it that way, right? If king d7, it's like close to knight b3, knight c5 check.
Let's say we play king b2 here and we try to play knight b3 next move.
Right.
This becomes tricky. This definitely becomes tricky for black. And I think this is what Jan wants. He wants to continue asking those small questions without really committing to any kind of a structure change until he feels that it actually is maybe winning. Which is, I think, a reasonably good approach against Hans, who, let's say, the way Hans approached his game yesterday. Hans played, I think, until mistakes started creeping in very late in the game. He was playing very quickly, but also he was making decent, solid moves. But against somebody you suspect of being in this mood of just sort of trusting your instincts and playing quickly. This is an intricate endgame.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. A lot of subtle moments. Yes, sorry, Peter.
And the point is that if you think your opponent might be in this kind of a semi-blitz mode,
right,
not giving him concrete questions to answer could be quite useful because if you ask him a concrete calculable question,
he'll answer.
He will sit down and calculate. Right. But if you just ask him move after move to make general decisions,
right,
it could at some point become tricky to make them well.
By the way, Rook
B4 is not a bad move either. Yeah.
Well, I was about to say a moment ago, Rook B7 was the point of discussion. I could well understand that you might find that the king is a little bit misplaced on D7 compared to E7, but I was actually on a different track altogether. I was thinking about Rook to B8 with, I hope, is a concrete threat of king and actually just marching my king to C5 and then playing for knight B3 with my rook leading, so to speak.
I think king before rook A6 is the only good response there because you need to have a threat of rook B6 check in response. Like
exactly.
If you don't have that, I think you're just dead. Like if you allow king.
Rook B8 has a concrete problem. It's rook F5.
Rook F5.
Oh yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. That does make sense because we suddenly find ourselves very, very.
I was living this charmed life of just like having nothing to worry about, and then Alejandro showed up, cleared the cobwebs. Correct. All right, that answers that one. So Rook B4,
and I think Rook B4 is partially done to encourage the move C5.
So White is ready to meet Rook F5 now.
Now with Knight B3, yeah.
Because
that looks horrible.
He's protected the pawn, and maybe he's ready for tricks of his own.
Yeah,
Got it.
If the rook lands on A4 for White, I think the game pretty much ends because then things will start collapsing so quick.
But Knight B3 is suddenly a very serious.
No, Knight B3 is a huge threat.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to play.
I think you have to play C5.
Have to play C5, and then he goes Rook B8 or Rook B7 or something, and goes from there.
Yep.
Well. Having induced C5, a move you said, Alejandro, the engine is prepared to play voluntarily. There's no more Rook F5s in the position. I don't have to worry about those types of threats anymore.
C5 is useful for White in the sense that you cut the rook from the king side, but it's also useful for Black because you actually need to prevent anything from hitting this rook on A5, which includes the king coming to B4.
Right.
Or the knight coming to B3. And the knight coming to B3 is stopped by the rook on G4 and the bishop on E6 attacking the pawn on C4, right?
Yeah, rook B7, king G7, for instance. I don't know which square is best.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, let's look at something concrete for a moment because, there was...
Hang on a second. This might be F3 and then knight B3?
Yeah. I was about to say there was a study I once saw where there was a pawn on A6 and a black pawn on A4. So black pawn on A6, black pawn on A4, and a white pawn on A3. And this, I just laughed and laughed and laughed at the poor predicament of the rook on A5. And somehow I got hardwired. I think it was the laughter of this rook that just got frozen. But you were about to make a very important point, Peter.
I don't think it works, though. Yeah, I was very excited for a second there by F3, rook G3, knight B3, quote-unquote winning the rook. But I think simply rook A4, knight C5, king C6 solves those issues.
And we've activate the rook in all of this.
We never do this to our king side unless it wins a full rook, basically, and it doesn't.
And it doesn't at this exact moment. Okay, now that I've induced your king, however, to the square, can I just kind of hover around? Are you going to go for this rook A6, rook B6?
I don't know. I think if we go rook B8, maybe we go rook B8 straight away. And actually, rook B8, as I now realize, has a very concrete idea, right? Because let's not forget, once
after C5.
Yeah, let's say C5, rook B8.
I beg your pardon. First of all, let me get the C5.
Yeah, C5. Because suddenly I realized, the pawn on H6 is a legitimate target. We can go after it. We can go after it. And if rook H8 prompts rook G6, that's a major achievement because the rook on G4
totally
is very, very much needed for black to keep an eye on the C4 pawn.
Yeah, to tie me down. How about the apples, Alejandro? C5, rook B8. just asking some questions to the black, not necessarily invoking king d7, just rook b8. Advantage, or is our engine being its treacherous self with the triple O's?
No triple O's anymore.
Okay.
But it is tricky for black, and I think you have to do something. And the way to start to do something is to move rook a4. You need to start harassing this pawn on c4 now. If you play something like king b3, then I play rook a6, and you kind of gain a tempo with this check. So let's just move the rook somewhere, I don't know, random to h8. You have this move bishop f5. So it's very concrete that you need to start harassing the pieces that white has. This bishop is now attacking the rook, e4 loses a pawn, and check this out. Check this move out.
Oh my God.
Dope.
Good luck finding that.
It's a perpet?
It's a perpet if you take, because check, you need to defend the rook.
Right.
If you go a3, check. If you go here, check. If you defend this way, check. You have to take, and I take, and now I have counterplay on the second, which is enough for equality, even though even getting here is not so obvious.
Right.
You still lose h6. Now there's a battle between this pass pawn and this pass pawn as soon as a2 is taken. Very hard stuff to imagine, especially all the way here. So there is concrete play. There are tricks for the black side as well. But they're very, very, very concrete. So it's not a position where we can talk about generalities, because in generalities, the white is just winning. If you can unravel this, it's over.
Right.
But there seems to be just about enough for black to keep creating things, create threats, create a trick, create a trap that white isn't fully able to unravel according to the engine.
My trainer, Nikolai Minev, kind of drilled into me that if your position is relying upon tactics to save it, it's likely you're strategically lost.
Yeah.
But I find that engines very oftentimes rely upon tactics, especially in these endings, and they save themselves just by having moves like rook d4.
Yeah,
bishop
I
f5.
think if you replace lost with very dangerous, there will be a sort of universally understood obvious truth.
You subscribe to that right away.
But definitely one of the things that engines taught us in the past, I don't know, 20 years is that margins are a lot wider than we thought. That positions which look indefensible really aren't in a lot of cases. Like we've all learned by analyzing with engines that if you can summon enough precision, a lot of things which would just be written off as unplayable are still defensible and perhaps are now even being defended, because I think even psychologically people have started approaching defending difficult positions much, much differently, because you get a new burst of confidence through knowing, through experience of watching and analyzing with engines and realizing that you're not getting mated if you play well. Know this endgame can be held if you pay attention move after move after move. Of course, it's very difficult because that level of precision is not very easy to summon, even like for short bursts.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a shift in how people approach defending difficult positions. C5 on the board, yeah.
On the board,
and everything else did look kind of losing. If you allow knight b3 unimpeded, it really started to look extremely, extremely sad.
This is like an example. Where am I putting my rook, Peter?
Well, you're in trouble wherever you put it. Like if you put it on a6, I might be tempted to go a4, a5 and tell you, could you please wait?
Well, I'm about to play rook b6.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, that's fair enough. Even that, though, like if I play a4, rook b6, a5, I force you to take on b4 in exactly the way I would like, right?
Right.
And then like king c5, knight d4, like this starts looking hopeless.
Totally.
Frankly.
Right.
So yeah, c5 did feel like it was absolutely necessary, and Hans did give it the appropriate amount of thought and did play c5. And now we're choosing between rook b8, rook b7. I don't know which one is stronger.
Yeah, I mean, rook b7, I do induce king c6, king d7, but then again, maybe I give your king a good outlet on the c6 square. Therefore, I find myself more, I don't know if intuitively is right, but I find myself drawn to the immediate rook b8.
All of these are difficult to judge, but yeah, it
Yes,
feels strange to force black to play king d7, king c6, because it does feel like c6 arguably is maybe the best square for that king.
You're
on the
doing
entire
something
board,
there,
yeah.
right? Why am I putting your king on a good square?
Yeah. So it remains a very kind of a difficult to judge endgame. And Jan has played something. I think it's rook b8. He's played rook b8.
He has.
He's played rook b7. Sorry. Yeah.
Rook b7.
Okay, so Jan disagrees. My guess would be is that like he feels that if there is to be a race, if let's say our plans in the future at any point do include rook b8, rook h8,
then maybe want your king on c6.
Exactly. Getting a king further away from the h-pawn will make sense for those races specifically.
That's looking very, very deeply into the position. Once again, imagining just for a moment that white ends up in a situation where he ends up capturing this pawn, black, for whatever reasons, ends up capturing something pawn of his own, and there's some kind of a race with the h-pawn versus the c-pawn.
Even very simply, f6 will be hanging. Like if we imagine
close.
taking on h6, just very simply, like if we imagine some kind of a scenario where the rook takes the whole circumnavigates the globe there, goes rook h8, rook takes h6. Once we get there, with the king away from the e7 square, f6 is hanging, which might win us a tempo. And that might be an important tempo in the general scheme of things.
It's been my experience that every tempo is important. Rook b4, c5, rook b7,
rook b7
on the
and
board.
king d7 already played. This is, by the way, move 33.
They've been
they've not really been lagging.
Jan, as usual, however, still does maintain a good clip on the clock. He's got 51 minutes.
And rook b8 played very, very quickly.
To the 33 of Hans.
Yeah.
Now again, structure being as terrible, that's why we're thinking that if white ever gets in a situation where black goes on the defensive with rook h8, rook g6, it's terrible. It's just terrible.
I don't think this position is defensible passively. I really do feel that the moment we force black to switch to the passive defense, we've more or less won here with white. But
okay, which kind of begs the question:
rook a4, rook a6 once again, I guess.
Should I be doing something with my rook on the a file, Peter?
Yeah, either rook a4 or rook a3 check, as you're saying. You're trying to provoke king b2 and then going back to a6, creating this idea of.
Is this altogether terrible? Maybe I'm leaving
that as well, yeah.
Well, I'm leaving all kinds of pawns vulnerable, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this, because I can even go rook a8, rook takes a7 first, and then kind of
that's
reconsider.
the pawn that I really don't want to lose, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
So rook b8 on the board, and maybe this attempt at activity is too slow. But this whole idea of bishop f5 and rook d4, that was amazing. That was really, really, really funny. Can I do it this way, Peter? Rook a6, rook h8, bishop f5. Idea of, it's coming.
Rook d6, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I expected Alejandro to show us.
A moment ago when he showed us rook d4,
yeah. And then he showed us something else altogether.
Right.
Yeah, this looked scary, honestly, because rook d3 is such a tremendously strong threat.
Right.
It looked scary in the previous position we could be discussing, and it looks scary here.
I mean, if I'm forced to play e4, I'm not convinced I'll be any better in that 4-rook ending.
But maybe tactically it works out, because I have this weird feeling that maybe a e4, bishop b4, f3 is working.
What?
What?
E4?
E4.
Bishop takes e4, f3. Yes, you can give a check from d3. Oh no, rook takes. Yeah, okay. I'm being willfully blind. Rook takes f3, discover a check. It might be the only move that is good here, but it's pretty good. Okay.
If you didn't have this move.
Yeah, if it wasn't for those pesky
captures.
Captures with check.
I hate those captures with check.
Yes. You know what's weird, guys?
Jump in, Alejandro.
I've been looking at this for a while, trying to understand the difference. I'll tell you that king d7 was a mistake and king d6 was much better. And I was like, why? Why? Why would king d6 ever be much better than king d7? And I think it specifically because it's in the range of the knight. And this is what I'm going to talk about. King d7 was played, rook b8 played, and what happens if rook a6 here, bishop f5? And I thought rook b2, rook d6 actually looks like a lot of counterplay. But precisely at this moment, because your king's on d7, I can play knight b3. And if you take on
painful.
c2, knight c5 is game over.
Right.
And if you don't allow me to take on c5 via, I don't know, first of all, it's not so easy to stop. I can just move my rook.
Thereafter, yeah.
Thereafter in a very comfortable way. So actually this king's very vulnerable. Bishop f5 just loses to knight b3 in this position. I mean, you still have king e7 and there's still some stuff to calculate, but it doesn't look good for black. So after rook b8, the engine thought for a while and I said, you know what? Best move is king e7.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I don't think anybody does that.
But what else do you do? Because rook h8 is a huge threat. And precisely with the king on d7, we don't have the same variations as what we did with the king on e7. So in essence, this rook b7, rook b8 is actually very clever. The king is worse placed on d7 than it is on e7 because of the tactics. I think Nepo understood that very well. And Hans is the one that needs to figure out what to do in the next couple of moves. Because he is basically lost if you give me one or two moves here with white.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this much we know, yeah. That this has become critical enough that if you make maybe one more imprecise move, white will just assume total control. So
meanwhile, in the other games, dead draw, dead draw between Shaq and Levon. Expect a handshake here pretty soon. And maybe even deader draw between these two guys.
And the funny thing is, I think we've had this, there was a game in this tournament which ended in this exact bishop ending. I just can't remember which game that was. Like, this exact pawn setup happened in this tournament.
Really?
I think maybe Magnus on the black side in round 2 against, who was Magnus playing in round 2?
Magnus played this tournament.
Well, I mean, we know he hasn't, but still, who did he play in round 2?
All right, he beat Jan.
And then he drew very, very quietly in round 2, against Lev. And
yes, that's right.
No, they still had the A-pawns. I'm lying.
Okay.
But the final position of that game was basically this exact position with
on
A3
the king side.
with A3 and A7.
I remember
added.
that one, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had the feeling I saw this on my screen, and I'm not entirely
they're
wrong.
repeating, so let's just go for the handshake in this game. And there we go. And that, I believe, guarantees Wesley second place.
In the Grandchester?
And MVL third.
MVL third?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't see any scenario where that's not true.
Yeah, Fab is not in contention, but isn't Jan in contention? Not anymore, I guess. Yeah.
I don't think so. Not with this draw.
Can we bring up the GCT standings for a second, just to? I'm sure Alejandro is correct. Alejandro is pretty much never correct.
For this one in particular, I don't guarantee anything. This is what I think. I did some quick numbers.
Yeah. So because if Jan wins the tournament outright, which doesn't look impossible at all right this moment. He does get a bunch of points.
But I don't think it's enough to take
13.
Wesley. Jan was behind by quite a bit.
But remember, he started so low coming in.
Yeah. So
he will be
16. He'll be on 29.
Right.
And Wesley with this draw.
That's 9 points.
Gets. He'll be tied for third, fourth. Why? I mean, Alireza is above him, and Jan will be above him. He ties for third, fourth.
Sorry, he gets 7.5.
So he gets 7.5. It's still enough. He'll be up by a point.
He'll be up by a point.
He'll be up by a point. So you are right. Yeah. So he gets third, and Jan probably gets fourth, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, right?
Yeah.
Don't argue with winning coaches from St. Louis University. They will shame you.
And this is another result. Shaq has drawn against Levon Aronian. I think a lot of the interest of that game was left in the sidelines, but it was a fascinating opening. And that means we have one game left in the Grand Chess Tour 2022, waiting to see if Jan Nepomniachtchi actually takes the tournament clear first.
Yeah,
because the engines love his position more and more and more and more.
Now this has gone off the rails for Hans because now Rook H8 just basically wins the H6 pawn for not very much.
Yeah, this just has to be winning, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just collect on H6 and the Rook will escape. Like, if your plan is perhaps to, like, Rook H8, King E7, Rook takes H6, Rook G8, it does lock the Rook down for, like, one move, but then it will escape, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Rook on H5 is actually not a bad piece.
Yeah, just go Rook H5, provoke F5, and once we're up a pawn, we might even, invest in E3, E4 somewhere, just to free that Rook up.
No,
Knight B3 might be winning. Many things at that point become kind of winning.
The floodgates are open. Exactly in this position after Rook A6, Rook
Rook h8, yeah. Important not to blunder rook b6 check and the rook trade.
Right.
After which we would not be better at all.
Yeah. Do I have some ideas of rook d6 and bishop f5, Peter? Because
I think we're like at this point we're pretty much always running into some knight b3 shenanigans because like I can actually start trading pawns because h6 is just by far the most important. Rook d6 maybe even the immediate knight b3, frankly.
Sorry, rook d6.
Just a sidestep, just a sidestep bishop f5 altogether. So yes, you can take on c4, but like all of those endgames will be horrible because h6 is, I think, is just so much more important.
Something like this. I'm putting some moves on the board. Everybody.
Just take on h6. Yeah.
Gosh,
doesn't look right. Doesn't look right for black.
I can't take advantage of the fact that your king.
It's not that weak, and the rook on g4 really isn't creating too much trouble for it.
Rook h8 on the board, and Alejandro, I mean, Hans has been kind of in a spin cycle, and let's face it, this young man, the whole world's been jumping on the bandwagon. It's been very tough for him to concentrate on the second half of the tournament. He's in deep trouble here.
Yeah, it might be irredeemable at this point. That's a big pawn that he's losing on h6. None of the counterplay really works actually against rook d6. If we look at this position, rook d6, taking on h6 not so good because bishop f5, knight b3 not bad, but king c1 just consolidates everything. It's again the fact that this rook can't target the pawn on c4.
Right.
So I just go rook c3 against most things, like for example bishop f5, particularly in this position. Let's go of the attack on c4, so I can play either rook c3 winning or rook b2 winning, just defend the rook. h6 is going to hang next move. Right. That's pretty much it. So king c1, a nice consolidation move. It might be the only one to win super clearly, but it's
that's
a great
clean
move.
Rook d6, king c1, very impressive.
Yeah, that would be a nice move to make for sure.
Yes, but rook h8 on the board, and sorry, just remind me. I mean, Hans has gone into the spin cycle. He's lost a couple in a row. Has he?
Not in a row. I think he made a kind of a. He lost in round 6, and I think he made a draw in round 7 and lost yesterday. So he is on a half a point out of 3 stretch.
Half a point out of 3. Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. Coming into the event, I basically said as the lowest rated player, he's got this giant bullseye target on his back. And then the first 3 rounds, he played very, very well, of course, as we all know, and culminating with a fantastic victory over Magnus that precipitated this the bursting of the dam. And well, we all know where that goes. But rook h8 on the board, and Hans, as you can see on your screen, is studying the position. But in the meanwhile, we have our second place finisher in the Grand Chess Tour suited up, ready to go with Alejandro, and that is Grandmaster Wesley So.
Wesley So literally jumping out of his seat to analyze some more chess here with us. Wesley, first of all, congratulations on your overall performance in the Grand Chess Tour. You got second place. How do you feel?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And the reason why I want to look at other players' games because I played so bad that I want to look at other games and not mine. But, I mean, of course, second place, it's not bad. But after what I did yesterday, I mean, it was probably one of my biggest choker in my history of choking, which happens quite a lot.
Tell us about yesterday. What happened? You saw yourself surely with a huge attack.
Yeah, I mean, the problem, I guess, is, first of all, I was probably preparing too much between my games. Like, I had 2 rest days in this tournament, and I was preparing like a few hours during those rest days. Probably never a good idea because you consume a lot of energy. Then you can get good position on the board, but preparation cannot really win you games. And I think Firouzja was playing badly in the beginning. And I surprised him in the opening because I never played this a6, a5 line before. So I had no problems. And after I played knight h5, I was very happy. Obviously, I just didn't want to lose the game because it practically guarantees winning the Grand Chess Tour if I drew yesterday. So when playing knight h5, queen f6, I was just trying to play risk-free, but I couldn't exactly understand what's happening. Like, I think Alireza played very well practically. Like, he played knight c takes e5 very quickly.
In this position here, knight c takes e5?
Like, I thought his position is super suspicious. but at the same time, he took on e5 very confidently, so that kind of confused me a little bit.
So psychologically, a little impact there.
Yeah, I think I must say I have big respect for Alireza. I hope he becomes a world champion one day. I'm very impressed with his play so far, winning St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and he's only 19 years old, so I think possibly he would be the best player of his generation on his age. I mean, some people like him, some people don't. I for one, I like watching his games. And
what do you mean with some people don't? What do they don't like about his chess?
Well, also the personality and all that. Like, he's the new player on the block.
A little bit of jealousy there.
He's got a little quirks. Like, I know people in the chess world, and some people just don't know him very well. Also, he switched federation to France recently, and he has little quirks here and there during tournaments. Like for example, he doesn't have a good relationship with the Wycombe State tournament right now, or also some organizers. But I guess the game is what matters the most, and he's number 4 in the world, and I think he's very strong. He still has a lot of weaknesses currently, but nothing that can't be fixed, and he's only 19. So I'm very impressed with him, and I think Magnus is as well. But I think in this tournament he has several suspicious positions. Like, he played very well in the Rapid Blitz, but in the Classical he made quite a lot of errors. Like, he was losing against Shaq, and I think he was losing yesterday, and he wasn't really able to put much pressure in the opening. But as I said, he played knight c takes e5 very quickly, so he calculates really well, and he makes very good practical decisions. But anyway, after bishop h3, knight d3, I saw the winning line. Like, I saw rook a d8, and then only move knight d4, queen g6. Yeah, the problem with the Grand Chess Tour tournaments is that you can never. Oh, I guess you can't move, huh?
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, because you browse. Oh, you have to click resume practice.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
not sure why
rook
it's on that.
d8.
Yep.
So I was gonna play this. Obviously, if it's a blitz game, I would just play it without
thought, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, queen g6, queen f3, bishop g4, queen e3, and I guess I didn't realize that this position is totally winning, because the main point is that bishop b6 or bishop a6. The main point is that black has 3 attackers on the king side: the queen, the bishop, and the knight, and white has really no defenders, maybe only the queen. And if you watch Garry Kasparov's videos on teaching chess, he always calculates that if you have more attackers than your opponent on one side, then you have an advantage there. But I just didn't think about it, and I thought about after the game. But the main point is that I'm turning c5, and I missed after bishop a3. Like, I saw this in my calculations. Like, I missed rook takes d4, cd4, bd4, queen d4, bishop f3, g3. And I thought it was rook e3, but I totally missed knight g3.
You missed knight g3.
Yeah,
you forgot that you could sacrifice one more piece.
Yeah, that's what
so you actually got all the way to this position.
Yeah, I got all the way here.
Oh, what a pity.
And I thought queen g4, rook e3.
Ah, you got queen g4 trying to mate him on the light squares, and you saw rook e3.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, I was trying to play normal, play it safe, and I was like, hey, I could be worse here. Like, I'm down a rook. But
do you think if that thought process that a draw was sufficient to clinch the Grand Chess Tour hadn't been on your mind, and you had that more killer instinct in this position, you would have been able to find knight g3?
Yeah, definitely. I think yesterday I made several mistakes. Like, first of all, I was too nervous, thinking about the result and all that. I mean, obviously, winning the Grand Chess Tour would be a big deal again, because you play all year round. Also, I think I was preparing too much in between. But also maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just not my day. But yeah, it's hard to say. It's not so easy for me sometimes to play irrational positions, even if they're better for me, like positions I've never seen before. And yesterday unfortunately was one, and Alireza is just better than me on those kinds of positions. So, but actually it's not so bad. Like, I would still be happy to get a draw in this game. Like, on move 21, she takes h3, and I saw rook e5. I was about to play it, But I didn't. But I think after, if I play rook e5, I still wouldn't lose. Like, he was going to play bishop c1. Maybe queen h3 is possible, but rook c5 is safe. And he can play queen f3 if he wants to win.
Right.
But after rook e8, I don't see how black can ever be worse.
No, it looks like it's very safe.
Yeah, he said he was going to play queen g4.
Instead of queen f3?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a winning attempt, right?
Yeah, takes, knight f6, and then...
I think he was going to play c4, right?
Did he say?
Yeah, in the interview.
Yeah, but c4 is not the best move, because after rook c3 is a draw, I guess. Because after c4, actually, white is slightly worse after knight g4. Huh?
But either way, no pressure on you. Wesley, when I think of you in the Grand Chess Tour, I think of consistency.
Thank you. You're so kind.
Well, I'm not kind. I just look at the numbers. Tell me, what is the secret that you always finish in the top?
Well, I mean, been playing Grand Chess Tour for like 6 years in a row. I don't know. I guess I respect my opponents so much that I enjoy playing against the best players in the world. I love watching, guys like Ian or Firouzja or Magnus play, and I don't mind playing Rapid and Blitz. Also, I enjoy those formats a lot. Like, remember 2016, I played my first Rapid and Blitz, like that kind of format in Paris and Belgium. You were there, I remember. We were watching some Fabi's games. So I thought the format of Rapid and Blitz is very fun, and also you learn a lot. The classical is much more serious, but I think the fact that you play the same opponents over and over again, and it's a learning process, and you get used to them, and it's fun and exciting, and I have years where I do very well. But
you've won it before.
Yeah, I won it before.
Well, Wesley, congratulations on your second place. Surely it's a good year for you.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Well,
hopefully I do better in the next one. But I must say also congratulations to Alireza. I guess he won the Grand Chess Tour.
He did, yes.
Yeah, and probably Ian wins the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, we'll take a look as we keep our eyes on this game. It is the last game of the tournament and of the Grand Chess Tour. Jan seems favored to win. The Angels do give him a decisive advantage. Wesley, thank you for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you.
Wesley, just one quick question. As you may very well be aware, it's a tragic story, but I'm being put to work. I am being asked to choose the brilliancy of the tournament. And had you won yesterday in the style that you were showing, you would have been a very clear favorite of winning $5,000 in the brilliancy prize.
Wait,
but because you
what are you doing here?
didn't, I've got to ask you, help me, guide me. I'm a judge along with Peter, but what was the brilliant game? What
are the choices? What are the
Any of the games played in the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah, but I mean, there are 40 games. I mean, so what are you thinking? The Niemann game?
We were thinking Ali Reza versus Levon from, I think it was round 2?
Round 3,
yeah, that's
I think.
interesting.
Or 4, yeah. 3.
What else?
Yeah, exactly. This is
No, I mean, that's interesting. Like, Alireza played perfect moves there and sacrificed a piece.
It was not perfect, but it was a very fun and exciting game. Yeah, there was one particular move by Alireza that was very questionable, and the rest was very good.
Yeah, the thing is, like, when Levon played g5, the game was pretty much over, and Alireza just played very confidently, sacrificing a piece. Let's see, what other games are there? What other candidates? I mean, I could name a couple.
That's what we're asking you to do.
I had it on a piece of paper, but there really isn't very much else apart from that game. I really don't know where. It feels to me that Jan is trying some kind of a very, very elaborate level, which kind of makes you praise Alireza some more. That was my feeling about what Yasser was attempting to do. But by the way, yeah, mine was on screen. Alejandro's wasn't, but there is a bunch of surprise Pikachu faces in the studio right now because Jan declined to take on h6 for reasons which I can only describe as reasons.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to reach
Confusing.
move 40, you know, so it's been a long
He has
tournament.
50 minutes. I don't think he needs to reach move 40.
That's before. That's before.
That's before, yes. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he wants to reach an hour 30, huh?
So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, and the prediction that Jan will win this game has become a bit trickier in the last 5 minutes.
I guess
or so.
if you take, he's worried about rook g8, trying to trap the rook. No?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah, we looked at this, but even after e4, we thought he's just doing great.
Oh yeah, e4 is very. Yeah, e4 is very strong once you see it, but it's also very.
Yeah, this is very concrete.
I guess that's why we have first game in a
rook
row.
g8, e4. Yeah, it's very clean.
So this is the current position, but now the rook is in the 6th rank, so you can defend the pawn.
Yeah, the problem, black has so many double pawns. So many double isolated pawns. Yasser.
Yeah.
We're going to force Yasser to take this with black.
No. We'll save that for the ultimate moves. Wesley,
yeah.
we have a number of people right behind you,
I know.
ready to come. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your 2nd place in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who made the Grand Chess Tour possible. To you guys also.
Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you, Wesley. Okay, we are confused. Come on, what is going on?
Yeah.
Why didn't
I really don't understand
h6?
this. Yeah,
Come on, Peter.
I really liked the patient way he was playing until then, and actually, once the rook landed on h6, if we go through the game a little bit, the rook landed on h6 on move 36.
Yeah.
And then he spent 2 tempi playing a2, a3, and rook c2, c3, which I thought was very, very clever, because you do want to stabilize as much as possible on the queen side before you go in and allow this rook h6, rook g8 setup.
Right.
But then you have to take on h6.
Exactly.
Like, eventually you have to, you know, this whole threat is stronger than the execution is kind of bunk. You know, it's
taken to the next level here.
Yeah, this is a bunk science. And,
so you like this whole right here.
Yeah, a3 very nice, restricting
like
the
this,
rook. Yeah,
everything
f5
nice.
rook c3 I still like.
Very, very good.
But then just take the damn pawn.
Now it's time to collect the harvest, and it had to be this move rook g8 that put him off, Peter. And then we were looking at e3, e4.
Yeah, e3, e4 looks logical. You could play, I'm guessing, rook h5 first and then e4, but there's no particular reason to even wait.
There we go.
And
as we continue to battle between ourselves, let's jump back to Alejandro as Linear Dominguez is with Alejandro. Welcome, Linear.
Linear, welcome to the studio. A long Grand Chess Tour. What do you feel about your results?
Well, I did quite well in the classic part, but of course, I didn't do so well in the Rapid and Blitz, so that's something to work on, I guess, because I felt that in the classical tournaments I was having my chances, and even in this tournament, of course, I feel that I should have done better because I just didn't convert 3 clearly winning positions. So in general, I was feeling quite okay in the classical, but yeah, not so much in the Rapid and Blitz, unfortunately.
I have to say, after your game against Fabi, where you were losing but managed to save it, it felt that the theme of the tournament was Linear almost won.
Yes.
What was missing for you to get those full points?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was lacking a bit of energy, especially because I was playing long games most of the time. And just, yeah, at the end, I mean, it was a bit unfortunate because, I mean, in some of the games, like yesterday, for example, it seemed that I was doing everything okay, but then at the end, I was just missing the last part. And but I think, yeah, the probably lack of energy was crucial in my games.
I know that yesterday Peter Svidler saw you in the street and he couldn't help himself but to ask, what you chose in this particular position a random move?
I play king h3 without realizing that king h4 loses. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, it's just, I mean, it would have been really painful to lose that way. So I guess, I mean, I was actually happy when Peter told me that, at least something that I can be happy about.
Like a little positivity from the game, right?
Yeah.
It was a crazy queen endgame, but it definitely felt that you had it in the bag.
Right.
How do you recover from these positions where you're not winning, they must take a toll on you?
Yeah, I mean, it's really unpleasant, at least for me. I mean, it's sometimes it's even more unpleasant than to lose a game, just to spoil some completely winning position, because the feeling of a missed chance is really annoying, and it stays there for some time. But on the other hand, I of course try to look at the next game, to look at the future. I mean, I came to realize at some point that you don't have to be so dramatic in chess, or it's just, of course you will miss chances, you will miss huge chances, and sometimes you will get lucky. So it's better to try to be a little bit pragmatic. So that's what I think of. It's still kind of annoying, but I mean that's at least what I try to do, and just try to keep going.
Spoken from a lot of experience. Lanier, you are the leading player to come from Latin America. Speaking of the future, tell us what's in store for you.
Yeah, well, I still have some exciting tournaments this year. First of all, the 960, which is always fun. Then the U.S. Championship, of course, it's a big event. And I'll try to be ready for that. And then also some online tournaments as well. So still some chess to be played.
Well, Lanier, you've always dazzled us with your theory. We certainly look forward to seeing more of your games here in the 960 and, of course, in the U.S. Championships coming up starting on October 5th. Thank you for joining us here in the studio and on your results here, especially in the classical side of the Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Lanier. Just missing the final touch in a couple of those games.
Yeah,
what
it really
might have
did
been
feel like that, yeah.
if he had doubled on the c-file against Hans Niemann, and when he could hardly move, if he had found that winning move against Nepo, it would have been a terrific result. And as you said, U.S. Championships, the Bobby Fischer Random, all coming up. We still have quite a number of events coming up here in St. Louis, and in this, and we still have this game ongoing. King C2, B2. Peter, did the failure to capture the H6 pawn spoil things, or is it still?
White is still better, but I think now there's a very, very big question mark over how we're making progress, because Black has sort of is back to being somewhat stable, right? Black really doesn't have any threats anymore. The situation where we got the moves A3 and Rook C3 and really, really stabilized our situation on the queen side. The queen side is really not in any danger anymore.
Exactly.
But I mean, A7 has been covered. C5 is difficult to attack because C4 is always hanging, and we didn't take on H6 when we could. So now maybe we will not be allowed to do it again. But we do have another interview, so let's go
to Alejandro to Shaq.
Always a fun player to watch. Shaq, you definitely brought fun to the game, but didn't score as many points as you would like. How do you rate your performance, not only in this tournament, but in the Grand Chess Tour?
Of course, it's not very good tournaments for me. I mean, all tournaments I played not very well. I think it's a big problem for me. I played too much this year, and I just was very tired. I missed many moves, many games, and in this tournament, and it was last for me. I mean, last thing is how I lose is Alireza. I mean, absolutely a very good position. I lose in 2 moves or 3 maybe. Because it's very strange for me. I think I just was very tired, and I blundered too much.
You said that you're tired. You've been playing a lot of tournaments, not only the Grand Chess Tour, you of course also played the Olympiad. What are you going to do in the next few months? Will you also have a full schedule of tournaments, or will you take some rest?
Okay, I have some contracts, tournaments. Of course, I will play all my tournaments which I agreed, but it's a problem. Really, I played too much. I say, I mean, I calculate. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I will play in this year about rapid classical and is like Magnus Tour. Is altogether is about 300 games.
In just classical and rapid without counting blitz?
Rapid blitz, I mean also, the Grand Tour blitz rapid, and I played only Grand Tour blitz rapid, and also Magnus Tour, I think 4 tournaments, or 3 or 4 tournaments. And also I played classical chess about 70, 75 games. It's also it's a lot. I mean, you play every time in the very high level. Every time your opponent is very strong. And after some moments, I just play any moves in opening because everything is finished and no home preparation is like hotel preparation now. It's absolutely very bad openings, and I will try not to eat till next year, and I will try to next year to play not too much like this year, just relax, preparing for chess and enjoy from life.
Do you feel that this is one of the main differences between you and these teenage players who never run out of energy?
I mean, normally I never miss or play like I played against Alireza. I mean, I got a very good advantage and I just lose in 3 moves. And normally, I miss every move after take pawn. I don't know. I mean, it's just it is only my fault. I mean, it is because when it was COVID, we not play chess. After COVID, I think, okay, I miss chess. I need to play chess. I will play all tournaments. Why not? But okay, when I start to play all tournaments, I agree. I mean, to play all tournaments, and now I see it was a big mistake, and I'm really very tired. I am very happy. Tournament is not finished for me like catastrophic. I mean, just as -2 is absolutely normal results like super tournaments like this, because it's not catastrophe. I'm just very bad results, yeah, of course, but it is not catastrophe, and I will think what to do, and I will think how to back.
Well, Shaq, we of course love you to have you back. We'd love to have you at your peak because you're such a fun player to watch. Thanks for joining us here at the Grand Chess Tour this year.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thanks.
Thank you, Shaq. One of those, you can play too much, Peter. Too much of a good thing can really ruin you. And as he said, I like that, hotel preparation.
That was a very, very good soundbite. Yeah. No longer home preparation. This is
hotel
preparation.
360 games.
That's a bit much, honestly.
That's a lot of games in 1 year. What was maybe your maximum number of games at your peak? Like
I've never really calculated, but
maybe 100.
No, I'm sure I played 150 in some years, but I mean, there's a big difference between 150 and 300.
Yes,
I think, including Rapid and Blitz, like 150 is manageable. Maybe even 200 is manageable, but 300 is like way, way, way too much.
Brutal. And we have another interview with Alejandro.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Levon Aronian, also finishing the Grand Chess Tour. A bit of a topsy-turvy tournament for you, but at the end, how do you rate your performance in the entire tour?
Not too proud, I can say that, but I think after the Olympiad, I'm not feeling like myself, so it's okay, it's as there is a saying, it's a cloud, it has to pass, so I'm waiting for the cloud to pass, and things will be good again. So. But generally, of course, it's very enjoyable to play here, and the tournament is very exciting with some very interesting games. So,
and you regaled us with plenty of those. When you mentioned this cloud and you're waiting for it to pass, do you think that this cloud partially is the fact that you've been playing so much?
No, I don't think I'm playing too much because I had a long pause, and I generally feel comfortable playing a lot. So it's, I can't imagine doing something else throughout the day. So this is something that makes me happy.
And plenty of chess upcoming for you. You'll be playing the 960 as well as the U.S. Championship coming up. That's right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, always exciting to see you. Guys, any questions here for Levon, as I'm trying to keep an eye on this game between Jan and Hans, and the more I see it, the more confused I get.
Yeah, I think maybe we could ask Levon about this because
put him to work. Come on.
Our perspective has been kind of on the record. So, if you didn't know anything about what happened before, do you think White has a lot of winning chances, not a lot of winning chances, none whatsoever? What's happening here?
I guess somehow maybe he needs to bring his king to the king side and try to play with f3. You know, that's my feeling because somehow. I don't see any way he can get any, progress. But maybe his rook might get trapped. Yeah. The rook is in an awkward position.
You mean this rook on?
On a8.
On a8, right.
Yeah. Somehow I think Black should have enough counterplay here. It feels like, without seeing the previews, it feels like. Black has comfortably got his rooks active, and his rook on a6 is controlling the pace, so should be a draw, I guess.
Yeah, draw seems favored. The engine's also dropping the evaluation, and that would give us a playoff, an exciting playoff here for the Sinquefield Cup. Of course, the Grand Chess Tour has been taken. Tell us a little bit about this newcomer to the GCT. Alireza Firouzja comes into St. Louis blazing hot, destroys the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, there's no other way to put it, and then performs very well here, takes the GCT. Your thoughts on him?
Oh, he's a brilliant player and a player who doesn't get discouraged. And he's a great fighter, so it's very exciting to see somebody who plays fighting chess to perform well. It means for me personally, I mean, I'm more of the romantic players, so it's good to see somebody who's doing something similar succeed, and it gives me hope.
Hope in what sense?
Well, if you can play romantically and maybe slightly incorrect, that it means this chess is not all pragmatic, So chess is still very much a game where you can take a risk and achieve success.
Do you think his practicality is what is currently setting him aside from some of the other players in this tournament or some people from his generation?
I think he's very impractical. That's what I mean. And that is definitely setting him aside from other players. So it's his comparative advantage.
Comparative advantage. Well, Levon, thank you for joining us here in the studio. I know it was a topsy-turvy Grand Chess Tour, but certainly hoping to see you in the next year's edition and very soon in the U.S. Championship.
Thank you very much.
Quick question for you, Levon. Quick question, but maybe a difficult one to answer as well. World champion Magnus Carlsen has abdicated his throne. He is not going to be playing anymore in the FIDE World Championship cycle. Does this motivate you or the reverse? Does this disappoint and depress you?
It doesn't matter for me, actually. It's if I regain my form, I don't care who I'm playing. I'm always excited to play against anybody. So it's not that I think Magnus is unbeatable.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you for that insight.
Thank you, Levon, and good luck to you in the Fisher Random as well as the U.S. Championships. We'll be calling the action. And still, Peter, we have this one game remaining. Jan draws the game. We want to inform everybody there will be a playoff later today between
6:30.
Yes.
We even know when, which is 6:30 doesn't probably give too much information to our viewers. That's in 2.5 hours' time, pretty much.
And do we know what the tiebreaker is going to be, by the way? Is it the two 20-minute games and then the blitz, or is it something else?
We can find out. Perhaps Alejandro already knows.
I think we have a graphic.
Even.
That would be good, yeah.
See how I like throwing the production crew under the bus. There you go. They always produce.
You threw them into a tizzy.
There you go. Playoff scenario. If two players tie for first, we play a rapid double round. Okay, that's basically a two-game What are you doing there at the chart, man? Rapid double round robin, two players. It's
Nice.
a match. It's a match of 10+5, 2 games, one with white, one with black, still tied. We go straight into the Armageddon. There is no blitz.
and three players cannot tie.
No longer relevant because Wesley did not win today. So yeah, the top part of this graphic is the relevant one, and it is basically a 2-game 10+5 match. And if that ends 1-1, we just go straight into the death match. Yeah.
The Armageddon death match. There it is. Well, and that will be coming up if this game that is ongoing does go into a draw. And,
which is a big if. I mean, this
is
still far from over.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we just saw, again, kind of a lot of toing and froing.
Yes.
Not too much, but we had just seen a moment ago Hans played the move bishop to
d7 and then back to e6, yeah. Which the engines actually kind of severely disagree with compared to the best move in the position. No.
It went from zeros to +1 for, in my opinion, no apparent reason.
Well, I mean, there is sort of a reason now. If we can go back to the position just to move prior, yeah. And the engines were very adamant that after king b2, you're supposed to go rook g6.
Rook
and you can
G,
actually, I think,
G6?
you can actually logically understand why that is, because with the setup with a3 and rook c3, the rook on g4 really isn't doing very much attacking the pawn on c4.
No.
And
there's always those f3 issues too.
As well as that as well, yeah. So, bringing it over to, let's say, d6 or b6 and generating counterplay via frontal attacks towards against the white setup is just a lot more sensible, and also just very tactically. He's played bishop e6. Jan blitzed out rook h8, which is the best move.
It is.
Yeah, and now h6 is hanging again.
Right.
And if you play bishop d7 again, you are allowing knight b3.
Which is what we've been aspiring to do.
And suddenly there are once again questions for you to answer, because you're currently not attacking the pawn on c4, you're definitely not attacking the pawn on a3, and things will start getting shed. Like you can play rook b6, I will go king c1.
Okay, if I
rook c6, rook a8, I think is very awkward.
This is what I'm
very
facing.
awkward. Yeah, and you start getting slightly torn apart here, and
slightly torn apart.
Somewhat torn apart. Yes.
Drawn and quartered was not something that we wanted back in the day.
This is still not as big of an advantage as Jan would have had if he just snapped on h6, move 39. I'm still kind of flabbergasted this didn't happen.
It's the whole knight b3 activation that I'm very, very excited about once that knight gets in the game. Rook d6 on the board. We're expecting king c1.
King c1 and king c2, I don't know which one to choose. Both look logical. It becomes, I think...
Dark squares, Peter. Yeah. It's a light square bishop on the board. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
You know
king c1 already played, I mean, Jan is definitely making a bit of progress here, but you just keep on coming back to that decision to not do what your entire plan seemed to be culminating in.
We do have a move after king c1. It came
Bishop
quickly.
d7. Yeah, they're playing very, very quickly. I'm pretty sure both of them are still not out of the first time control on the clock, despite this being move 47. I mean, Jan definitely has 43 minutes from the first time control.
Right.
But I think Hans also hasn't run out of his first 90 minutes.
Yeah, they've been playing at a pretty fast rate. I'll get there, Peter. Knight b3?
Knight b3 definitely. There are also other moves available here. The engine, for instance, on my screen, and in this game I've just given up, and I'm at least inquiring what it thinks. Apparently, a3, a4 is strong again forward.
A3, a4.
Yeah, unplayable move. I don't think. Considering the positions in which he hasn't played it already,
wouldn't have crossed my mind.
I don't think you're playing it here. It just feels very, very strange. But
the point being that any captures, you've got
rook
a3,
I think is strong.
You're activating your rook.
And in more general terms, it seems like we are pretty much always interested in getting that pawn to a5, because taking away the b6 square from the rook is just a huge achievement. Wonderful. But yeah, I think a4 is a very, very difficult move to even consider in this position. It's not the only one that gives a bit of an advantage to white, though.
But knight b3?
Knight b3, yeah.
You'd go back?
I don't know.
I don't
that
know
doesn't look right.
It doesn't look right at all.
I don't know. Like knight b3 for some reason isn't the suggestion. I've been trying to
understand why.
You actually use the brain for a change, and the brain says no. No. So maybe it is bishop b6 simply.
Wow.
Maybe it is actually just bishop b6.
All right, Peter, we are going to take a break, but when we come back, we will have the exciting conclusion of our one remaining game, and will there be a tiebreaker in a playoff?
We'll find out soon.
We have a clear winner. We'll find out soon.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Hello and welcome back. And as I assume you have seen on your screen there, this was probably not the most perfectly timed break ever in history on this show, because
we kind of expected it to be ongoing and long-going, actually. It's not the case, Peter.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a safe moment to take a bit of a breather. But Jan, after King C1, Bishop D7, chose basically a move that is a bit of a draw offer, because I don't think you can miss Bishop A4.
No.
It's what you played Bishop D7 4 pretty much.
Right.
If we, and once again, we're watching the conversation. Yeah, they're obviously it's been a confusing endgame for both of them. I'm pretty sure that they haven't really oriented themselves perfectly well.
You were mentioning Knight B3 as a potential draw for Peter.
Yeah, because after Bishop A4, I think your choice suddenly becomes you either make an immediate draw, the one that Jan actually made in the game with Knight C5, Rook D1 check, and then Black has a very, very comfortable perpetual. Due to the fact that with the King on B1, you cannot play Rook C1. That loses the Knight on C5, right? Rook D1 check. You can avoid the perpetual, but that costs you the game immediately, so it's not a very good idea. And then it's just a very, very comfortable draw for Black. Or you can maybe after Knight B3, Bishop A4, you can play Knight D2 back.
But then why did you play
why did you play Knight B3 then?
In the first place.
Yeah, it seems like Knight B3 was a draw for, once again, the preferred solution here to make progress with White from this position onwards appears actually to be connected with this idea of A4, A5. And as we keep on mentioning throughout the broadcast, it just seems like this idea was very much off the radar for Jan, and we can't really blame him all that much. It's a very difficult move, in particular here, where
I personally would have found it very difficult as well, A4, A5. But I did like what Levon Aronian was suggesting, which was maybe you can bring the king over to the king side, and maybe on a very, very good day, prep F2, F3. I mean, it would have taken a lots of steps, Peter. It wasn't a layup, but the move A4, A5, you know, it just never seemed to be.
This is never easy. Yeah, this is never easy, and this is really the story of this entire endgame. Is that I think really the way Jan played it, he played it kind of excellently well, but also I think without the belief that he was much better, even when he was. And that maybe let him down a little bit, that somewhat unusually for him, he was making good decisions, but I think they were made with the underlying impression that he is not going to have much of an advantage anyway.
He was pessimistic in a position where maybe he should have been more optimistic. What does it mean? It means with this, the fourth draw of this final round, that we do have a tie. And at 6:30 our time, we're going to have playoffs between the two players who tied for first for the Sinquefield Cup title, keeping in mind that Ali Reza has already won the Grand Chess Tour himself. And over to you, Alejandro, for your thoughts about our break. Nicely timed. You shouldn't have told us to do it.
Well, sometimes we need a little bit of a breather, but I am surprised about how this game went. It felt that Nepo got everything that he wanted, and he just didn't take on H6, and you kind of wonder why you put your rook on H8. Right. You weren't actually going to take that pawn. But we'll get a chance to interview Nepo, see what he has to say about that particular move. We'll certainly let him go early, because he has, as you guys mentioned, some prep to do. He's playing Ali Reza in a couple of hours. That's going to be for the Sinquefield Cup title. It doesn't really matter how many GCT points are distributed. We already did the math for that. Ali Reza does get first place, no matter what the result of the playoff is. But we want to know who takes the Sinquefield Cup home.
Right, exactly that. And this is the moment, Peter.
It really is. A3, F5, a bit later even,
Well, right here, Rook H8, Rook.
Yeah. I like A3. I don't mind A3 at all.
You don't mind A3?
No, I don't mind it. I also don't mind Rook C3. I think getting as prepared as possible before snapping on H6 is good. But now you take.
Now's the time.
Now you take. And then we were interviewing, I believe it was Levon, or no, but that was the early interview. And I saw Rook H8 B8 on my screen in this position, and I just went, what?
His choice, in fact, was Rook H8 B8.
Well, it's just very, very difficult to figure out.
We have to imagine that Rook G8 is what dissuaded him.
Probably, but now we can actually ask and find out what Jan's perspective was.
Because E3, E4 was where we were heading, but again, we're getting Jan mic'd up for an interview and to talk about the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah. Let's
go to Alejandro.
Thank you guys here with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, we're not going to keep you very long. We know that you have prep to do for your tiebreak. We're just going to ask you this. Why didn't you take the pawn here?
Because I'm immoral, so that's the only question. I mean, anyway, I thought like it's like winning by any sequence of moves because, I mean, okay, this position, you know, speaks for itself, yeah, like, but, I mean, frankly, I thought like any sequence of moves leads to victory, but I mean, once I let him like put king d7, bishop d7, I think it's not so easy anymore.
Yeah, definitely not.
And at the end of the day, okay, I just blundered at rook d1, rook c1, I mean, after king b1, rook d1 check, I can't protect with rook c1 because it's...
you actually blundered it.
Yeah, indeed, okay, I wasn't going to make a draw anyway so fast. Yeah, but probably at some games before this tournament I got lucky, and this one, yeah, nothing to be proud.
Yeah, and you still can win the Sinquefield Cup. You still have a playoff to play against Alireza. Your thoughts about the match coming up?
I don't care.
Why don't you care?
I mean, okay, if I play like this game, that's probably nothing would help me. So, I mean, if I play like, I don't know, if I can't take a pawn in one move. So, yeah, probably I go have some rest and I'll see what happens.
We'll let you do exactly that. The playoff is in a couple of hours and we'll see that action.
Good luck in the playoff, Nepo. Disappointed, and understandably so. He had maybe the Sinquefield Cup in his hands. He just didn't.
Yeah.
Finishing touches, what Lanier was lacking.
Yeah, and it appears I was entirely wrong about my assessment of what happened there because, like, the two theories are either you actually don't believe you're better, which is difficult to explain, but maybe, or you think anything wins.
Whereas
and then
he
you
thought
think
anything wins.
Yeah, and Jan went that way.
Overboard on the other side. And he was wrong, because then he made it very difficult for himself. In this move, a3, a4, we didn't ask Jan about that.
No,
I mean, but
he still has a match to play. We don't
exactly,
need to,
exactly. We don't need to. But we have his opponent, Hans Niemann, in studio with Alejandro. Alejandro.
Hans, it's the end of your first super tournament. What did you think of your play?
In the game or overall?
Overall.
Well, I think I have mixed feelings about my play, obviously, because the beginning was starting, I think my first 4 games I was so happy with. And I think in the first 4 games, I could even scored 4-4 based on the chances, and I was winning in every single one of those games. And then after that, I just, the pressure of playing my first super tournament combined with everything, it was a lot to handle, and I wasn't able to manage my nerves, and in many critical moments, I just completely choked. So obviously, the second half was very difficult to play such strong opposition under such pressure on and off the board. But I think considering the circumstances, the fact that I have survived is a miracle. So I'm very happy with, at least maybe not this game, but it's over. And okay, 50%, if you include the Magnus win, with considering the circumstances, I think is a very good result. And I think that if I could play with a clear mind and no drama, I'm sure I would have done much better.
Before the tournament, did you imagine yourself scoring 50% in the first try against these 2,700 plus?
I imagine scoring higher than that. So.
What did you feel about some of the other games? Pressure got to you. Do you feel that was the reason that you weren't able to get some good positions?
Of course, it's immediately after round 4, my routine was ruined. I was barely sleeping. I was waking up much later than usual. My preparation suffered. I was much less calm. I was extremely nervous and anxious at the board because when you're playing chess, you need to only be thinking about chess, and you simply can't afford to think about anything else, especially playing at such a high level. So I think I'm at least happy that I showed my ability to play under normal circumstances, as we saw in these first 4 games, which were, I think, amazing, to be honest. And after that, I guess I went into survival mode, and okay, I lost these 2 games against Wesley and Fabiano with white, and that I should absolutely have never lost these games. I think at Fabiano, maybe there were like 4 junctions where I could have, I had like 4 chances to just, shut things down, even more, and I failed at every single attempt just because my mind wasn't in the right place. And against Wesley, this is just completely uncalled for. And, okay, when your opponent plays the Petrov, you should not be losing.
You survived the tournament. It's over for you in the Sinquefield Cup. You were the center of a very tumultuous event. What are you going to do next?
Well, I guess now that the tournament is over, it's time to reflect on the chess, first of all, and to reflect on many things that had happened. And my next classical event is the US Championship, so of course I'm looking forward to that. And I just hope to have a day where I can not look at social media and just enjoy life and be relaxed and have a clear mind. So I'm hoping that I'm looking forward to some peace. And I guess we'll see how things move forward.
You have several weeks until the US Championship gets started. You're going to be playing some of these top players there as well. What are you going to be doing in those weeks to prepare yourself mentally?
Well, I think that having time to recover, first of all, will be really important. Second of all, I think just having a stable routine is really important. You know, in this tournament, in the first few rounds, I was going to sleep at like 9:30 p.m. And I was waking up quite early. I would go swim laps for about a half an hour. Then I would eat at around the exact same time. I would prepare. It was also structured and also disciplined. And that kind of collapsed at some point in the event, and that had a very detrimental effect. And what you do off the board and how you prepare for the games mentally, physically, is extremely important, especially at this level of play. So I wasn't able to maintain that routine, but I think that with more physical exercise, with more training, and again, the experience from this event, I think will be really, really important, because it's my first Super Tournament Classical, and I think that there are a lot of sort of tweaks that come into Super Tournament chess.
Speaking specifically about the chess, considering this is your first Super Tournament, what did you notice you need to change?
Well, I definitely need to be more risk averse. If you have a spectrum and you compare me and Wesley, I would say that is certainly a parabolic. He's extremely risk averse, and I've noticed that each player is always extremely strong, but I've noticed differences in how they make certain decisions at certain moments. So obviously against Wesley, when I played this move h4, allowing knight h5, I think that any strong player would have simply, okay, take on f6, take on d5, I'm never going to lose the game ever. And that is a very, let's say, professional approach. And these types of conscious decisions will prevent all unnecessary losses. And if you look at the losses in this tournament, it's not like I was completely dominated and outplayed. They were completely self-inflicted. The loss against White with Wesley was self-inflicted. The loss against White against Fabi was completely self-inflicted with this insane move g4. So the losses that I'm not losing, I'm losing because I'm losing objectivity, losing my calm, and not avoiding risk. And that's simply the name of the game. Like, you look at a guy like Dominguez, this guy is so risk averse, and it's really difficult to beat them. They're not going to win a lot of games, but the important thing, from my opinion, is just to take your chances, and the chances will come if you just, like, if you can play 9 games and never be lost. That's statistically, you're going to win some games.
Do you feel this is a residue from playing so many opens and so many people that are lower rated than you?
No, of course, yeah. The play style needs to adapt, and that has been a really weird process, because when you gain so much rating so quickly and you're adapting from different tournament structures, the tournament structure really requires a different type of chess. For example, these guys shape their entire repertoire around simply forcing a draw in the most concrete manner. Some players do it, some players don't. But if you look at, like, Jan, for example, his repertoire with black is he wins a lot of games with black, but it's not that hard to force a draw against him with white, and a lot of players are like this. So perhaps I need to adjust, because if you play super slow openings, right, you make yourself much less of a target. But I guess I'll find my style, and I'll find what I like to play. And but I think that I need a little bit of Wesley. I need to, because that complete risk aversion and really making sure no blunders happen is something that I think would benefit me a lot to balance out my ambition and fighting spirit.
The next super tournament you're going to play is the U.S. Championship. We can definitely call it a super tournament. What place are you expecting to get in it?
I'm expecting to play my best chess and to improve upon this. And if this is any representation of my potential, I think that the U.S. Championship is going to be even more impressive considering this experience and considering that I think I'm going to be in a much better mental place during that event.
Right. Tell us a little bit about the winner of the Grand Chess Tour. You've got to play here in this tournament, Alireza Firouzja, that is. What do you think of his chess?
He's pretty good, yeah. We actually, I've known him, not known him, but we played actually in the Under-12 in World Youth in Greece. So I was always familiar with him, and he was sort of, we're actually born one day apart.
Oh, that's funny.
So he's always been the leading my year, and then obviously now the entire junior generation. So I think he's a representation of, first of all, how this fresh, ambitious chess can be so dominating, and also just to show that he's an amazing work ethic and extremely talented. So, but as you see from him as well, sometimes in the candidates he was taking a ridiculous amount of risk for no reason. And so I think, I guess the younger players need to be more professional in some respects, because I think that some of these top 10 guys would never in their minds play some of the moves that at least I played, because they're just, they would never think of even taking any risk, because it's just the smartest way to play.
Yasser, I'm being told, has a question to jump in with.
Actually, I have two. First of all, the tumult that occurred off the board, that was terrible, but at least it provided us with two moments of gaiety, I want to say. One, you were coming into the playing hall with some chewing gum, man, and you got wanted on that chewing gum like it was, the high secrets. And then the other one was yesterday, we had a quad of ladies who showed up to express their great support. Your reflections, first of all, with the ladies.
Well, I actually found it after the game. I did not notice that. Yeah, that was certainly an interesting surprise. And I saw someone made a Reddit post about that. Someone really is desperate for Reddit karma.
Yes, it's very important numbers.
Like Alejandro, I've seen him, he's farming Reddit karma like crazy, as a commenter. Oh, yes. And he finally saw the chance to post, because you've just been lurking in the Reddit comments for a while now. I think that is the first time in chess that that's ever happened. And as I said in my interview with Anastasiya, I think that this tournament will go down in history. And I think when people look back on my career, and I'm going to have a very, very long career.
It's apparently on the screen. I was definitely farming the Reddit
yeah,
upvotes.
You really looked like you were enjoying yourself there. I think.
I had to run because we have a 7-minute break between here at the studio.
And that is the only time I've seen you run, Alejandro. Even when
what? We played tennis. I made you run.
No. Even when we play tennis, you don't run.
Excuse me. Who won? Who won that match?
Is that it? Because you play. You play tennis like Wesley plays chess. You just like, but the thing is that you can't run, so you're very smart with the placement. I'll tell you, the placement, you're hitting to my backhand every single time, and you got lucky. It was our first set, and hadn't played in like a year.
Technique too strong. The tennis speaks for itself. There's so many things I can say right now. Incredible.
Yeah, but okay. The main point is obviously this is a highlight of your commentary. You're waiting just for this moment, right?
Yes.
But finally, in chess, it's an interesting concept because if you look at a lot of major sports, this is certainly a common thing, right? Mm-hmm. But chess, to have like groupies, is a bit, or fangirls, if that term is denominatory, is certainly unique. And personally, I think it's interesting for chess. I don't know what to say here. Thank you for being my fans, and I will definitely not cut my hair now, because I really love my hair, and the previous times I've cut it were all by influence of a girl, so I'm not going to let that mistake repeat itself.
Hans, you have fabulous hair. Everybody knows curly hair is the best hair.
Yes, it does.
Hans, I have to echo what you said. This will go down as a tournament in history. above anything else. I have done commentary for the Sinquefield Cup since it started in 2013, and never have I seen the amount of attention that this one has gotten. And is there anything that you would finally like to add?
Well, first of all, the fact that I'm even playing this tournament was pure chance. There was a last-minute dropout, and then I was selected, which was not guaranteed, and then I made a trip from Turkey, very far and very tiring. So the fact that the last 3 weeks seem like it's parallel universe, it doesn't make any sense to me, because this wild card to Miami for no reason, and even there, chess speaks for itself, and that went crazy. And the last, it just felt like quite crazy. But I'm very thankful, first of all, to Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield for everything they've done in chess. Like this invitation will definitely have a significant impact on my career, and we'll see if that is positive or negative, and that's to be determined. But I'm just very happy to play this tournament, and I wish that I could have done better, but I think that I showed that I can play with the best of the best, and regardless of the result, I think that that's something that no one can deny.
Hans, we will see you very soon here at the U.S. Championships. Can't wait for those games to start. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, indeed. Our congratulations for your success in this tournament, and we look forward to your play in this year's U.S. Championships. We've got a lot of great events still coming up, Peter.
Yeah.
The road ahead, we've got the ultimate moves. We've got the Fischer Random 960, and of course, here they are. This is what's still on schedule, Peter.
Yeah, the Ultimate Move starts in a couple of days' time, and then immediately after that, we'll have a 3-day Fischer Random Chess 9LX tournament with a
Which
very,
you're going to be competing in.
Yeah,
we'll lose your...
people can't see my air quotes there around the word competing, but yeah, I will be playing in it.
You will be participating.
Participating in it, yes. And then the US Open and the US Women's Championship start on October the 3rd in St. Louis. And yeah, a lot of eyes will be on Hans, of course, because Hans is currently, the story of the chess world, definitely. So lots to watch for.
Yeah, and the fangirls were very, very much appreciated as well. Whew. What an event. And more to come, Alejandro, because we do have a playoff later today. But your final thoughts, if you will, just about the classical tournament itself.
I think it was amazing. I mean, no matter if you consider the hurricane that surrounded the tournament, just speaking of the chess, I thought it was great. I thought Aliresa's fighting spirit was amazing. I thought that we had some really cool rounds in which we saw tons of decisive games. We saw a lot of theory. We saw Fabi bringing in tons of theory to this tournament. Of course, a pity to not see some of the matches that I really wanted to see. I really wanted to see Alireza play Magnus. I'm excited every time I get a chance to see those gladiators fight. But Alireza, he just showed up. He did what he had to do in many cases. He saved a lot of positions that a lot of people would have collapsed on and actually ended up winning them. And I can't wait for this playoff that he has against Nepo.
Wonderful. And we have also Anastasiya to also give us her final thoughts from the social media side of things.
What an event it was, actually. I mean, I think all of us, we had lots of fun, but I'm sure that people really enjoyed this moment and they could share all their opinions during this event. I mean, because the drama started right after the round number 3, when Magnus Carlsen withdrew from the tournament. So I would like to show you again what was happening, so those who missed it, perhaps, or let's say lost the track of what was happening, can remember again. So probably we can share some tweets. So first it came with Magnus Carlsen, who simply withdrew from the event, publishing this tweet that he announcing this. And then, of course, he created lots of drama because nobody could really understand the reasons. So people started to speculate and trying to guess why actually he did so. Of course, everybody, I mean, many people started to think that maybe he lost the game before Hans and maybe Hans was cheating. I mean, these words started to appear, even though there were not direct accusations from top players, but still there were many streams. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura also came out with his video on YouTube, and even though there were no direct accusations, still, I mean, it created lots of drama, and people were discussing, and media were publishing lots of news. I mean, all this, the story came out, and we can see that we had headlines in many newspapers. You can see New York Post, you can see Independent, so it was covered really well. What happened after, when Hans Niemann, actually, he was still playing his game, and then he came back to his room and he found out what's going on. He came out with the interview next day, where he said lots of things, explaining first of all that and clearly claiming that he was not cheating. You can see the next tweet, which was published by Maurice Ashley, who was here in St. Louis, and who said that this extraordinary interview you should definitely watch. The interview in one day made 500,000 views on YouTube, and I mean, it was, I think, one of the most popular interviews in chess history. So after that interview, of course, there was a reaction of the players in the tournament, of many top players, including, of course, the world champion Garry Kasparov, who actually asked Magnus Carlsen for his statement. He asked him to explain actually what were the reasons behind his decision, I mean, clear reasons. So it all created lots of drama, and which we were following all these days. And then, okay, it was one free day, we have to admit it was one day that everybody was enjoying tennis, and you can see also Hans Niemann, who was with guys, and we could hear some details. So there was some kind of a break, and after that, Chess.com published the statement, and then we had like a little break. And after that, we had a statement also of the chief arbiter, who said that no one, that he can absolutely sure that there was no any reasons to think that there was unfair play in this tournament. So all this was happening, and I just wanted to finish the story with, again, the same photo which we showed before, but it was already used. So we had this fantastic, you know, yesterday we had this situation that fans came to the St. Louis club, and they didn't manage to take photo with Hans Niemann, but they were still happy to have Alejandro there. So this story will continue definitely, and it will not finish with Sinquefield Cup, which will for sure will remain in the history of chess. And of course, we all will follow the events, and probably will see something from Magnus later on. We found Magnus one time. We didn't show this picture, but we found him in the company of Arian Tari. One photo was published with him, and so we are expecting something to follow. For sure, this event was a really great event for social media, and if you still don't follow Grand Chess Tour or St. Louis chess accounts, it's definitely time to do so. Create your account and follow us these days. Back to you guys, Peter, Yasser.
Anastasia, wonderful recap. When you start to see Garry Kasparov and everybody get involved. You were missing some Gada Kamsky's tweets too. Yeah. Anastasia, you were showing me that Gada had improved by 300 rating points in a single year. It was like, oh my God, just to show that it's not that unusual.
If we want to go into technical details,
exactly.
Gada did that in a very, very different era, when there were, like, these days the rating lists come out once every month,
right.
Meaning that your rating constantly gets updated, and your expected scores obviously get updated with it. And when, you know, Gata or myself,
you got rated.
We're 2 years. We're 2 years apart, so I know the era he's talking about.
Right.
There were two lists per year. So
right.
if you had a sudden burst of speed, like you were playing on your very, very low rating for, like, I don't know, 7 tournaments in a row.
Right.
And that, of course, gave you a much better starting pad. So these numbers, they obviously have to be taken with a grain of salt. I've seen a lot of statistical analysis published on Twitter in the last few days, and you do have to take a lot of things into consideration before, jumping to conclusions on those topics. It's not that straightforward.
One thing I was very proud to see that Alejandro was representing the commentators, and while the fangirls didn't get a chance to meet their hero directly, the great solace provided by Alejandro was much appreciated.
Hashtag only Hans.
Only Hans. And Peter, in 2 hours' time, we again want to inform folks that we will be having a playoff. I suppose we'll get a break, maybe swimming pool or something.
We'll figure it out. Yeah. So once again, this is what we're going to be watching in about an hour and a half's time or 2 hours time.
Right.
there will be 2 rapid games of 10+5.
Alireza versus
versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, and if they tie those 2, whichever way it happens, 2 draws or 1 win and 1 loss, there is an immediate Armageddon with 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. Very importantly, 2-second increment.
But only after move 61.
Starting from move 61, yes, which is important to avoid clock banging and other things, but still gives white a very significant 1-minute advantage for the vast majority of the game.
Right.
And of course, black gets draw odds
in that
for
case
that Armageddon game.
Wonderful. I'll definitely be here alongside you calling the action. And our show will begin at 6:15 Central Time, Peter.
6:20.
That sounds like
6:20 probably, but yeah, thereabouts.
Sounds good. And about 6:15. And drawing of lots at 6:20 as the players are been asked to
I assume we will
earlier.
try to start the show to show you the drawing of lots, to kind of lead you through the entire process of the players arriving and choosing colors and so on.
We'll go on break. Until then, see you at the playoffs.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.
Welcome back. It has all come down to this.
Yes, it's the playoff time.
The final
Peter.
showdown for the title of the Sinquefield Cup champion 2022. And it is between Alireza Firouzja, who has been the dominant force over the past 3 weeks.
Yes, no question about
and
it.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, who actually came very, very close to winning the tournament outright. He did have a very promising position in the last round against Hans Niemann, and had he won that, he would have won the tournament on the +3 score. There would be no need for any of this.
And since we are in a playoff, Peter, do tell our audience what the format is for this two-match playoff, two-player time.
Yeah, so what we will see is 2 rapid games with a time control of 15 plus 10. That also appears to be somewhat changed from what we announced earlier. Production springing surprises on us, so, you know, front, left, and center. And then immediately no blitz, immediately Armageddon if 1-1 is the result of the rapids. In the Armageddon, you get a 5 against 4, white gets an extra minute. There's a 2-second increment starting from room 61, which is very important to avoid shenanigans at the very, very back end of that game. And black, of course, as a compensation for the extra minute, gets draw odds in that one game.
We will be declaring a champion, Alejandro, here. And who do you see as the favorite between these two gladiators?
I think it's impossible to just pick a favorite from them just by chess strength. But Alireza comes from an amazing rapid and blitz.
Right.
He's fired up. Nepo must be disappointed with the way that he played today. I mean, you could see it in his face in the post-game interview.
Yes.
So somehow I feel that Alireza, with the quicker game today, has the advantage. But that, I think, is a bit of a subjective feel.
I see.
And here we have the head-to-head.
Yeah, that's the head-to-head. As you can see, yeah, they're smiling there, but unclear just how much smiling will be done when it begins. Yeah, if you believe in momentum, momentum has to be on Alireza's side here. He won the rapid and blitz, and I think more importantly is the second part of Alejandro's statement there.
Right.
Alireza played a bit of a non-game today. He played a very comfortable game against MVL. Was entirely untroubled and had the rest of the day to, you know, chill and watch. And he knew, I think from very early on, the way Wesley's game was going, that if there is to be a tiebreak, it will be versus Jan. So he could have started preparing, you know, 5 hours in advance, just depending on how much preparation he absolutely needed. Whereas for Jan, yeah, he was unhappy.
He was very, very, very unhappy
with how that game ended, and not without reason. He is a person who is his own harshest critic. Has always been. He really, really, you know, values playing well, dislikes playing less well than he can, and his absolute best is very, very good.
As we wait for the players, there'll be a drawing of lots. Let's just take a quick gander at upcoming events, Peter. As you know, there's many more events to be played here in St. Louis.
There will not be a GCT playoff tomorrow, which means that the players and the media do get 1 day off. And then on the 13th, we have the ultimate moves, the trash talking contest, which everybody here seems to enjoy a great deal. Right. And then the opening ceremony for the Champions Showdown Chess 9 LX, the Fischer Random Tournament, a 10-player round robin, which will run from September 14th to September 16th, 3 games a day, and that should be a lot of fun. And then there is a bit of a break finally.
Right.
And early October, St. Louis will host both the Open and the Women's U.S. Chess Championship, which is going to be a very, very interesting event with, I believe, all of the top players playing in both categories.
The national championships are just getting stronger and stronger. It's just been a joy to behold as we're getting ready once again for this playoff. We see the players as they're coming in, getting wounded. And Peter, what can you tell us about Nepo as far as playoffs are concerned? What Alireza said in his interview, he's never been in a playoff in his life, at least one that he could remember.
Not in a high-profile one. I didn't really do much research in the limited time I had available between the end of the previous part of today's show and this show. But I mean, Jan has played a number. The one I remember maybe the most was the one that he won to become. Did he win that? maybe I'm just spinning a tale there. He played a playoff in one of the Russian superfinals in the early 2010s against Sergei Karyakin. I think he did win that, but I'm not my mind is playing tricks on me now.
And he lost the playoff late last year, a big one.
Yeah, and obviously, he played a bunch since.
Now, they just had the drawing of lots. I saw that, but it looked to me like Nepo got white for the first round.
I actually
missed it.
Missed that moment.
It was like Chris had the two pawns in his hand. He picked one.
I had one job to watch that. And
no, it's Nepo with white.
I failed utterly. Yeah.
Nepo did get white, so that's the start. So, first game. It's funny in these playoff scenarios. Always preferred to have black.
Yeah, I think it's slightly more comfortable, in particular when it's such a short match, like when it's just these two, and there won't even be two more of a different format.
Blitz or something.
It always feels like, it's my one chance today to use a cricket analogy. Chasing is always slightly more comfortable than setting a target.
Right.
And when you're playing with black, it feels like you will know what you need with white, right? And that makes your life kind of simpler to understand. Maybe not easier necessarily, but simpler to understand. If you make a draw with black, you know that your options are you can go all out and try to win that game, or perhaps you fancy your chances in Armageddon, and then you can play with a draw in reserve, and if you win with black, of course, then you're really in clover, because
absolutely
you can switch to extreme solidity in the second one.
Jump in, Alejandro. When you're in a playoff, you like starting with black as well?
I haven't been into many playoffs that are 2-game playoffs. I was the one with Kamsky, and I didn't really have a choice. You're just given one. But actually in the World Cup, I think you see all of these mini matches, right? And a lot of people are asked, do you prefer starting with white, starting with black? And the funny thing is that from the people that start with black, that win the round with black, a lot of them actually feel tons of pressure going into the game with white and not losing. Because I remember seeing a funny one. I'm trying to remember exactly who Nagy was playing. It was an Ukrainian player, but it escapes me who he was playing in Tromsø, where Nagy starts with the white pieces, loses, wins with black. Same thing in the second part of that match. Started with the white pieces, lost with white, had to come back, returns, and wins with the black pieces. So I've always felt that if you start with black and you win, actually there's a ton of pressure on you not to lose, not to fail on the second one.
Yeah, I've had tiebreaks like that. I think maybe the very, very first time I played a knockout event, which was an interesting experience because it sort of set me on the path which eventually kind of made a chess player out of me in a weird way. I was invited as a kind of a promising but really somewhat nondescript young Russian player. I was invited to Tilburg 94, which was at the time the Tilburg organizers experimented with a knockout format. And in round one, I played against Alon Grinfeld, who became over the years a good friend of mine, an Israeli chess player. And we traded blows in the classical, and that went normally. Like he beat me like a drum with white, and because he's a very, very good theoretician. Shout out to Alon if he's watching. And then I somehow beat him in some Sicilian, and then we started playing rapid. And in the rapid, I switched from Grunfeld to my strange d4, d6, knight f3, bishop g4 stuff that I was playing at the time, which is not really that great, but it was a kind of a way to avoid Alon's opening preparation. And I kept on winning with the black pieces, and then being completely unable to make a safe draw in the Sicilian. And I kept on playing e4 and losing Sicilians, and then beating him in d4, d6, knight f3, bishop g4. And eventually we came to an Armageddon.
Okay.
And I drew white. And I thought none of that, and just played 1d4 and won very easy.
It took a while. It took
a while to dawn on me that I have other options, and I can go back to my childhood and play the Kole.
Right. Say.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then in round two I played Halifman, and once again I won the first one in some dragon, and then he beat my Rouser Sicilian. He sacrificed something with knight d5, won a brilliant game, and then. The time came for the rapid tiebreak, and it was I think a 20 plus 10 game.
Okay.
Which he overslept by 15 minutes. And in those years, in those years, or maybe 25 plus 10 if you overslept by 20, but no zero tolerance was in force in those years. And Alexander Halifman, for me as a kid, he was an absolute icon. I adored him. Right. And for me, this was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. Like, at first I begged Hert Heisen not to start the clock, but I mean, he must start the clock. I mean, the regulations are the regulations.
Required.
And then I was kind of pacing unhappily around the board, just, you know, will he show up, won't he show up? And he did show up with 5 minutes on the clock and just destroyed me with the black pieces and some caro. And obviously there was no coming back from that. And my loss in round 2 of that tournament meant I was just in time to come back home, repack, and fly to Elista to play the Russian Championship. and that one that was the first one I won.
The life of a professional player. I get it.
You know, and if I you know keep my stuff together and actually win you know, a 20-minute handicap rapid game against Halifman and then somehow not lose with black, you know, maybe I progress further, and then I definitely don't play that Russian.
Right.
And who knows what becomes of me.
Exactly. Here we see the players getting prepared. There's Jan. Both players are, well, as is their abilities to be ambidextrous, E4, D4. Jan has been playing into Catalan positions of late. Your prediction as far as the opening
I think it's likely he will stick with it because
the D4 knight f3, G3.
Yeah, especially drawing white on the first game, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think what Alireza did against him, I can't exactly remember. Yeah, I mean, first of all, in the classical, he beat him in the classical here. He played, Alireza played a sharp line, and I mean, you can't really claim he didn't equalize because he didn't really know very much theory. I don't expect the same line to be repeated. If it is, he will have improvements. But I think in the Rapid and Blitz, Alireza played this very, very solid d takes c4 and then c5, knight c6 Catalan against Jan, and equalized very, very easily. But you also feel that really the way Jan played that game, that he just wasn't interested in showing what he has.
That's right.
And now he will be.
And now he'll be
very,
very interested.
So if that happens, we probably see something more principled than the somewhat random moves that Jan was making in that game.
Exactly. So just recall for me how did this.
Yeah, d takes c5 here. Yeah, knight c6.
Knight
d
c6,
takes c5.
d takes c5.
Queen d1, rook d1, bishop c5.
Oh, we can't really see it, so let's.
Yeah, we're not on screen yet, but we will be eventually.
I'm just
have it prepared.
I'm throwing this out there as prep for myself to get so I know what I'll be talking about in case they do repeat.
Yeah.
And that was the knight d2, c3.
Knight d2, c3, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Jan definitely will be better equipped and sort of more aggressive if that line gets repeated. But obviously, Alireza has more than one system against the Catalan for sure. Most people these days do.
I see that I've put in my moves already, so should I refresh my board here, Peter?
No, there's no moves play.
I know, but I unfortunately have...
I think you'll be fine.
Yeah,
we'll see in a moment. Okay. And yeah, both of them obviously taking this very seriously, as you can judge by lack of long sleeves. No impediment to the free flow of arms.
Right.
It might not be that important in the 15+10 game, but if they do play in Armageddon, I am not kidding. This actually is somewhat important to have the absolute freedom there, in particular when it gets down, even when it gets down to the very, very last second.
And I believe we've only had one other playoff, right, for the Sinquefield Cup in all the years that we've
There
had
was
it?
the one between Magnus and Ding.
Yes.
And
that's it, because
the three player who tied.
Yeah, they just tied.
who went on a strike. They didn't want to play. And there we have it. They're off and away with the Catalan.
As predicted.
Yeah, but not
the
D4,
D5
C5.
take C4 line.
Yeah, and okay, bishop e7 kind of does indicate that this will be the line, and Alireza goes with a6, not the very fashionable stuff that, for instance, Wesley played against him.
He's going for the traditional solid stuff. Bishop d7, bishop c6.
Yep.
1 sec.
Yeah, I just have to.
Yeah, we're getting the moves a little bit late, but I think I got it.
You got it. Well done. G5. But then I kind of got stuck, right?
Yeah. Queen all the way to C1.
Yeah, this is obviously still very much theory. For the time being, we probably should be okay. Now it's back online. This is a very topical line.
Yeah,
very topical line. A6, A4, Bishop D7 is one of the absolute top responses to sort of the classical Catalan, and Knight C6 is maybe sort of slightly less popular. I think, on the other hand, I think this is what Alireza played against Magnus in that game.
In Zagreb.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's difficult to imagine Jan
Not
never having seen this before. Whether he repeated it just sort of in that hour and a half, perhaps, that he had between the end of his game and the start of this is unclear. But he plays E3 quite quickly. And Bishop B4 instantly played. Yeah, I think Bishop B4 is a very kind of a telegraphed response here by Black. Alireza says, my Bishop on E4 is extremely important to me. I am very emotionally attached to it. Please don't attack it with your Knight on B1, please.
Right.
Specifically Knight C3. Knight BD2, Bishop D5 maybe is not such a tragedy, but Knight C3 would definitely drive the Bishop on E4 away from the long diagonal.
So
and
he's telegraphing
he's
that
just
ready to
C3,
snap it.
Snapping on C3.
Follow it up with Queen D5.
I think
Queen D5 or
has to be
H6
it,
or
right?
Queen D5 C4 might. I mean maybe Queen D5 anyway. Queen D5 and C4 Queen F5.
Queen F5, right?
Yeah. And then Bishop F6, Bishop F3.
Right.
So yeah, this is a very concrete idea. Seems to have given Jan a bit of pause.
Now, I don't know about your database, Alejandro, but Bishop B4 or novelty?
No, there's a couple of games.
There's a couple of games,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, including
the great Alexander Belyavsky has played this. For
exactly.
The
The name that will be very familiar to you, Alexander Yanrikhovich.
Absolutely.
He's still working on theory, even now. Yeah, he's at the forefront of theoretical thought.
Yeah, this is not an old game. It's a 2019
Yeah, exactly.
game.
Like, this is not. Yeah, this is very recent.
H7, H6. Queen D5 looked very challenging.
Looked
there,
challenging,
hasn't
but
it?
I guess something wasn't quite right with it. Even though, yeah, for me, I thought that was very much the idea.
Right.
Yeah, takes Knight A5.
And again, I have to say, for game 15, these guys are up to 17, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they are flying.
Jan, uncharacteristically for him, hasn't gained very much time on the clock. But Alireza is up 2.5 minutes from his starting. And perhaps we could pause and talk about the structure for a bit, right?
Right.
Generally, you would say white is a bit better, I think. But black does have counterplay. The Knight on A5 is very safe. I think, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. That the pawn break you want is much more E6, E5 rather than C7, C5, because I think the Knight on A5 does a very good job restricting the Knight on D2, taking away some squares. Very much, yeah, we're very interested in placing the Queen on C6, as Jan is indicating there with their,
Yasser, an easy mistake to make.
Absolutely, yeah. Very strong player sitting next to me. Must be Jan.
E5.
Yeah, E5. Queen E4 played, stopping Queen C6. And black, just generally, you're trying to resolve the situation in the center to a degree, but I think you can also just play like Rook F8, Rook A8, B7, B6, and keep the tension, because for white to be better, white will at some point want to, start some kind of a push in the center.
Majority in the center.
And the pawn on E5, I think, does a very good job of making that difficult.
Yeah. Placing the queen on E4, that's...
Because now he's forced to do something about it, right? E takes D4 is such a strategical threat.
Yeah.
Not taking twice on D4, but after queen takes D4, playing pretty much any other move.
Yeah, Queen D5 is possible, but then after B6, we're really not doing very much, right? And then Rook A8 is coming.
Well, even if you do
provoke E5 before, it's not always going to be horrible.
Exactly. Exactly.
Although, actually, I kind of like the idea of provoking E5 before.
Okay, let's have a look.
At least I like it more than all the other ideas.
Well,
D4
takes E5 possible?
I think after Rook A8, I'm okay with that structure change, frankly.
And
yeah,
he
he's
has
played
done
Queen
Queen D5.
He has played Queen D5, yes.
And against the natural B6, defending the knight.
Yeah, B6 will be blitzed out. You feel like everything else would be a very strange choice, like what other options do we even have?
Just
Queen
going
c6
back
maybe.
even.
Yeah, or knight c6, but that just doesn't seem logical
Right.
at all.
Okay, b6, let's do it.
Yeah,
Knight
I think it
f3.
must be connected with knight f3.
And
Because
then your rook a d8, you reckon? My plan was to take this pawn, Peter.
Queen g. I think I might be very, very okay tactically here with Queen g6.
d6 on the board.
Yeah.
So my queen ends
Has
up
to go to
having-
a2, and I play Queen e4 here. I think I think I'm
then
fine here. Yeah.
You're very happy. You're
With
more
rook.
than happy, actually.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
More than
but I think the point has to be just to go back to a2 and try to provoke either ed4, cd4, which is on. Oh, okay. So
Okay,
he's just
queen
going back to
f3.
f3. This I don't particularly like. I think after Queen e6 now, or Queen d6 maybe. I don't know which one. I think e6 probably is more logical.
E6, yeah. Just eyeballing these squares a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like, we are definitely tempting white to go d4, d5, which I don't hate for black at all. It gives the knight on a5 very nice squares on both c5 and d6 once this happens. But Queen d6 gives white a tempo to play knight e4 at some moment, maybe.
Somehow this looks like a cool Grunfeld for
Yeah.
black.
Yeah, this looks like a very, very comfortable position for black. I really don't see how this can be better for white. I don't know if it can already be better for black in any kind of a significant fashion, but yeah, I feel entirely safe here with black, I think, at least to begin with. And then I would start misplaying it horribly.
Does the engine agree with Peter, Alejandro?
Yeah, it's 0-0. We don't really have to switch to me during this one because we want to keep the action on.
Right.
But the engines think that it's just completely fine for the black side. 0-0 is a card evaluation with any queen move, queen g6, queen e6, queen d6 all included.
Queen e6, queen d6, queen g6.
Yeah.
All zeros.
Yeah, as long as we don't. I mean, honestly, even if you play rook a8, queen f6, gf, I'm not sure it's so horrible, but there's absolutely like zero reason to ever do that.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, it just feels like.
The only reason that I could possibly prefer white is if this capture had been made ages ago. Then I would have the half-open c-file and something, excuse me, very concrete to play for. But after I like queen g6, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be playing for. Am I supposed to be playing for e4?
Yeah, I think e4 followed by g5, c4, and just saying that it's not. It's
we've
not
seen a queen trade, by the way.
Whoa, that is honestly a bit surprising. I don't quite understand this choice.
I think the concrete reason is that if you take with the king, it can't be dangerous, and if you take with the knight, you do get the c4 square.
Knight takes, knight c4?
Yeah, I mean, I am taking with the king here, I think, pretty clearly. I don't like giving the c4 square up.
Then...
Yeah, we're taking with the king. Black, I guess, goes rook a8, and perhaps...
The king is the most active piece, Peter.
Yes.
It's the furthest up the board.
Yes.
King takes and rook d8.
And rook a8. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have done this as
logical.
black because I like playing with the queens on the board, but it doesn't really look at all horrible for black. The current idea is definitely c7, c5 because knight d2 is hanging. I think if we play like rook b1, it probably takes much of the sting out of the idea of playing c5. But we can start with rook e6. Perhaps re-establish it. Also, the rook might go to c6 later, or maybe even not much later, maybe kind of immediately.
Exactly.
It feels fine.
Rook
I just
A2.
would have kept the queens on the board for personal preference.
Rook a2, defending the knight, trying, as you say, to take the sting out of c5, c5, d4,
Yeah, that's
and then
not
maybe
very
I could have a smidge suddenly, knight to e4, g4.
Removing support from the knight on a5 doesn't feel right unless you gain a lot by doing it, and I don't think you do right now. I think right now it would be a mistake. So kind of a waiting move is in order. I still like my idea of rook e6, maybe with some rook c6 to come. And like the point in particular is that if you play rook e6 here, let's say white goes, I don't know, g3, g4, which is not a stupid positional move, right?
Rook e6, g3, g4.
After rook c6, you might have to... actually, now that I play g4, you can play knight e4 because we've stopped f5. But my point was you can't put any rooks on the c file because we will blunder the central pawn there. With rook c1, we take on d4 twice, right?
Exactly.
So you have to make slightly awkward moves instead. But knight e4 does exist.
But then you've got your knight c4.
Yeah, but I got my c4 square.
Well, as Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. White will have earned himself the e4 square for his knight. Just in that line, pardon me, I should have played it to its natural conclusion.
Yeah.
The knight on e4 is pretty good looking, but
as is
knight
this
on
one.
c4
As is this
pretty
one.
good
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah.
So
interesting that he hasn't played rook e6 yet. Simply not because it's such a great move, but because it really feels sort of far and away the most natural one in the position.
No question about it. I mean, I did briefly consider f7,
Yeah.
f5 because you start to look at g3, g4 as a
There you go.
possibility.
Boom.
What?
Yeah.
F5.
Damn.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He does, I guess, feel that he needs to grab some space on on the king side. Do we ever play g3, g4 here? Okay, Jan says no shenanigans, please. Yeah.
What did he do?
Rook b1.
Rook b1, very,
Rook
very
b1.
quickly. Your take, Alejandro, at this early stage of this first playoff game, if you were forced to pick a
White.
side?
I choose white.
Because?
I just like the structure better. I don't know. I understand that black has a lot of counterplay, but I like that structure. It's solid. I feel that if I can maneuver my knight around somehow, I could get I have more potential to get the better out of the structure.
I think it's a bit more fluid. It's a bit more like we're more flexible than
But
black.
it's honestly a very personal opinion. I don't think that you can say, look at this position like many that we've seen through the tournament.
Right.
And think, yeah, you obviously take one side or the other.
I think you're looking at white's king and saying something about that king that's leading its army that must be good about it. I like your move, rook e6, Peter. I liked it the moment you suggested it. And in this position, I like king f7 too. I mean, you brought your king into the action. Maybe I should bring my king into the action. King f7, but rook e6 also.
The question here is
prepping.
whether he feels he needs to have a specific answer to knight b3. That really is maybe the
Knight
only
b3.
idea what has. But
rook d6.
yeah,
by
rook
the
d6,
way.
rook c2 played so far. Yeah.
Very quickly, I might add. Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of maneuvering game going on here.
Rook d6.
I guess knight b3, like I didn't think knight b3 was doing very much. In particular, once black lands a rook on the 6th, because my point was if we play knight b3, and black goes knight c4, I wanted to play a6, a5 and pretend I'm attacking the pawn on a6. But I don't think I am really. You can even ignore it, or you can play b6, b5, and it's already protected by the rook on d6, and it will be very, very difficult to get to that black. Yes, it's a kind of a nice-looking knight on c5, but as long as there's a rook on the 6th, it's not really doing all that much. So yeah, Jan prefers just to make a quiet move for now. He's gone rook c2. I don't think he has a threat. He's for now just trying to establish pieces on the best squares and see where it leads him. Also, perhaps he is expecting the rook to land on c6 at some point, so he is preparing for it.
Right, by just protecting in advance. By the way, if you're talking about knight trades, knight to b3, I'd much prefer to execute such a knight trade by playing a move like rook b4, knight c4, trying to trade the knights on my terms. Maybe I could finagle an advantage in that case.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it probably isn't enough, even if black complies and allows you to do everything you want. But you can also try not to, like rook b4, I can maybe play rook c6 and tell you, you'll have to at least work for it a little bit.
Next attempt. At some moment, if I'm white,
this is
very concrete.
Yeah.
C5.
I was wondering if this is what he meant by playing rook d6.
I think that's just based on a miscalculation.
My first impression is, aren't you helping white a great deal with this move?
I mean, yeah, in some ways, but what do you do against d5?
D5.
I think probably e4 check followed by c4 is the idea.
Artificially, any trades.
We're not taking yet, but we would like to isolate it and perhaps collect it later.
Right.
Perhaps it's a tall order here, no? I can play rook b4.
Rook b4, rook cb2, though.
Rook cb2. I think that's too much pressure. And it's similar to the endgame that Nepo beat Alireza in the classical, where you got this better rook endgame, and then he starts pressing.
And in that rook ending in particular, what was stunning for all of us was the passive play by Alireza.
And perhaps it's also slightly playing on Alireza's mind here, and he decides not to play quietly here. He decides to go, and d4, d5 found and played by by Jan very nicely. I somehow failed to even consider that move, and Jan kind of zeroes on it, zeroes in on it more or less immediately. Yeah. Good early signs for Jan, because really, you know, I've known him for years, and he has become a lot less volatile. Let's put it like this.
Let's just go down this primrose path.
This is primrose for who, though?
Rook DD6, though.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this rook is far more active.
I mean, maybe after rook b8 you have some drawing chances, but you should not be entering this endgame if you have any choice whatsoever.
I'm not even sure you do have any drawing chances. You don't even have to take on a6. You can consider rook d5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a poor endgame. I wasn't really trying to make an argument for it.
No.
But what I wanted to say is that so far, I think Jan's play in this game is a play of somebody who, you know, dealt with the disappointment of how the classical game in round 9 went. And
why is he so severe on himself? I mean, he doesn't tolerate even when he plays a good game. He's not. Even,
I think
so
that has always been the case with Jan. And as someone who has, I think we share this particular characteristic very much with him. You know, my answer to that why would be like, how else can you be? Really?
Fair point. Like a true optimist. But d5 is really putting Ali in the tank here.
Yeah.
This is the most time he's used on any one of his moves. Is that right?
Yeah. I think I can improve on that line a little bit. Let's go through it again. E4 check.
E4 check.
The king has to go back to e2. We go c5, c4. You play rook b4. And here I want to suggest taking not with the rook on d6, but with the rook on e8. Rook e5.
Rook e, not rook c8.
No. It's rook e5, and I want to take with this rook, because after now, if you take on c4, I will take rook e takes d5. I'm still maybe a bit worse after rook d4, because my rooks are kind of weirdly placed.
Right.
But I was calculating this. I can go king e6, king f7 here, rook c d2.
Rook c d2?
d2, I think. Yeah, I think this is the point. King e6, c4. You force me to
give me a little space.
Get this structure. And actually, this is kind of frightening, right?
It's a little scary.
It is a bit scary, because if you play this passively, you will lose. So you have to maybe immediately switch to like rook d8, rook c8, and some kind of counterplay in the center. I don't know. But my point was largely that after rook e5, if you go
once again down this,
if you go rook cb2, this was my
backup plan.
My very, very nice trick. I want to go rook e d5, and now you're too late to go rook takes b6, because rook takes d2 wins the piece.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was sort of the whole point of my previous construction.
That's pretty. That's very pretty.
Alireza is still thinking here, because I think he realizes that this is not
easy.
Very easy anymore.
In fact, this is really an extraordinarily critical moment right here, right now. Now, Peter, I think it's very important that we explain to our audience why the move c3, c4 has to be stopped. It's crucial.
I've been wondering about this, but like once again, nobody ever does this. But perhaps you could survive in some positions if you allow c3, c4. But generally speaking, the answer is very simple. Allowing white to land this protected passer on d5 frees up so much. Your hands basically are completely free here with white, to dedicate all your energy to pressuring against the b6 pawn. If e5, e4 is not played, e3, e4 will become a huge, big issue, because and in the more general terms, I think if the pawn in this position is on a7 and not on a6,
that's a big deal.
It maybe becomes borderline playable. It's not going to be fun anyway, but it maybe becomes borderline playable.
B6 pawn.
Yeah,
in that
but
case
with the
would
b6
not
pawn
be
so soft, it feels like it probably just loses.
Which is why we've been pressing for e4 and c4 to artificially isolate the pawn, to not allow it to become a protected pass pawn by either e3, e4 or c3, c4. And again, Peter, a lot of time, this is a
4.5 minute thing, guys.
Yeah, it's been a while, and understandably so. But really, it's difficult for me to understand even simply the desire to play c7, c5 altogether. But
that was a surprise.
I didn't see d4, d5 at all. But even let's say the position after c5, If I take on c5, you take.
That was the thing that I immediately attracted to myself.
Takes, play king e2 here.
Right, and haven't you just done me the biggest favor by opening
I
up
guess
this...
Alirez's point was he will play rook e8 here, and actually getting to play rook b6 is going to
not
be quite,
that
like
easy.
e4 g6 or something.
Right.
And we are controlling the squares quite well. You can play rook cb2, but after that you are still not creating a single threat, right?
Right, I can't actually enter, that is true.
And maybe he just felt that, okay, he'll go king f7, king f6 maybe even, and just stand and be reasonably safe. I wouldn't have gone for it, but that part I could understand. But I think he, just as I did, for instance, just completely missed d4, d5.
Right. And again, rook takes d5, rook takes b6.
No, that one is horrible.
The invitation to attack this pawn on e6 is just...
That one is truly horrible. I think
Right.
you do have to play e4, c4. And white has an improvement over the position we were discussing in that line.
Show me.
After e4 and c4, I think it's probably cleaner to start with rook cb2 immediately.
Rook c2 to b2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because that actually stops my rook e5, rook d5 idea. This is now one tempo too short, so we all pretty much always get the rook to b6. You can play rook b8, but you will not enjoy the experience of having to play rook b8 in this position. So you take on d5, we take on b6.
At some point, we need to remind Alireza it's no longer a classical tournament.
Right.
Down to 4 minutes.
He has spent more
4.5
time on this move than he has remaining.
Ooh.
Well, he is facing very serious problems. So in a way, he's doing the right thing because I think he's realized by this point that if he doesn't find a good reply here, he might be in a tremendous amount of trouble.
Exactly, Peter. I'm just going to have to say that I don't like letting the rook crash through on the b6 pawn. I'd rather you capture the c4
we take
pawn.
on c4, and what do you? And then in the end, I thought I go rook c6, but maybe it's not that much. I guess I start by giving you a check. You have to go back to g8.
That wasn't the intention.
I understand that. And then we will think. c4, c5 comes to mind. Rook c6 forces rook a5, I think, but that one is not that clear.
That was not what I had in mind. Maybe I have to do something else here. Pause, break.
Yeah, I think that's probably stronger.
Waiting for knight takes so that I can recapture on d5.
I can include some moves here, but maybe, like now with rook on b7, you will play king h7 next move, right? So I'm not really gaining all that. King f7, sorry. So let's take on
c4.
On c4, you will take.
And by the way, we do.
e4 check has been played, king e2 has been played, and now the big question comes. Yeah.
Right.
So in this position, I will take on c4. You will take twice. I mean, I will. Yeah. Couple of captures, rook d5, rook c6.
Right.
And c4 played already.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
That's
catching
what
up
it
with
felt
us.
like, that you have to go for this position.
There's no choice. Rook c2 to b2, just exactly as you prescribed, Peter, on the board by Jan. I've got to say, Jan's playing this, finding that moment and playing rather d4, d5 rather quickly.
Yeah,
I mean, hats off. That was impressive.
He spotted it really quickly, and he also clearly trusts his instincts and years and years of playing all kinds of formats. I think taught him that when he's playing well, he can actually trust the hand, so to speak.
Trust the hand. This position after rook c6.
Have rook a5.
Rook a5.
I don't think I'm winning this actually, because I thought rook a5 I can play rook b4 and kind of keep things together, but you are trading a lot of stuff with b6, b5 here, I think.
Gotcha.
I'm not in love with this.
All right.
I'm not in love with this.
Maybe at some point you throw in g4 though.
But after rook c2, what do we have?
No, keep going down the line. Rook b4, take.
Rook b7.
Rook b7 is the key.
Rook b7, take on c4, take everything.
Okay. And then we go g3, g4.
And then we go g4. I just want to illustrate this.
Okay.
'Cause that might be dangerous.
Yeah, it's not fun. I think I am kind of obliged to go fg and h6, h5.
By the way, Alireza did agree to trade the b6 pawn.
Yeah, but he chose a slightly different setup, right? Because he allowed rook d5 and then rook e8.
This was the top engine's choice, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that the engines preferred this. It was kind of surprising.
And rook 1b2 was played already?
Rook b1, b2, yeah.
This is definitely not the position.
No, definitely not. That was a mouse slip. We just go back.
Wait a second.
There
no,
we go.
that's.
We have a couple moves. Rook ED. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook B6 here. There we go. That's the position.
Yeah, that is the position. Sorry,
Very good.
I lost it momentarily. So yeah, and as I can see, well, sort of understandably, you're really not supposed to give up the pawn on a6. I briefly considered making some kind of a waiting move here. Let's say king h7 just to illustrate.
Okay.
And then going rook a6, knight b3.
Okay.
But I think the issue with that is I will take on b3, and then I will go rook a6, b6 without giving up any control over the d2 square, and that doesn't seem enough. So Alireza does go rook d6. I think he went rook 8 d6 there, right?
Yes. Rook 8 d6. Now you have an option. You could go rook 6 b4, hinting that c4 is weak.
Right.
But I personally am more attracted to doing the same thing, but trading off a pair of rooks first, just so there's less counterplay.
Yeah, I think we want a pair of rooks off because then the king will just be perfectly adequately
placed,
protecting the knight on d2. We don't need to do anything more about the knight on d2. So takes, and then perhaps find a way to activate our pieces. Rook b8, c8 comes to mind depending on where the king goes, or rook b8, and then perhaps start preparing that very annoying g4 break.
Mm-hmm. And that he agrees with us, takes one pair of rooks, and now let's see if he plays rook b8, which is natural, rook b4 also natural.
By the way, the move rook d6 did come, blunder alert with rook takes d2. Tragic possibility. Rook b4 first, or am I hearing rook check and rook c8?
Yeah, I mean all of these options are interesting. The immediate g4 comes to mind, but I'm not always so much in love with trading the pawn on e4 for the pawn on g4. I think black pretty much always takes on g4 and he accepts the slightly spoiled structure. But
right.
I think for black, every single pawn traded off the board here is a bit of an achievement. So.
Rook b4
rook b4, rook c6 played, yeah. So now the rook is passive, and we can actually, consider playing like h3 or
By the way, it's not just that the fact the rook is passive. It's not that I'm going to go and attack the knight on a5, but in truth, that knight on a5 is horrifyingly
It is a
bad.
very, very poor piece. Yeah.
I start to think about h3 and g4, and maybe bringing my knight to g3. I may be playing a piece ahead.
Well, I mean, the moment the knight leaves the d2 square, it will open up the b3 square for the knight on a5. h3, in the meantime, has been played, and I really like that idea because it asks black, how happy are you with me playing g3, g4? How do you want to meet it? Do you want to prepare and meet it with g7, g6? Do you want to play h5? And then perhaps straight take on g4 and play g6. There's a number of options, but they all result in black having a somewhat softened pawn structure, which will become a target.
Alejandro, are the engines excited by White's strategy? Do they feel he has an advantage? And if so, by how much?
Well, it was 1, but after g4, g6, it's only 0.3. They were not in love with the idea of playing g4. Actually, they prefer the move f3 right away.
Just back here after rook c6.
Yeah, here
F3.
or even on the next move. Yeah, the idea of just, and I think it's a very difficult idea in
very
practical
difficult.
terms, because
But once you put it on the board, I think you can understand it a little better.
Yeah,
F3.
F knight
just
f3.
clean, or maybe king takes and then e4, and then maybe
No, it's knight takes.
No, I think we
it
want
is
the
knight
on
takes
d4,
because the knight on d4 lands with such a thump, attacking so many things and still controlling the knight on e5. And for the time being, after pawn takes, knight takes, you still can't bring the king to the center.
Yeah, I think it's very, very concrete because the f5 pawn is also kind of soft. If I play knight d4, if you play rook c5, you will just lose to rook b6. So you might have to spend a tempo here on something like g7, g6, which loses material as well if we want. Like g6, knight e5, you've already lost a pawn.
And now, for example, now the position that we have on the board, let's update that one because Alireza doesn't have that much time. The engines do say, it's time. It's time to play knight b3.
It just
the knight is so terrible.
Get that knight off
the knight
board.
is so terrible. You can give up a pawn for it, and because of the structure on the king side specifically.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Knight b3, if you take twice, you already have to defend the pawn on c3 somehow. It's not easy to push it to c4 ever. And I can start thinking of king f6, king g5, king h4. And black is active, white simply is not.
Right.
Yeah. King f6 played first. I don't think that spoils anything at all. I also asked Jan what his intentions are with this move for b8.
I mean, that's a very good point. There is counterplay on offer on the king side.
And I think this is where you begin to realize why it was perhaps so beloved of the computer to try and exploit the immediate concrete details of the position while the king was still on g8. Because now, I mean, it looks unbelievably passive. Like the knight on a5 will only have a move even when white allows it.
Right.
The rook on 6 is also completely preoccupied by defending the entire structure. But it's only 2 pieces left on the board. Pawns are being traded away. And defensive resources are quite high. Yeah, check. Well, I mean,
check.
G6, I guess.
G6 probably, right? Because King G5 F4 maybe is.
Or 4 or F3. Yeah, 4. Then I can maybe go back to G6. But I think F3 might be kind of unfortunate.
That's clever, actually. Yeah, King G5 maybe just go F3.
Yeah.
A huge time discrepancy here as well. Remember that it's only a 10-second increment, no longer 30, like they did in the classical.
Time for F3.
It's probably time for F3 anyway.
Yeah, but it feels like maybe now Black can start just solving issues concretely.
King G6 on
Yeah,
the
he
board,
played King
right?
G6. Yeah,
Okay.
F3. I think I'm probably playing Knight B3. I'm trying to get those knights off the board. I don't lose material tactically, I think, because the F check, I have King G7.
Nice.
So I will be
F3,
in time
Knight
to
B3.
trade a pair of knights. And I think the moment that that pair of knights comes off the board, Black just instantly generates a lot and lot of counterplay.
So once again, we're expecting F2, after the move King G6, our live board, for some reason, hasn't been updated. Our analysis board is actually live. He has, after King G6, he's just returned his rook to B8.
Yeah, he's going to B8, stopping Knight B3. He's basically saying, I currently have no easy way to go in, so I will prevent you from making an immediate draw, perhaps
with
by
Knight
getting
B3.
the knights off. And
Maybe a sign that Alireza is interested in the position, not playing King F6 immediately. He goes forward.
Yes.
G5,
that's
why
what
not?
Why not? There's, like I said, I thought that I was thinking King H5 actually, and I was thinking that would force Rook F8, and I would go back to.
And
G6.
also, yeah, specifically against the move that Jan played, you probably feel slightly safer with the king on h5 because EF knight f3. You don't like that it's a check.
Precisely.
It might not be all that lethal, but you don't like that it's a check. You would like to have a tempo to do something in that position.
And now it is
time
the
for Knight B3.
It's the time for Knight B3. The engines are adamant that you are okay if you don't play Knight B3, but this is the best time to do so. And Knight B3 played 0-0 according to the engine.
Yeah,
Right,
there we go.
because we always have this counterplay now in any straight rook ending.
And suddenly, if you visualize that rook ending, like the rook on b3, suddenly, I mean, the turns have tabled there for sure. The rook on 6 is just so much more active than...
The turns are tabled.
Correct.
I mean, you pulled that cheapo on me before, and I missed it. But that's pretty good.
Rook
the
takes
world is
b3.
turned.
Rook takes b3. We can go king h4 straight away. We can also perhaps invest the tempo in rook c4. I don't
But why?
But yeah, but we don't need to. Yeah.
You can imagine this is going to get
looks
vacuumed.
Like, yeah, there's counterplay now.
Yeah, things will start coming off the board for sure, and yeah, the
take
counterplay
this
with the
one.
outside passer is always going to should always carry us home as black here. You can play like fe4, rook b4, the immediate rook b4, but I think black doesn't even need to care about the e4 pawn at all.
Just trade.
I think we take on h3, we give up on e4, and then we go
Exactly.
h5.
Exactly.
And we start pushing.
Exactly.
And
you're not even down a pawn.
Fe.
Oh, we're not
the
taking
board.
on c3, at least not
rook
immediately.
b4.
Why not?
Because rook e6, and then maybe you have to think. I see absolutely no reason to allow rook e6 attacking both h6 and a6.
By the way,
yeah, all of this on the board. If you play rook e6 here, I think the reason he is thinking is that a5 rook b6 exists. Otherwise, I think rook e6 will just be a very, very clean solution. But a5 rook b6 is a bit annoying.
True.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out a clean way not to allow that. I'm pretty sure most sensible decisions here hold, but I very much like the idea of taking on h3, waiting for rook takes e4, and spending one more tempo on h6, h5. And now we are ready to take on c3 if we want next move, because rook e6 will not attack two of our...
And as we say that, rook e6 play. But I think he's very concrete, because rook e6, a5, he does have rook e5.
Yeah, he does have rook e5, or perhaps h6, h5. Yeah, it's just important not to blunder the h6 pawn. Like king takes h3, rook b6 would be lost. Yeah, Jan goes c4, king h3, c5, but yeah, that should not be much of anything at all.
Well,
yeah.
It's time to...
Rook c6 is a very, very strange choice here. I guess
so
it's still enough.
Rook b6 is the issue.
Yeah,
right?
like why are we allowing this? This is I wouldn't have been allowing this. Yeah, rook b6. It's still going to be a draw. Jan will drive the king away from. I guess you go g4 f5, right? You go because if you go g3, the rook g6 pushes it away.
No,
again.
G4 must be played.
Yeah, it has to be g4 f5, and then you go rook c2 check and rook a2, and with the white king cut off on the back rank, there's like experience tells us that these positions are pretty much never ever won. Yeah.
And like you say,
rook c2, king g1, rook a2, and then we start planning king g4, king f3.
No, this is hopeless. This is
just a draw. Yeah, this is just a draw. So you have to count this as a bit of a miss by Jan, but probably not as much as we expected. Like he was better after f3 instead of h3. But
I gotta tell you guys, for a 15-minute game, this is one of the best 15-minute games in a very, I want to say, nervy playoff. I mean, playoffs are always butterflies in the tummy type of thing, but the Sinquefield Cup in particular, it's just such a big money event. It's such a big tournament.
And I think Alireza is showing that improvement, right? From the same game that he played against Nepo, where he lost because he was passive.
Yeah. Right.
And in this one, he had just understood what he needed. It's the activity. He needed to activate his king, activate his rook, no matter if he loses a pawn. And this is just much better defense.
Absolutely. I think
b3, perfectly timed, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I mean, I'm sure he knew the concept of active defense existed even before that game he lost to Jan in the Sinquefield Cup.
There are a few books
but still, you know, it's an attractive narrative to say that we are watching somebody learn in real time. You know, and, I'm sure it's not entirely incorrect, actually, even if you have to assume he probably heard about that idea previously.
He did play rook g6 check.
Yeah, this is just a draw.
That little extra nuance to drive the black king back, but unfortunately for Jan, it's not going to be enough.
No,
rook check
I don't think it will.
No, it cannot possibly
the
be.
rook behind the a pawn.
Yeah, on the topic of big money events, I would like to be more sure about these things, but I'm pretty sure that the money is actually shared. So what they're playing for is pride and potentially a trophy.
And, recognition.
Your name engraved on a trophy. I don't think.
Recognition.
And we're being told that there's an extra 10K for the winners, so it's not entirely.
Yeah, I think they added that to this year's GCT regulations.
Yeah.
A lot of people complain, why are we playing playoff for no extra money? But yeah, extra 10K. Actually added to the prize pool if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, that is actually quite impressive from the organizers of the GCT, because they didn't need to do that, but they clearly understand correctly how these things work. And
I think it's now time to play rook f6.
Yes.
Make sure I don't see king f3, king takes e3, land on the board. Yes, and he's done that as Nepo. Rook f6.
And then king g3, king f3, and like, okay, Alireza doesn't want to win the pawn back, but because I think king g3, king f3 was actually winning the pawn back very comfortably, so he didn't even have to think about this very much. But obviously, like rook f5, king f6, we're not losing this position with black.
No.
We are not losing this position with black, or rook d5 check and then something. Doesn't really matter that much.
And it was king c2 or king d2?
King d2, but now he gave a check and the king is on
c2. Rook d4 here, be fancy.
Rook d4 is actually pretty cute, yeah. Yeah, but Alireza instead just says, and okay, rook d4 is basically a draw for. Yes, I think Jan plays d4, d5 next move. I'm pretty sure. No.
Stalemate.
Stalemate, of course.
Oh, asserting dominance.
Right.
Very important to assert dominance.
I remember talking.
Such as it is.
Yeah, with Viktor Korchnoi, and he was explaining that in the World Championship match in 1978, he was furious with Karpov for forcing this kind of stalemate. He really took it somehow as a personal insult, asserting dominance, as you said.
No, I think you know, these two get along fine enough.
Yes.
That this will be seen as a not a slight on Alirez's person.
Right.
Pretty sure it wasn't intended as
a
such.
darn good game, Alejandro, for our first playoff. I mean, hats off to both players. I didn't see too many inaccuracies in all of that.
I think Alireza survived a little bit of a scare after the move d5. I feel that d5 came on the board and he felt pressured. He just sat there. He thought for like 7 minutes on a 15-minute game. And he said, all right, this is my best. This is my solution. I don't see any real problems with it, or at least this is the least problems that I can get into. And he did pretty well. I mean, let's go all the way back to this position with d5. And we're thinking about a lot of different things, how to allow white to take on b6 because there's no longer a good way to avoid it. And after check here, he actually found the best way to do it. Rook cb2, take directly, and just play rook d8, hold on to the pawn. And it's a scary position at the beginning, but I think he understood that there were chances, and the moment that he was giving a chance to activate his king, he took it. Pretty good game here for both sides. Nepo putting a little bit of pressure, but far from enough.
And how good or bad would it have been if f2, f3?
Close to 1. Close to 1. Instead of playing h3 in this position, you could start with h3, it's okay, but it does think that after king f7, it is the time to play the move f3 in this position. It's 0.8, actually. And if you take, then it gives white an advantage. Here you can start thinking about it. Apparently the knight on a5 is just too bad, but as usual, the engine just wants to go into this position, down a pawn. Knight takes b3, pawn takes. It's not as clean as the one that we saw in the game. Why? Because in the one that we saw in the game, this king has this little diagonal f6, g5, h4 in which to penetrate white's position and create counterplay. You don't have it here. I haven't weakened my structure this way. But still, this is very difficult to make progress with because this powerful pawn on e4, it kind of binds the king. This pawn on c3 needs defense. So still a lot of work to do for white to try to even think of converting an advantage.
Nice. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and it's interesting how I think all three of us, and also Jan very clearly in the game, we were all instantly drawn to the idea of softening the structure up with h3 and g4.
Right.
And it's just a mistake because it gives black additional counterplay, which you have to kind of foresee way in advance. And in the rapid game, I think you sort of fall back on the patterns that you've learned, and the idea of undermining the base of the chain there, it just comes so naturally that I think Jan played h3 like within 20 seconds.
Right. You don't hit the head of the chain. Yeah. In this case, the e4 pawn with the move f3.
Whereas, exactly, whereas the idea of trading what we assume will be a target eventually just is very, very difficult to assess if you're playing quickly. I'm sure if Jan paused there, he would have realized that at least the idea exists and perhaps is very strong. But he knew what he's doing cannot be much wrong because it's always a very decent idea to try and undermine the structure by sort of challenging it from the side. But as it turns out, it does give black, in this particular case, it does give black the very, very crucial couple of tempi to start counterplay. And from that moment on, Alireza just defended very, very cleanly.
Nice. Now, Alireza, with the white pieces. I mean,
it's a start.
In some way, it's not an Armageddon game, but I mean, in some ways.
And it will start very, very soon.
It starts in 2 minutes, yes.
Yeah, and this is very good by the organizers again, because I've seen these types of games, like, for some reason, like, the organizers insist that, I don't know, 15 minutes need to pass between the games.
Regulations.
Yeah, and
my good
there are very, very few things you really hate more than having to
wait to
stew between games.
Yes.
Because like most of the preparation, probably all of the preparation has already been done. Sometimes, like if it's a long match, people do maybe like to get out of the supervised area, make a quick, I don't know, send a quick message or a call to a second, if you need to fix something in your repertoire. But that would apply to, let's say, a 4-game match where you played one white, one black.
Exactly.
You have some new info.
Right.
And then perhaps something needs fixing. But for a 2-game match, what you want is to sit back down and play.
Exactly.
And this is what we're seeing.
And they are off. C4.
Knight of 6, G3. Yeah. As a white player in this position, the move I hated the most was always C7, C6. But Jan says, yeah, let's play the English. If you want to play the English, let's play the English.
And he's playing these lines with c6. I mean, we can't forget his big victory against Ding Liren.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Alireza actually said that he was not supposed to play knight c2 there. He said, and this indicates that his preparation was cd5, queen d5, e3, which is definitely a move. I'm pretty sure he will just play e3 here now.
Yeah, it's actually...
He pretty much flat out stated that knight c2 was a mistake.
Yes. Which is not a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake. He just didn't remember which move he was supposed to.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, e2, e3 was the way I always approached these positions, because the strangest thing is I never liked my opponent playing for the queen h5, bishop h3 ideas.
Yeah, there it is, yeah.
And he's corrected himself.
And this was a very, very easy guess on our part, because we did listen to the interview, and he was extremely open about these things.
Right.
Perhaps he didn't expect that he will need to play this position again, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, but somebody that might not have seen the interview is Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's possible, yeah, it's possible. But I mean, as a black player, Jan, obviously, the English is so much a central part of so many people's repertoires these days.
Right.
That I'm sure that he's looked at this very seriously, possibly from both sides even, because he also plays the English quite a bit. And e3 will not be a surprise. There's like 100 games from this position.
Break it down for us. Black's idea is to maintain his pawn on e3.
Yeah.
White's idea is just equally as obvious. He intends to break it down.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, the first order of business is not blundering the e4 pawn, right?
That is
because
very important.
If you do nothing here, something like queen c3, knight c3, queen c2 will just win the pawn outright.
Precisely so.
So your first idea here is just to make sure that white can't attack it and pick it up. You can make it happen by playing bishop c5, or by removing the queen from the d5 square, or making the move that Jan has just made, which is quite rare.
Do you know this book? Do you know this move?
Well, I mean, it's clearly been played by strong players, as I can see on my screen, but it's a rare move. It's a rare move.
It's been played by...
Boris played it.
Instead of knight a6.
No, again, it was played against Boris.
Yeah,
is bishop
Boris,
c5
by a very good player.
Yeah.
Is bishop c5 is the main move?
I think bishop c5 and queen e5
Yes.
are basically, it's an equal split, and you get this position anyway. This is the main position, whichever move order you get it by. And then you can play the immediate d3. I think I pretty much always play d3, d2, d3 there after bishop c5 and queen e5, because you don't really have to worry about bishop takes d4 very much. But there's other moves as well, yeah. There are some games of mine there.
Oh, very good.
As you can see.
Okay, but knight a6.
Yeah, it's a good surprise.
Yeah, the sideline variation has stopped Alireza for just a moment, because he...
Yeah, d3 seems very, very logical, because in this position, it actually feels it might be useful for us to keep the pin for the time being, because it stops black from going e4 takes d3. If you start with knight c3, queen e5, I'm pretty sure that d3 here will be met by e takes d3, or maybe I mean apparently not. Apparently bishop g4 is also a move, but
there's no more pin.
Yeah, but
so
keeping
d3
the pin alive makes, I think, a very large amount of sense.
Now that you mention it, bishop g4.
Maybe not here though, because d takes c4 is playable, right?
Queen a5 check.
Yeah, bishop d2 exists, right? I actually went through that entire line. I mean, queen d2 is playable, but we get compensation there. But bishop d2 really puts a dampener on the entire thing, right?
Yes, because I was trying to get some quick castles on the queen side for black going, and it would be a Donnybrook. Move d2, d3. How you like them? Apples, Alejandro.
Man, I'm way too tired to think. I'm going to ask the engine.
Ask the engine.
What the engine says plus 0.7, knight a6 is kind of a bad move.
Really? Kind of a bad move?
I think it's likely to be some kind of a semi-bluff. I'm pretty sure he is not ad-libbing here. If he is ad-libbing here, some kind of due diligence has been failed somewhere along the way, I would have to say, because
meetings will commence immediately at 7 p.m. sharp.
I mean, this is a reasonably central position. It's been played a decent amount of times by strong players. So yeah, I get the feeling that perhaps he just did not repeat this particular opening today, and he is now trying to remember what the file says.
And what do you reckon the file does say? Because I can easily see from the body posture that Jan is actually in a tank now.
Yeah, it's unclear. I mean, you're sort of drawn to the idea of trying to develop as quickly as possible, something like bishop b4 check, and then perhaps after you play bishop d2, which is what I assume you play.
Right. I will play
maybe
that.
even castling and going for something quick while knight c3 is not really hitting us as strongly. Bishop b4 check played. We expect bishop d2, and then you have to think.
Okay.
You have to think. There's
You
also some
mentioned
kind of fancy
castle.
stuff, like you can play knight c5 here, but
By the way,
d takes e4
I think
seems
my
strong.
database just went boom, like this would be a novel position. It's hard to believe that. it would
Actually,
be
bishop
novel.
d2 appears to be a novelty, which is very surprising.
Really?
To me.
That's
Yeah.
the most natural move.
Yeah, well, knight c3 has been played the 2 times that this position has been reached. One is Gelfand against Inarkiev, which was won by black. And then I assume in an open tournament, Sekro played Jan Tiemann by Jan in 2005.
Yeah, knight c3. It's weird to me that bishop d2 has not been tried, because I
Yeah,
think you know, the very, very obvious and kind of ambitious idea of lending the full knight on c3, the knight that cannot be traded,
Exactly.
and then collecting more dividends in the center seems to be very logical. So yeah.
Also, just looking at the structure quickly for just a second, I mean, it's easy for me to make a flippant decision that my bishop on c1 is no great shape.
Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
think,
let me get rid of
as
that
well, yeah.
bishop. Let me put my knight on c3 and really take out that e4 pawn.
Yeah.
Since bishop b4 check has been played, now Alireza is taking his time.
Yeah, I think, as I said, like I would be shocked if this wasn't at some point looked at by Team Nepo, and he has some idea about this. And perhaps actually for Alireza, knight a6 came as a bit of a surprise because of just how rare it is. And once again, I've witnessed a conversation between chess players during this tournament, which went sort of along the lines of they were discussing a specific opening idea, and one of them says, so we found this idea and it's a good try for one game, and the other person says, so what's the initial evaluation? And the first person says like 0.8, when in fact the idea is from the black side and black does equalize long term. And the first person says, that's a very good find. And this is actually an interesting, the reason I'm telling this seemingly pointless story is that you value the ideas which are initially rejected by the computer much more than the ideas which are shown by every single engine.
Right.
Because those might not get analyzed by your opposition.
By your opponent.
Yeah, because if you find an idea which is playable, but which is like the machine instantly screams, do not do this.
Right.
It is sort of, it's worth its weight in gold in some cases because people will miss it.
That was precisely in an interview that Fabi was having with Alejandro. That was precisely a point that Fabi was mentioned, that he oftentimes explores moves that are second and third, and even not really on the horizon because they're likely to be overlooked.
Exactly. Yeah.
As I was convincing myself that bishop d2 was the best move, knight c3 appeared right on target, and knight
honestly,
c5 as well.
Yeah, honestly, if this is the best black has, I am really, really not in love with it at all.
Why?
Because I think after d takes c4, you will have to take. Okay, he hasn't played d takes c4. He's played c3, c4, which I think is.
Maybe not the most useful.
Yeah, I would have taken on e4. I wouldn't have bothered with this, honestly. Even though there is, I think, only a very specific reason why it's not as good, I think. And I glanced at the engine, and now I know the answer. You specifically have to play queen h5 here. Nothing else equalizes, but queen h5
But
comes
queen h5 is a good move.
Yeah.
It's a very good move. You want to both take on h5 and take on e4 at the same time, but you can't. Laws of chess say you only do one at a time.
And he hasn't found it. It's not very obvious. Yeah, it's not
Knight
very
takes
obvious.
d3 check.
Yeah. So he's played queen e5, and now we have a very good version of sort of the kind of position I wanted to get, which is we'll take on e4. Black will probably take with the c knight. We will castle. I don't think we have to worry about c6, c5 too much currently, because even knight b5 I think is playable.
Okay.
And okay, castles here, and we want to play queen c2, bishop b2, and then push for f3 and d4. And if we get all that, I mean, obviously it's not a given.
Then you've got your two bishops, and you're a happy camper.
Yeah, but we are, we have a very, very large advantage if we get all of that in.
And what do we have on the board currently?
Yeah, so far takes has been played. Castles hasn't been played yet. I still expect it to happen, but it hasn't been played yet.
Well, Queen A5 is such an annoying move. I think you have to castle.
No, you do castle here. Yeah. We're not worried about c5 too much.
I don't think we're worried about c5 at all. I'm almost wondering if I can just make a random move and
Rook e1, even, yeah. But then black will castle. Like the issue.
The issue is that he castles.
The issue with the quiet move there is that black will castle and claim that this is a gained tempo.
But a lot of the players in our audience would see that c5 move as threatening, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, knight b5 is one thing. I mean, even knight b3 probably preserves some advantage, but I'm kind of...
I like knight b3, actually.
Yeah,
and you're back to queen c2 and
our plans,
bishop b2
our plans
ideas.
stay the same. Like, if knight b3 is the best we have there, I'm sort of drawn to that idea because then at least I can visualize perhaps some pressure against the pawn on c4. Like, if I can play bishop b6 really quickly, and once you drive my knight away from e4, I can drop it back to d6 and attack the pawn on c6 or on c4.
Exactly.
I suspect it doesn't work. Yeah, after knight b3 specifically. Yeah, like knight b3. Let's say I go castles.
Yep.
Queen c2.
Yeah.
Either bishop b6 or bishop b5. Bishop b5 also is not that bad.
Very
I guess.
sensible.
Yeah, bishop b2, queen e6.
Okay.
And
believe it or not, c5 is actually the novelty of the game.
Somehow they transposed, or they.
No, this is the Czech Timon game.
Oh,
perhaps
okay.
with the transposition. Yeah.
With c5, so c5 on the board.
Yeah, knight b5 is playable, but the engines do suggest the knight belongs on b3, which is kind of interesting to me because it really did not seem like anywhere near the best square. But you do have to play very quickly after knight b3. So
knight b5 is fine strategically. It's that you do take on a1.
Yeah.
Knight c7, check, king e7. At the end it just says do your worst. Your knight's going to get trapped.
So knight
b5, yeah. If you don't take on a1, you're probably worse. But you can take on a1, play knight c7, king e7. And I guess if you take on a8, queen e5 becomes a topic. Like all kinds of things become a topic. This knight on a8 is not really...
you start wondering, how do I rescue that fella?
Not such an oil painting. But yeah, knight b3 castle is already played. And I think here white really needs to play very, very energetically, because if you give black the kind of the setup that we're discussing, maybe it's not so horrible. But you can maybe even play like very, very energetically, like f3 here.
Let me just promote this variation to my.
And again.
And again. Where do I?
Yeah. Let me do this. Yeah.
I think we start with f3 in this position.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Yeah,
I don't see why not. I just don't see why not. Use the time that you have, because queen c2, bishop f5 comes so naturally.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the point is that we can actually play c3, f3, knight d6, e4, just ignoring the c4 pawn for the time being completely. Like f3, knight d6, e4. Knight takes c4, and I don't know, bishop f4 or f4 e5.
I think f4 e5.
F4 e5 in particular is very, very attractive.
I always like those pawn storms with
just trying to kind of sweep black off the board
precisely
entirely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you give black like a tempo, I mean definitely two, but maybe even a good tempo somewhere here, and black gets to play either bishop b6 or bishop f5, queen e6, and kind of restructures the pieces a little bit. It becomes very playable for black, because knight on b3 is very, very restricted. If black, let's say, supports the pawn on c5 by b7, b6, and nothing bad happens to them in the center for a short while.
Yeah, then what does your knight do on b3?
Then black is just fine. So you have to be fast here.
I liked your idea of queen c2 and bishop b2, just putting the bishop on
but
the long
then
diagonal.
you will have to spend some more tempi solving those issues, right? Like if we continue that line, queen c2, bishop f5.
Okay.
Bishop b2. I have to play queen e6.
Exactly. f3 found.
Yeah, f3 found. Yeah, and here, I mean, knight takes g3 is a threat. If you have to spend a tempo on something here.
I didn't know if I could or could not get away with f3.
I have knight e3 there in the end, but yeah, f3 has already been played, so we can probably
discard
ignore this very safely. A 15 move.
Knight d6
f3,
played.
Knight d6
and
played.
We kind of expect the pawn sacrifice with e4. Don't think it's forced.
Yeah.
But it is difficult to hold on to that c4 pawn now that queen c3 is on tap.
Yeah.
Like for example, if I go queen e2, I think just...
Yeah, and there it is, yeah. F3, knight e6, e4 played by Alireza.
Very well found. You don't have a choice here because bishop f4 is winning a piece.
Yeah, if you don't play knight takes e4, your position is just straight up busted because, yeah, bishop f4 is a bit too much of a threat here to do anything else. So you must just close your eyes and take.
Okay.
Everything else is just lost. And
F4?
then we go bishop f4. I think we maybe can play queen e7.
I apologize. This is where you liked f4.
Yeah, just open the bishop on g2, right?
Yeah.
And this is such a typical idea, and for example, the King's Gambit. Sorry, the King's Gambit, the King's Indian fianchetto variation, where you just give up a pawn.
Right.
But as long as you can get f4, e5 in, and the knight on f6 lacks a logical square, you might be doomed for a very passive defense for a long time.
Yeah, it's just not going to be fun. And in fact, you know, the one pawn that we gave up, I think the pawn on c5 in a lot of cases.
You just collect it.
Yeah.
Like for example, you go knight d7. Let's just put something on the
queen
board.
e2.
Queen e2 or even queen c2. I don't know.
Yeah.
And let's imagine that you don't have knight db6, so you remove the knight. You just go bishop e3. You start attacking the pawn, and
then rook ac1. And yeah, how are you going to hold it with your bishop on c8 and a rook on a8 and all of your pieces away from the game? You can also just go for straight up mating attacks with, like, if you can get a 5 of 6 in somewhere, it will just basically be mate.
Ooh, queen e7. That's a straight up piece blunder, guys.
e5.
e5. e5. Ah, he saw it. He already saw it. He's going for it.
Yeah, I mean,
boom. Oh, and that was a little curse I'm assuming in Russian.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this might be a short game.
That was it.
Jan, I don't see Jan playing this out, maybe even necessarily. He's going to swear at himself for a while, and this might be it, honestly. And I mean, the position is completely lost. It's not like he is losing too much EV here by not playing it out.
Yeah.
The position is completely and utterly lost.
In a kind of a funny way, I was thinking of knight takes c4, f4, and sacrificing a piece on e5, you know, to avoid what we're about to see. But in that case, I would have gotten an extra pawn for my trouble.
Yeah.
The f pawn would be gone, you know. No.
Would still be quite bad, but would be maybe slightly better than this. Yeah.
Exactly so.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, really, nobody will blame Jan if he just packs it in here. You're not really saving very many of this. You know, you play knight takes e4, you have queen f6, and in that position, like if you give black a tempo to play b7, b6, and then bishop b6, it becomes a game that you can actually play. And particularly if this was a blitz game. In a rapid game, you're not very hopeful. But yeah, queen d5 just wins the pawn on c5, unfortunately for us.
And that
with the pawn on b6, really, I think I'm playing this out.
Right.
I think I am interested in trying to see how good this nick is.
I make a poor move, and you kind
something
of
like this. Yeah.
Well,
bishop b6, rook a8.
Yeah, if you can consolidate and not.
I think we're playing this.
2 pawns.
I think we're playing this, but unfortunately, queen d5. Like, yes, you win a couple of tempi. You can chase the queen around. You play bishop b6. You play rook ac8. It goes back to f2, and then you realize that
you have one pawn for a piece, and
the pieces are a bit passive, but who cares? There's more of them.
It's one more.
They're not even that passive. I think you're being helpful. You play queen d4. You start chasing your opponent around.
No, I mean it's. We're only really discussing this position seriously because there's nothing else to discuss. Like, it's a full extra piece in a game between two strong grandmasters.
Yeah, he might play something, but we think resigning is actually favored.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just stop here. But on the other hand, you know, no games have ever been saved by resigning and blah blah. So, and you know, nobody knows that lesson better than I do.
You have a bit of a reputation there for not
to uphold.
And
by advocating for resigning here.
Queen d5.
Knight a5 maybe or something. I don't know. Knight a5, bishop g5.
It's hard to create tactics when you're down a piece.
Yeah. This is not good.
Something I discovered more or less once I cross the 1400 barrier. That generating tactics when you're down at pieces.
I mean, I want to slightly call you out on that statement though, because I'm pretty sure you never crossed the 1400 barrier.
I did. My first rating.
Really?
Yes, of course. I was overrated at 1200.
No, we have USCF ratings.
I was going to say that
the FIDE ratings didn't exist except if you were 2200 and above.
Yeah, that was my.
And the Northwest, in the barbaric Northwest, we had the Northwest ratings, and eventually we became all USCF memberships.
Because I sort of assumed that those ratings just didn't exist, but obviously my understanding of the USCF ratings.
Let's promote something
incomplete,
here.
Yeah. So queen d5 for bishop b6, queen takes c5. He's played h6, h7, h6 there to stop bishop g5 for now.
H7, H6.
As, a move that, you can describe it by, this is a move as good as any other in this position.
Right.
Really, like it's no better or worse than any other move you can make. Yeah, f4, opening up the bishop. Yeah, it's just a piece. Yeah, there's really not very much to talk about in this position.
Exactly, f4. Yeah. I like, truth be told, I kind of like queen d4.
Yeah, but he's creating a threat of f5.
That's
he will go to g4 if the queen is chased away. Like he's doing this.
Yes.
He's optimizing.
Yes.
Min-maxing.
Exactly. F4, threatening f5, any attacks on the queen, queen d4.
Yeah, this is
over.
It is done.
Gee, guys, I don't know, but this might be a good time to reflect, deep reflections about predictions. Very good. I don't want to miss an opportunity, right?
Okay,
to
so
just remind everybody.
He's played rook a8. I'm now trying to figure out why he's not losing more material to f4, f5.
He is.
He kind of is, yeah.
He is. The evaluation actually doesn't change that much because for a computer, 1 piece, 2 piece, what's the difference?
Yeah.
But f5, b6,
yeah, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7 or queen 7 in particular.
Yeah, queen c7. It's time to pack it in. That will be 2 pieces.
It's a bit much. Yeah. Right. Obviously, like most moves here, which don't blunder a piece in one move, are still good. But yeah, why not play f5? Or we can go back to your roots and go queen takes a7.
Yes, yes. Queen takes a7, very nice.
Yeah. Or bishop takes b7.
I don't know
which one you prefer. Of those two, very, very sensible decisions as well.
I have a second? Yeah, I like f5.
No, f5 is good.
Come on.
Yeah. Why would
how can I
f5?
not like f5?
Yeah. No, it's just like we're not really having fun at Jan's expense very much. But I mean, if we are forced to discuss the position seriously, some amount of girlish giggling is, I think,
allowed.
Very, very justified.
Right. Time effect. Well, time a factor. I mean, no.
Not for Alireza. Come on.
No.
Yeah. We're just waiting for this to.
We're waiting for the handshake
to conclude. Yeah.
Bit of a letdown for Jan. I mean, probably he came into these playoffs feeling like, I don't mind losing, but I want to really play two hard, good games, and he just didn't. Not in this one.
You just hate losing like this. It's not that.
Right.
I mean, you as the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz showed, you can definitely lose a game of rapid chess to Alireza.
Yes, he's proven that.
It is something that can definitely happen to people. But yeah, losing a game like this for a very, very strong player such as Jan undoubtedly is just not a very pleasant sensation.
You kind of pegged it yourself though there earlier, Peter, when you said call the guys that this seems to be a kind of a hole in the prep. Knight a6 didn't pan out.
Yeah, it didn't. I really thought there will be, some kind of a more fleshed out idea. Like what he did was he played knight a6 and he tried justifying it by normal means. What I expected was knight a6 and then some kind of a gambit to follow it up.
Right.
Instead of just accepting a slightly worse position and trying to play it. And yeah, if that was the intention, that I really am not all that impressed with
his prep
with this idea. Yeah.
Rook c8 and queen f4.
Yeah, instead of queen f4, queen takes a7 was actually winning a lot of material. But Alireza says, yeah, okay, I'm done calculating. Let me just trade some pieces and win.
And if you don't agree to trade queens,
then f6 is going to be.
I've got a big attack going with f6.
Yeah. I think the point there, like, if we are to discuss this, if you took on a7 there after rook c8. Bishop takes f5.
Yep.
You can actually play g3, g4, and there's not a single check black has So you're actually winning this bishop
at last.
Next move, yeah, because you're controlling absolutely everything. Despite appearances, you control every single square that you need to control in this position. And the bishop doesn't have any other squares after queen takes a7, which is kind of important because we're taking away the d7 square. But once again, yeah, not really all that crucial to discuss this.
Right, the extra piece speaks for itself. I'm going to stop saying speaks for itself. Copyright will be after us. You know, exactly.
Yeah, I'm kind of attracted to the idea of f6 just to give myself the f5 square for the knight because bishop a4 is very likely to be the next move.
Yeah, the knight,
and just to have a good square for it.
f5 is a wonderful square. F4, f5, pardon me, f5, f6 certainly has my attention, as you said.
Yeah, he's just played bishop f4. He doesn't really want to be fancy. And bishop a4, I guess we just go knight b3, where we don't have to, or knight f3 really. Like I didn't really like the idea of
bishop a4 on
moving that knight away from its very nice third central porch, but nothing is being spoiled by doing this, of course.
We have a move after bishop a4?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
just
yet.
thinking.
Yeah.
One pawn.
It is just the one pawn. Yeah.
For a dark squared bishop on f4, and you're right. Knight f3. Just
bishop c2 played in. Yeah, at least Jan is playing quickly here, so he is trying to exploit, or at least attempt to drive Vachier-Lagrave to have actual low time on the clock. Like currently, I mean, 5.5 minutes here is
again just hard to produce problems for your opponent when you're a piece down. G3, G4 weakens the king side, but then again, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, now I think after 95 you can start really packing it in because white also gets activity to go with the extra piece, like knight c6 threats, rook f2, rook a1, like it just plays itself.
We've been saying that for a little bit, though.
Yeah, I have, and I'm not wrong.
In fact, it's becoming more and more salient with each passing move. 95 is incredibly powerful.
F6 also not a mistake, but like it's difficult to make a mistake in this position.
Yeah.
Right? Really is kind of difficult to make a mistake.
This is just so over.
Yeah, 95.
There you go.
D1.
You don't want to play knight d3 because it simplifies the position.
Yeah, but if you don't,
but it's objectively the best move.
Yeah, but if you don't, what are those pieces on c2 and b2 doing? Like
exactly.
It's just, no, it's bad. Yeah, there's only so many ways we can say this is bad.
Try.
Yeah. Riveting, guys, but there is really nothing to say in this position, is there?
It's pretty bad. Something went back to a4.
Bishop a4, it is protecting against knight c6. You can sort of relate, but
right.
I mean, we can start offering more trades. Like rook ac1 looks logical, just to continue suggesting that
that one day I might land on the doorstep there.
And simply just removing pieces from the board is advantageous for us here, as the proud owners of the extra horse.
Right.
Extra bishop, actually, not
an extra.
More or less, 1,500 years, the accepted formula went ahead in material, trade and trade and trade some more. Rook a c1.
Yeah, has been played. Yeah, Jan took on c1, and Ramirez is now trying to figure out if he has to worry about forks if he takes with the rook, and then f6 knight d3 happens.
The answer is no.
The answer is no, but also you can take with the bishop and force more trades, I assume. Yeah, like it just doesn't.
That was the reason why I was thinking about bishop takes. Just it's all about the trading game right now. Just hacking things off. He took with the rook.
He did take with the rook,
and there is just one trick in the position.
One thing you shouldn't do here is play rook c7 just to play for the peanut gallery, because then fe5, bishop b5, rook d1 check, and you might actually regret your life choices.
Becoming a professional chess player because you didn't just blunder one piece.
Well, I mean, bishop f1 still exists, but you should not be doing this. But apart from this, like pretty much anything else will be okay. He's gone knight g6, knight d3 is a response. Yeah, bishop d5 is almost made, but not quite. But you can just go rook c7.
Yeah, the bishop's actually defended.
Yeah, that was a good. And he has gone rook c7. And you're right, bishop d5.
And there it is.
That was it.
We have a winner, guys.
We do.
He has won it all. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, wins the Sinquefield, wins the Grand Chess Tour. I don't think this man's ever leaving St. Louis.
Yeah. Don't give people,
I would petition for say.
Don't give people ideas.
Right? Wow. What a month it has been for Alireza. Our congratulations to him yet again, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour, as you've just so eloquently put it, Rapid and Blitz, Sinquefield Cup, Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah,
what's next?
I mean, the guy's not playing the U.S. Championship.
Wow. And bravo Alireza.
Yeah, those are exactly the kinds of ideas I didn't want you to give people.
Right.
Yeah, an extremely impressive performance by the young man, decimating the field in the Rapid and Blitz.
Wow.
And playing a very, very exciting tournament in the Sinquefield Cup, starting by losing to Jan in round 2, and then bouncing back in a very, very impressive fashion, winning some very sharp games. He had to run quite well to win them. You have to.
Yes.
I mean, no point sugarcoating the truth there. He did have suspect position in a number of those games, but look at the cross table as the old story goes. It doesn't matter. The result is what matters. And
Saw that just kind of like exhale. Poof. Thank goodness that is over. What a memorable, I was going to say memorable, memorable event it has been. The Sinquefield Cup, I don't know how it's happened, but over the decade or so that it's been played, we've seen it all, from the streak, the 7-0 Fabi, Magnus Carlsen, and all the great players that have played here, but somehow this one will kind of stick in our memories for, for quite a long
it somehow
time
never disappoints. Yeah, you get tremendous chess. You get very, very good, interesting lineups, and people play very exciting chess here. And this year is no exception. It will have been, somewhat overshadowed by the off-board stuff this year.
Let's honor our participants, Peter. Let's start with who, unfortunately, came in the bottom and tied for 8th.
Yeah, there we have it. Shahryar very honestly saying, this is not great. He didn't call it a catastrophe. He was very clear. He wanted to make a statement that this is not a catastrophe, but it's not great, of course.
Exactly.
A very surprising low finish for MVL. Who I think
Grand
has
Chess
been
Tour
playing.
leader comes into this event, and
at least he clawed his way to 3rd place on the GCT, right?
I think so. Yeah,
he did.
Levon tied for 6th and earns a bit below $20,000. Ties for 6th with Hans Niemann, I believe.
Successful Grand Chess Tour for Levon.
Yeah, Hans is the story of the tournament in a way, and the second half did not go according to plan,
but the first half was so good.
was pretty good, yeah.
Lanier, solid, but somehow missing the final touch.
Yeah.
Could have been on +3.
Wow.
Winning the tournament outright.
Fabiano coming back after not such a good showing in the earlier events, takes 3rd place, takes home $40,000. Our congratulations to Fabi.
Absolutely, and he ties it with Wesley, who was, you have to say, one precise calculation away from winning everything. From winning everything yesterday. Will be disappointed with this result, but still a fantastic consistency in Grand Chess Tours over the years. Jan ends up in 2nd after that rapid game, which was so abruptly lost in one move pretty much. But still a creditable performance by him. He will still be a bit unhappy about the amount of practice he got in. He wasn't joking, and I think he wasn't wrong either. He played 4 theoretical draws in a row at some point.
Goes home $77,500 richer.
And there we have it. The man who actually did win it all.
Yes.
The 19-year-old from France, Alireza Firouzja, the 2022 Sinquefield Cup champion.
Right.
Congratulations to the young man.
Wow. Very impressive. And once more is with Alejandro.
Alireza, what a performance here in the tiebreaks. You've won it all in St. Louis. Anything you want to say to your fans?
Yeah, it feels great. I didn't expect to be in the tiebreaks because Jan was completely winning today against Hans. So it's a miracle, I think, that I'm in the tiebreaks. So I'm really happy that I was already happy that I had a chance to play against him, and he's obviously a very strong player. So It's not easy to beat him, but yeah, I think I played very well in the tie breaks.
Tell us a little bit about those tie breaks. We'll just go through a couple of the moments. Won't take that long. But here, after the move d5, you spent half the time allotted to you. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I completely missed the move after c5. I missed d5, so it's a very important position because white is getting e4, and I have to be very concrete, otherwise I get very passive. So I think I don't know if I found the correct way, but I think it's okay, and I couldn't see how he wants to break. So I was happy with my decision after all. So.
When were you sure that you had this draw in the bag?
No, it was very tricky because my knight is out of the game, and yeah, but I never saw advantage for him. But it's not easy, of course.
Of course. In the second game, you play an idea that you wanted to show in the classical against Shak. You came in, you said that you had actually missed on the move order. It didn't seem like he was prepared.
Yeah, he completely forgot the idea. I think the line is not knight a6, so. But I don't know if I punished it well, but I think it was interesting. I couldn't find a better way, so. Yeah, in general, the e3 move is a good idea, I think, and it's the best move probably.
All right, and finally, in this position, your feelings when he goes queen e7.
Yeah, it was shocking, because you have to think about e5. But okay, he's very tired, and he was completely winning today, so he's a bit frustrated. So it's kind of understandable, but yeah, you have to normally see e5. But I think I have a very promising position instead of queen e7. But yeah, it's a good gift. So yeah, it was a very good feeling here.
You didn't hesitate. You kept your tactical awareness all throughout, extremely sharp. How do you do it? How does everybody get tired but not you?
Yes, today I was lucky. I made a quick draw, and he was playing for 5 hours. I am sure if he had a quick game also, he would have been more sharp, and he would have been sharper and better, simply. But I was lucky that he played a very long game. So, but in general, I think everybody played a decent tournament here. Okay, some players, of course, they didn't, but in general, everybody was in a great shape, I think, and we saw a very high-quality tournament. So, yeah, I'm happy with my play at least, and we'll see what happens in 960.
Well, 960 is certainly a different beast. You ready for it?
Yeah, it's my first time playing over the world 960, so it's a very interesting event. Of course, I'm looking forward to play Gary, and I have to take revenge because last year I lost in online against him, so we will see what happens.
Guys, join us here with the winner of, well, everything here in St. Louis.
Yeah, congratulations. Very well played.
Really, really congratulations. We'll look forward to the Fischer 960 as well, Alireza. As we get ready to say our goodbyes, first of all, we do want to give a very, very big shout out. We make fun of all of the guys in the truck, the whole production, whether it be Firouzja, Kevin Duggan, everybody. We just want to say Spectrum Studios, you do a great job.
We stand by every comment.
Every insult that we've ever delivered, we stand by.
None of that was ever,
we will
ever
double down.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you for that. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. You guys make coming in to the club each and every day a pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Tyler and Finn, who keep us on our toes and tell us 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Come into the broadcast. To Alejandro.
No, my pleasure. Pleasure is absolutely mine. You guys were great. I always do love doing commentary with both of you. It's been many years that I do commentary both, but it's been a while since I had the both at the studio at the same time. I had a blast. I'm exhausted. This was a great tournament.
Yes.
Great tournament to
really
be casting.
was, yeah.
So much drama. Let's face it, that makes it more fun. So much interest. Let's face it, it makes it so much more fun. But it's not over. We have so many tournaments coming up that it just feels like we're bleeding right next into the next one.
Absolutely. In fact, one more time, let's take a look at the upcoming events. Starting with the Ultimate Moves. That's the trash talking. Go get them kind of one-day event that we enjoy here.
That will be at 1 p.m. Central. Well, starts at 12:50 Central on what is it? Tuesday.
Sounds
days
right.
Days of the week are very difficult.
Sounds right.
They all absolutely blend together. And then 3 days in a row of chess 9LX with, as Alireza mentioned, with Gary coming in and joining this field. Should be an extremely exciting event. And then in October, the U.S. Nationals for both the Open and the Women's section are going to be played.
And let's just save the best for last, Peter. Seriously, it's been absolutely wonderful. I love working next to you. For me, your calculations, your insights have been terrific. So thank you very much. I'm sorry we're going to be losing you, and you'll be a participant.
I suspect,
I liked you next to me.
I suspect so am I. But when we're done with the 960, I will have wished that I stayed here.
We'll keep the seat warm.
Okay. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, thanks for everybody who makes this possible. Thanks for everybody including me in this.
Yes.
And really
to come
enjoyed
back.
it.
Promise to come back in your chair. That would be very nice.
I'd love to.
And to each and every one of you, thank you so much for joining our show. We'll see you at the next one. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.